Good morning. I'm Robert White, Council Member at Large and Chair of the Committee on Housing. Today is Monday, March 3rd, 2025. The time is 9:35 a.m., and we're meeting in room 123 of the John A. Wilson Building. I'm calling to order this performance oversight hearing. Today's hearing is an opportunity to evaluate the performance of the DC Housing Finance Agency, or DCHFA, the Rental Housing Commission, or RHC, and the Department of Housing and Community Development, or DHCD, including its flagship financing program, the Housing Production Trust Fund, or HPTF. Between them, these agencies play a huge role in getting housing produced, properly regulated, and accessible for district renters and homeowners. For those unfamiliar with performance oversight hearings, these are a key part of how we hold our government agencies accountable. Each year, the Council conducts these hearings to review whether agencies are meeting their goals, using public resources efficiently, and serving residents in ways that match the intent of Council mandates. This is not just about looking at what has been done. It's about identifying what is working, what is not, and how we can do it better. For today's agencies, the quality of their performance has a direct impact on our city's renters and homeowners. If you're a renter, you might live in an apartment building that was built using HPTF money. If you're a landlord, you might have to provide certain disclosure documents based on rulemakings from RHC. Maybe you're a homeowner who utilizes a first-time homebuyer program at DHCD or received down payment assistance through HFA. The agencies with us today provide financial support and guidance that has taken on a new urgency as we face today's affordable housing crisis. That's why during last year's budget process, I worked with these agencies to establish SMART goals, objectives that are specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound, to ensure that their work leads to real results. These goals have helped provide clarity and accountability so we can assess whether agencies are making progress on their core missions or need to adjust course. The first agency on the agenda, the Rental Housing Commission, has to issue clear and detailed rulemakings anytime we make changes to the various landlord-tenant laws in the Rental Housing Act, and they resolve rental housing cases on appeal from the Office of Administrative Hearings. RHC's SMART goals center on reducing processing timelines, advancing professional development, and improving public communication. The Housing Production Trust Fund funds affordable housing construction and preservation projects. However, a slowdown in building permits across the district has me very concerned that affordable housing production is not keeping pace with demand. With fewer projects moving forward and reduced HPTF funding, fewer homes will be available for all residents, including families, seniors, and residents with limited incomes. Each stalled project makes rents higher and pushes more people to the point of displacement or out of our city, while DHCD committed to closing all projects in the current pipeline last year, the slowdown still raises concerns about future housing availability. DHCD has set SMART goals to produce and preserve affordable housing and stabilize neighborhoods. These goals establish clear expectations for moving projects forward, protecting existing housing, and strengthening communities. Despite these efforts, residents and legal service providers frequently report delays and communication challenges that keep them from taking full advantage of DHCD's programs. Many first-time homebuyers have struggled to understand HPAP's shift to a lottery system, leaving them uncertain about their eligibility and next steps right when they need clarity about their home purchase resources. Homeowner Assistance Fund recipients going through foreclosure cases still do not know when or if they will receive funds. These communication gaps create unnecessary stress for residents who rely on these programs. Chairman Mendelson also recently highlighted a contract between DHCD and a housing nonprofit that took longer than it should have to finalize, undermining housing development for returning citizens. We will discuss what caused these delays and how to prevent similar challenges in the future. At the same time, DHCD has opportunities to improve. The agency recently launched the Housing Resource Center, which could help residents connect with support they need. To make real progress, DHCD must communicate more clearly, simplify its processes, and give residents confidence that these programs will work when they need them. The DC Housing Finance Agency plays a crucial role in financing affordable housing projects in the district. The agency has issued billions of dollars worth of mortgage revenue bonds, financed thousands of multifamily rentals, and operated multiple programs that assist homeowners with expenses like down payment and closing costs. One of those programs is Remit, which helps seniors pay their mortgage insurance premiums, property taxes, condominium fees, or homeowner association fees. Remit originally operated as a pilot program and helped 31 residents remain in their homes. My team worked to make Remit permanent, and hundreds of thousands of dollars will now be available for more seniors at risk of losing their home. DCHFA's SMART goals are future-focused and involve strategic planning, mentorship opportunities for developers, and financing construction projects. The Department of Housing and Community Development works closely with DCHFA to make homeownership and rental housing more affordable. DHCD administers key programs like the Housing Production Trust Fund and the Home Purchase Assistance Program, while DCHFA provides financing for these efforts. They are separate entities with separate mandates and governance structures. DHCD answers to the mayor via the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, while DCHFA is an independent instrumentality that answers to its own board of directors. However, coordination between them is critical to keep some of our housing programs effective and accessible. Today is about evaluating all of these agencies and holding them accountable. The council's work is not just about passing policies, and our oversight is not limited to this time of year. Today is an important moment to keep policies and oversight aligned and creating real change in people's lives. Before we start hearing testimony, I want to lay out the ground rules for our public witnesses. Everyone should have received a copy of the witness list yesterday. I'll call people on the witness list in panels of 10. That's due to the fact that we have over 100 public witnesses who want to testify, and I want to make sure we can get to everyone today. When I call you, staff will promote you from witnesses from Zoom attendee to Zoom panelists so that you can testify. When you're promoted, you'll drop out of the hearing momentarily and come back in as a panelist, after which time you'll be able to unmute. People, obviously, some of our witnesses are in person, such as the case with hybrid hearings like this one. Public witnesses have 4 minutes to testify. Advisory neighborhood commissioners testifying in that capacity will have 5 minutes. After that, we'll hear from our government witnesses who have 10 minutes to testify. As a final note, if you see me or my staff looking down during testimonies, it is almost certainly because we are typing notes or they are administering the hearings. So as to not rely on my memory, I take a lot of notes when people are testifying, and I just want you to know I'm not playing around on Instagram, but I am listening closely and attentively to your testimonies. So I'll now call up our first panel of public witnesses, and I'll ask that you bear with us as we put the panels together again with hybrid hearings. Sometimes people sign up and they're not here. Sometimes they're not here on time. Sometimes people don't sign up and then they show up. Those folks will generally go last, but we're going to try to compile panels of 10. So we will... A lot of folks on Zoom are not there yet, so I'm going to read names until we get to 10. If you are on Zoom, please accept promotion when we call your name. Farrah Fosse, Community Development Director for Empower DC. Johanna Schmidt, Senior Staff Attorney with Legal Aid DC. Simon Wentzell, Staff Attorney with Legal Aid DC. Dean Hunter, and if you're here in person, I call your name, please come to the witness table. Dean Hunter with the Small Multifamily Owners. Bria Hajj, Director of Small Business Development with the Latino Economic Development Center. Deborah Cuevas Hill, Managing Attorney with the Legal Counsel for the Elderly. Lula Barnes, Public Witness. Kristen Ewing. Okay, Kristen, I'll make sure you will be on the next panel since you're in person. Amelia Kalma. Okay, you'll be on the next panel. Excellent. Director of Policy and Research for DC Policy Center. Alex Baca. Deirdre Brown, Vice Board Chair with the Northwest Opportunity Partners CDC. Vic Gaves. Okay, excellent. Welcome. All right, then you'll be on the next panel. Karen, Karen Casten with the Wardman Hotel Strategy Team. All right. Who's here? All right. Farrah Fosse with Empower DC. You are up first. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson White and members of the committee. My name is Farrah Fosse. I'm a Ward 4 resident and Community Development Director at Empower DC, a citywide organization advancing racial, economic, and environmental justice. I have over a decade of experience working with tenant associations exercising their rights under the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act, and have had the privilege of working with the coalition on the council-funded TOPA research study, Sustaining Affordability. DC is currently facing numerous intersecting housing challenges, and unfortunately this year the trust fund was necessarily allocated to shore up affordable housing. As Director Green will say, this is unsustainable. We need to return to both preserving and producing deeply affordable housing. But paradoxically, DHCD is advocating for the Rental Act, which will speed up evictions, erode the rights of vulnerable tenants, and gut tenant purchase, including for low-income residents in subsidized housing. These challenges would lead to increased displacement and loss of affordable housing. There are fixes that DHCD can take without legislation to improve TOPA outcomes. Review TOPA registrations to minimize fraud. Review offers of sale to ensure arm's length deals based on the current status of the housing. So a property under rent control should assume stabilized rents. Ensure that CBOs have offer of sale data within 5 days of registration and that this information is not publicly available. These are all practices DHCD previously carried out. There's an increasing issue of TOPA abuse whereby bad actors pressure tenants to sign away their rights. This is especially true in Wards 7 and 8, smaller buildings, and properties where tenants already want to move because of poor conditions. I encourage the council to pass legislation to limit this misuse. DHCD should require tenant association registration before an assignment of rights, record assignment of rights, ensure that third parties who meet with tenants disclose conflicts of interest, and ensure that tenant associations meet with a DHCD-funded housing counseling agency before assigning their rights. DC's housing development and rental market do not rise and fall because of tenant purchase or rent control. TOPA has been the law since 1980 and rent control since 85. During that time, the housing market has had highs and lows, generally in line with those of similar cities. Many developers and landlords have learned to use TOPA successfully to meet their and residents' goals. The TOPA study found at least 70 property owners who received assignment of rights through TOPA. To further an inclusive, diverse, and racially just city, I encourage you to invest in TOPA. Continue to robustly fund tenant organizing and education. Ensure that DHCD's funding priorities make better use of TOPA. Reinstate the first right purchase program loans to focus on small properties. Adjust scoring criteria in the qualified allocation plan to effectively support and incentivize preservation, and ensure that funding timing and allocation is more predictable. The deputy mayor stated that TOPA reform was needed because TOPA delays sales by 15 months. This is incorrect. In reviewing all sales of occupied multifamily properties between 2006 and 2020, the study found that TOPA sales took an average of 5.3 months longer to get to close than sales where tenants did not register TOPA. The Rental Act strips TOPA rights from subsidized housing with covenants of 5 or more years, removing a key provision, a key preservation tool in housing specifically for low-income residents. We know that not one unit of subsidized housing was lost through TOPA. TOPA has been used to preserve affordable housing, ensure purchase by mission-oriented developers, and often add affordability or through increased periods and units. I want to note that tenants don't participate in TOPA frivolously. If there's not a reason to organize, tenants won't organize in TOPA. But many new and market rate buildings, which the Rental Act would exclude from TOPA, do often include affordable housing. We're all familiar with properties where there's a vicious cycle of poor conditions and non-payment of rent. In non-subsidized housing, TOPA is the only mechanism for renovations. Tenants negotiate quality of life, repairs, and ensure long-term affordability. When tenants have the option to preserve affordable housing and improve conditions, that's what they choose. We need to get back to a place where DC can create and support these positive options. That's how we'll improve our housing, prevent displacement, and fix uncertainties. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Quick note. I hate cutting people off when the timer goes off, but especially when we have over 100 public witnesses and everyone wants to testify, I will be strict on the time. I really like engaging witnesses with a lot of questions, but sometimes I'll ask an hour of questions on the first panel and then realize that I'm setting people at the backup to not be able to testify or to testify at like 10, 11 p.m. So I'm not going to ask a lot of questions. That doesn't mean that I didn't appreciate and receive your testimony. And final administrative note, Nancy MacWood, I think you are on virtually, so you will be the last person on this first panel. So with that, let me go to our second public witness, who is, do we know who? Johanna Schmidt, Senior Staff Attorney with Legal Aid DC. You hit that button, right? Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman White, members of the committee. My name is Johanna Schmidt, and I'm the Senior Staff Attorney in the Consumer Law Unit at Legal Aid DC. I'm here today to focus on DHCD's role in administering the DC Homeowner Assistance Fund. My testimony will focus on 3 points. First, the need to expeditiously spend half funding. Second, the need to notify homeowners quickly if they will receive those funds. And third, the need to obtain data on how many homeowners are potentially going to be stranded by the program and not receive those funds and what would need to be done to make them whole. Before I begin, I want to stress that HAF has remained an incredible lifeline for homeowners in DC. Legal Aid simply urges the program to move swiftly to continue to best serve our community. DHCD must use all of these funds as quickly as possible. DC received $50 million from the federal government for our HAF program, funds that were designed to help struggling homeowners catch up on their mortgages and other housing-related payments in the wake of the pandemic. This past June, HAF closed its doors to new applicants and placed every other applicant on a wait list, citing limited funds. Since then, DHCD has continued to stress that little funds remain. However, in its written oversight responses, DHCD informed the council that it had spent or allocated $40.1 million of the program's allocated federal grant, meaning that $9.8 million are unaccounted for of the program's fund. Those unaccounted funds, or whatever remains, must be spent quickly for homeowners, many of whom have been waiting for HAF funds for almost 3 years since they first applied in 2022. Quick payments are imperative to ensure that as many homeowners are helped by HAF as possible. And given that fresh promise that the program promises, each month that HAF does not pay a mortgage, the more it grows, the harder it is for a homeowner to bring their loan current, and the more that homeowner stresses. There is so much good that can be done with that funding and so many lives that can be positively changed. Funds just simply must be sent swiftly to ensure that as many homeowners as possible receive HAF. Second, DHCD needs to provide timely updates to homeowners about if they will receive funds or not. Unfortunately, many homeowners have been stuck in uncertainty about if they will receive HAF since this summer when they were placed on the wait list. That's because DHCD emailed all homeowners at that time to tell them that there were limited funds and encouraged them to find relief elsewhere. Since then, HAF has sent mixed messages, signaling to some homeowners that it is on the precipice of paying their mortgages and providing relief, although Few have seen that actually come through. Others have not heard from HAF and languish on the wait list. Worse still, others have had their applications denied and have not received any communications from the administration directly. These flip-flopping and non-existent messages have caused distress and frustration for homeowners waiting on this funding. They deserve to know if HAF will be paying for them or if it won't. And Legal Aid encourages the council to ensure that homeowners get those updates in a timely manner. Finally, we encourage the council to determine how many homeowners will be stranded and not receive the funding. As I previously mentioned, HAF has maintained to homeowners since the creation of the waitlist that it is low on funds, and now publishes even on its website that no more funds will be provided to homeowners. If that is true, Legal Aid urges the council to determine exactly how many homeowners will not receive that funding and how much money would be needed to bring all of them current. The district should make good on its promises to those homeowners who have been waiting and relying on HAF funds to save their homes. All of them deserve the fresh start of the program. As I close, I want to reiterate that HAF has been life-changing for Legal Aid clients who've received the funding. They have cried and jumped for joy, relieved that they can keep their homes. HAF has done so much good. We are simply asking that it continue that life-changing work quickly for the remaining homeowners who rely on it. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Simon Wentzell, staff attorney with Legal Aid DC.
Good morning, Councilmember White and staff. My name is Simon Wentzell. I live in Ward 1, and I'm a staff attorney in the Housing Law Unit at Legal Aid DC. Our housing practice works to preserve stable, affordable housing for DC tenants. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this hearing. My testimony will focus on one familiar and one long-awaited tool which empower DC tenants, TOPA and the Rent Registry database. As you will hear today directly from tenants, TOPA is a powerful tool to preserve affordable housing in DC. TOPA's effectiveness is limited, however, when landlords break the law by selling properties without honoring tenants' TOPA rights. Look at Minnesota Commons in Ward 7. In March of last year, an LLC connected to Sam Resjulian illegally bought Minnesota Commons without notifying tenants of their TOPA rights. Legal Aid filed a civil suit to undo this illegal sale. Now, the owner is trying to circumvent TOPA by declaring bankruptcy, one of the many loopholes that are used to avoid honoring tenants' TOPA rights. Legal Aid has seen a troubling trend of more and more properties owned by single asset corporations declaring bankruptcy for seemingly the sole purpose of depriving tenants of their TOPA rights. Marbury Plaza is another example of this trend. In August of 2023, Marbury Plaza's owner declared bankruptcy with their sole asset being the property. Marbury Plaza was then put up for sale through the bankruptcy process. Through those bankruptcy proceedings, Legal Aid and Arnold & Porter were able to negotiate a settlement that provided financial compensation for tenants who suffered from atrocious living conditions for years. Meanwhile, the DC Office of Attorney General secured a commitment from the new ownership to make badly needed repairs. However, the tenants had no say in who would buy their home or what happened to them once new ownership took over. Legal Aid and OAG cannot be everywhere. TOPA provides tenants with leverage through which they can advocate for their individualized needs and negotiate positive outcomes. This leverage instantly evaporates when a landlord declares bankruptcy, depriving tenants of the opportunity to decide what happens to their homes. Next, I want to address the exciting announcement that the Rent Registry database is finally set to go public on June 1. Within 90 days of the database going live, all housing providers must file new registration statement through the housing provider portal. That information will be accessible to the public and allow anyone to search for rental properties along a number of parameters. Tenants will be able to look up a variety of information about the property, such as if it is subject to rent control, contact information for the landlord, or whether there are outstanding housing code violations, amongst many other items. This will not only allow tenants to find safe, affordable housing, but also make it easier for them to hold irresponsible landlords to account. However, this tool will only work if it is widely known and is actually usable by everyone in the district. We look to the council to ensure that Rent Registry lives up to its promise. It is crucial that the council continues to empower tenants. TOPA needs to be strengthened to prevent landlords from depriving tenants of their rights, and Rent Registry needs to be accessible and not a database for its own sake. We look forward to working with you to continue to empower tenants. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dean Hunter with the small multifamily owners. Lose him. All right, I saw Dean. Dean, my guess is that you fell off and will come right back. So we'll move forward. But when I see you out, you'll be the next person. Brian Hajj, as I see you, Director of Small Business Development with the Latino Economic Development Center. Oh, Bria. So sorry, Bria. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me this morning. As he said, my name is Bria Hajj. I serve as the Director of Small Business Development at the Latino Economic Development Center. We are a community-based nonprofit and community development financial institution with over 33 years of experience serving the Greater Washington area. LEDC is dedicated to driving the economic growth in our region by equipping individuals with the skills and resources to achieve financial prosperity through home ownership and building thriving businesses. LEDC has been at the forefront of supporting DC small businesses and entrepreneurs as they navigate the challenges of starting and growing their ventures through the help of DHCD's SBTA funding. With decades of experience working with early to mid-stage entrepreneurs, we understand the ups and downs of running a business. In our small business department, my department alone, we serve over 3,000 entrepreneurs and small business owners annually through one-on-one coaching, cohort series to build community, and workshops. And in DC, our small business development footprint expands to over 2,500 entrepreneurs, all in different stages of their beautiful journeys. Our programs are entirely free, and they prioritize continuous technical assistance and one-on-one coaching, providing support through the entire entrepreneurial journey, from initial setup to ongoing business operations or working with established businesses on expansion. Right now, many of our clients are grappling with unforeseen challenges, from market shifts to policy changes that are directly affecting their ability to serve their customers. The obstacles aren't just theoretical. They have real, immediate consequences on livelihoods and local economies. And we can't afford to downplay the struggles that they're going through or ignore the reality that businesses don't operate in isolation. Addressing these challenges head on is essential to ensuring their resilience and long-term success. While our clients are being forced to change the way they operate, we must be able to pivot with them. The impact of federal budget freezes and funding cuts, it's not abstract. It trickles down to the smallest businesses, from those printing promotional materials to independent consultants who are suddenly finding their contracts terminated with no warning. One of the biggest hurdles our clients face is rebranding and repositioning themselves in an evolving marketplace. Many small businesses are built on personal relationships and trust within their communities, but when these communities are impacted by external pressures, businesses have to rethink their strategies. These transitions are particularly difficult for early stage entrepreneurs who lack the capital and expertise to execute a full rebrand on their own. And without the right support, they risk being left behind in an economy that continues to shift beneath them. The demand for entrepreneurial support is growing, and we see this reflected in research, such as the recent JP Morgan Chase report on what they call necessity entrepreneurs. This report highlights how economic cycles shape entrepreneur ventures and their success, demonstrating the increasing need for targeted assistance in times like these of uncertainty. With more individuals turning to entrepreneurship as a means of economic stability, organizations like LEDC play a crucial role in providing the structure and support necessary for these businesses to flourish. That's why funding like the SBTA awards from DHCD are essential for our communities. They allow us to meet entrepreneurs at their moments of greatest need, providing them with the specialized technical assistance required to navigate the challenges and sustain their businesses. Organizations like LEDC are not just service providers. We're economic development catalysts, ensuring that small businesses, particularly those in our communities, have the tools they need to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dean Hunter, the small multifamily owners.
Good morning. My name is Dean Hunter. I'm the CEO of the Small Multifamily and Rental Owners Association, a trade group representing the interests of small landlords and rental property owners in the District of Columbia. want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today, council member, at this oversight hearing on the Department of Housing, Community Development, and others. I just want to make for the record, as we always have to make for the record, particularly when hearing the testimony of many of the advocate community, who exactly are the members of our rental housing community. Small landlords play an oversized role in our rental housing community, perhaps as much as 50% of the rental housing provided by small landlords. About 1/3 of the rental housing is provided by people who rent out a house or condo. And then of our apartment buildings in the city, about half of them are 20 units or less. These are individuals, these are small businesses, these are our small landlords. They provide the majority of our naturally occurring affordable housing. It's our largest supply of affordable housing, but it's also our most at-risk supply of housing. Why is it the most at-risk supply of housing? Because of many of the overburdensome, experimental, extreme laws that exist in the District of Columbia and were passed by this body, and one of them is TOPA. I look forward to the introduction of the Rental Act so we can clear up a lot of this misconception about what is going on with TOPA. The DC rental housing industry is in a state of crisis right now. It is in a state of crisis, right? 45,000 affordable units that are backed by district loans are at risk of foreclosure. There are tens of thousands more that don't have district-backed loans who are at risk of foreclosure. We sent out a survey and we found that over 100 people replied. 25% of them said they did not think they could make their mortgage this year. Tens of thousands of affordable units, condos, houses have already been lost from providers who have left the market because of these unfair and anti-landlord laws. We know that the district has diverted $100 million from future construction, but still people don't see the need for drastic change. We are in a state of emergency, and this will not fix itself. We think 5 things need to be done in order to save our affordable housing system. 1, we need a moratorium on the passage of any and all new laws that would adversely impact housing providers. Secondly, we must reform our landlord and tenant laws to restore balance and give providers due access to the courts. Third, we must get rid of barriers and disincentives to investment in DC. And yes, TOPA is one of them. We must reform rent control, another disincentive. 4, we must create incentives to attract investments. We need tax breaks and programs that facilitate small multifamily preservation and development. And we need support for small housing providers. Tens of millions of dollars are provided to tenants from multiple agencies, with little or no support is provided to landlords. And 5th, we must find resources to provide financial assistance in the form of grants to our nonprofit and small providers who've been harmed by the district policies. If we can find $300 million for monumental sports and hundreds of millions to renovate RFK, we can find money to support our housing providers. Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you very much, Dean Hunter. Deborah Cuevas Hill, are you with? Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Deborah Cuevas Hill, and I'm the manager of the Consumer Advocacy and Homeownership Preservation Practice at Legal Counsel for the Elderly. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'm here to speak about DC's Homeowner Assistance Fund, or HAF. DHCD implemented the program in June of 2022 and has since been distributing the $50 million it received from the American Recovery Act. HAF was designed to help district homeowners impacted by COVID-19 who fell behind in their bills and faced foreclosure. HAF has played a vital role in preserving homeownership for lower-income DC residents, particularly Black and Brown residents disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. As part of my testimony today, I want to make sure the committee understands the remarkable impact we have seen from this program, with over 50 clients receiving payments to give them a fresh start on their mortgage, property tax, or condominium payments following the pandemic. The HAF program has been a lifeline for so many, but unfortunately, applicant experiences have not been consistent, even among our own clients. We want to especially draw the council's attention to a set of homeowners who were approved under the program as far back as 2022 and are still awaiting payment. LCE has several clients who were approved for HAF and still have not received payment. DHCD's responses to questions posed by the committee in preparation for today's hearing reflect the program's difficulty in tracking and clearing payments. The response indicates that the average time for application to submission to payment is 330 days. The majority of our clients experience these egregious delays through the program. You will hear from our clients shortly who will tell you that she applied in September 30th, 2022, and half sent payment to her mortgage in January of 2025. These inexplicable delays cause stress and anxiety and also resulted in program waste as attorney's fees, court costs, and other fees accumulated. These additional costs were paid by program funds and could have been used to help more homeowners. We know that the HALF program closed its portal abruptly on June 30th, 2024. LCE, along with our colleagues at Legal Aid, have been advocating for fair treatment for homeowners with pending applications since this closure and have inquired frequently about our clients' pending applications. The sudden closure of the program impacted nearly 50 LCE clients. About half of these were approved for assistance, but then faced uncertainty as to whether the assistance will actually be paid. LCE will more fully describe our experience with the program in our written testimony. In closing, I want to flag 2 requests from this committee. First, we ask that the council ensure that the little funds that remain in the program are used efficiently and ask questions of the agency today to ensure transparency and that the approved applications are actually paid. DHCD states that HALF approved 1,622 applicants. Of these approvals, how many still need to be paid? How many dollars are needed to pay? DHCD states that the amount spent or allocated thus far is approximately $40.1 million. This district was given $50 million. How does the agency intend to pay out the remaining limited funds, and when will homeowners with applications in the portal receive final determination of the status of their application? In other words, when will HALF inform them if their approval is going to be paid? And lastly, looking to the future, I urge the committee to begin planning for a locally funded program to continue to provide foreclosure prevention support as interest rates continue to be the highest they've been in more than a decade. We know that historically and today, Black and Brown district residents encounter multiple ongoing inequities and continue to face an unconscionable wealth and resource gap. We hope to work with this committee and DHCD to make this goal a reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lula Barnes.
Good morning, Council White and the Housing Committee. My name
Would
is.
you move
Lula
your microphone a little closer? I want to make sure we hear all of
Okay.
your testimony. Thank you so much.
My name is Lula Barnes and I live in Ward 4. I would like to speak on behalf of one of those who was waylaid in getting the payment for my home and everything. It's hard for us to ask for help, us seniors, because we're laying out our soul before strangers. We want people to understand we're not here just to be here. We're here because we are in need of help. We would like for people to know what the impact was for me. When I found out that my back was up against the wall and I had nowhere to turn, someone told me about the council. And I went to them and I spoke to them and I told them my story. My story was that I had lost a paycheck because my husband had passed. And when he passed, that meant there was only one check coming into my home to meet my needs. And I found out that my needs were not enough to cover everything that I needed to cover. The impact is such a stress on one because you never know where you're going to lay your head. You never know when someone's going to knock on your door and tell you you have to get out. You never know whether or not you're going to even have enough money to buy food with because you're stressing it to all 4 corners to save your home, to save a place where you can say, I can call this home. Not wanting to depend on my children, not wanting to depend on neighbors, not even wanting to depend on food, but depending on the good Lord to open a door. And this is what HALF did to me. They opened the door, they made it possible. It says, the notes that I have here, it said, I applied for help in September 2022, and was not paid until 2025. That's a long time for someone to wait. Around 845 days I waited to get help, or 2 years and 3 months, or 27 months. That's a terrible long time for a senior to have to wait to know whether or not they're going to have a roof over their head. And I'm sure I'm not the only one that's sitting and waiting for someone to say, we can pay your mortgage. The thing is, we need something to be done, and we need it to be done right away. In that year's time, we should know whether or not there is enough funds to cover our situation and not receive a letter in the mail saying there is no money. Councilman White, I appeal to you and your committee, make it possible for all seniors not to have to wait 2 years before they know whether or not they're going to have a roof over their head. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you very much for being with us. And I will have a couple follow-up questions. Kristen Ewing. Oh, yep, I circled you. Okay, if you're in the next panel, my apologies. Deirdre Brown with the Northwest Opportunity Partners.
All righty. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Deirdre Brown. I'm a Ward 3 resident, small business owner, and housing advocate. I'm testifying today in my capacity as the Vice Board Chair of the Northwest Opportunity Partners, CDC. Our mission is to expand affordable housing and economic opportunities in Rock Creek West. I'm here to express deep concerns about the Department of Housing and Community Development's administration of the inclusionary zoning program as documented in the DC Auditor's Report. The report looked at the IZ program for rental housing units. The failures of DHCD directly impact the availability of affordable housing in the district at a time when demand has never been higher. This is especially true in Ward 3, where IZ is the only source of new affordable housing production. Currently, more than 18,000 residents are competing for fewer than 2,000 IZ rental units. Yet, DHCD's mismanagement leaves many units sitting vacant. In some cases, it has taken more than a year to fill available units, despite the program's stated goal of a 102-day placement process. This delay is unacceptable and leaves thousands of eligible residents without housing. Furthermore, DHCD has failed to enforce annual income recertifications, allowing ineligible tenants to stay in IZ units where qualified applicants remain on wait lists. Additionally, private property managers have been allowed to bypass the DHCD lottery system by creating their own household selection plans, which introduces inconsistencies and unfairness in the tenant selection process. DHCD's failure to enforce reporting requirements means the agency cannot even determine how many IZ units remain vacant. This mirrors DHCD's long-standing failure to properly administer the Housing Production Trust Fund, despite repeated calls from the council and the public for stronger oversight. The question must be asked, is it time to restructure DHCD as was done with DCRA to ensure accountability? The consequences of these failures are dire. Without strong oversight, developers who benefit from increased building density through IZ are not held accountable for ensuring units go to those who need them the most. This erodes public trust in the program and worsens the affordable housing crisis. We have 6 recommendations to the council. 1, lock in IZ unit availability earlier. 2, standardize training for property managers. 3, eliminate private household selection plans. 4, enforce reporting requirements. 5, expedite unit placements. And C, assess the housing counseling services. While DHCD has committed to implementing many of the auditor's recommendations, including stronger compliance checks, standardized enforcement procedures, and improved data tracking, the agency's past performance raises concerns about whether these commitments will be effectively executed. The council must ensure DHCD follows through with these changes and enforces program requirements to prevent continued failures. Without decisive action, the IZ program will continue to fail those who need it the most. So we're urging the council to hold DHCD accountable and ensure these programs serve its intended purposes. Thank you for your time. Have a great day.
Thank you so much for being with us today. Karen Casten with the Wardman Hotel Strategy Team. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you for hearing my testimony. I'm Karen Casten in Ward 3. I represent the Wardman Hotel Strategy Team, which is focused on affordable and mixed income housing in high opportunity areas. I want to say first how dismayed I was that the Housing Committee said nothing in public to DC residents in September when the mayor transferred the $80 million Housing Production Trust Fund budget away from new affordable housing to deeply affordable housing projects with severe rent delinquencies. I favor the city protecting its investments in these deeply affordable housing projects. But I was looking for comments pointing to a future when the Housing Production Trust Fund would resume its mandated purpose, which is to support the building of new affordable housing. So far, I have not heard of that future restoration of the mandated purpose of the Housing Production Trust Fund. On February 12th, the mayor announced the Rebalancing Expectation for Neighbors, Tenants, and Landlords Act. I did not hear anything in that would prevent, in a serious way, rent delinquencies from continuing every year. Mainly, I've heard statements from the city and from the mayor's office urging for-profit developers to come back to the city. The city is open to you, but what is the plan to help affordable housing developers return to the city? As a recent report by Kathy Patterson, the DC auditor, pointed out, and as Ms. Patterson testifies today and others have testified, even the plan of using IZ to help with the affordability of DC rental units isn't working. I just don't see DC national leadership in affordable housing, which is what the mayor stated on February 12th when she presented the Rental Act. Again, more and better planning with bold leadership, I hope by the Council's Housing Committee, is needed to fill the planning void. The CFO has forecast a $1 billion deficit in DC over the next 3 years. I'd like to urge the Housing Committee and the Council as a whole to resist the idea of building a new stadium at the RFK site as a solution to the revenue problem. According to a recent Axios article, the RFK site isn't even large enough to provide for the parking for the size of the crowds that Commanders games bring to them, not to mention lacking enough acreage to build housing and retail at the site. Building another stadium is not a good idea, also because stadiums are actually in use for very little time every year. Instead, people live, work, and shop at a site like the RFK Stadium site if it were used for people to live there. I'd like to urge the Housing Committee to pass the Green New Deal bill as one way to make housing genuinely affordable in DC. That truly would make DC a national affordable housing model. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vic Goncalves, are you with us? Oh, next. I'm sorry about that. Yep. Nancy MacWood will be the final witness on this panel.
Good morning. I'm Nancy MacWood, testifying for the Committee of 100 on the Federal City. Our focus today is on the DC Auditor's report on the exclusionary zoning program. The number of IZ units in private developments will continue to increase as more market rate housing is produced. However, based on the auditor's report, the IZ program is suffering from gross DHCD mismanagement and inadequate staffing. We want to urge 4 steps to improve the potential of the IZ program. 1, DHCD should lock in IZ unit information, including number of bedrooms, with the issuance of building permits to trigger the notice of availability process. The 102-day goal from the notice of availability to lease start date must be achieved. DHCD should clearly outline the interim steps to determine where it can streamline and where better information upfront could relieve repeating steps later in the process. 2, the certificate of occupancy alert should be 90 days, not 60 to 90 days, to give DHCD predictable and adequate time to administer the lottery. The certificate of occupancy should be partly dependent on having IZ tenants selected. 3, DHCD should terminate the household selection plans, and council should rescind the legislative authority to permit them. According to the auditor's report, DHCD is not monitoring them, even though they are rarely compliant with the program rules. Private development owners have already achieved all the benefits they are due from an IZ development when the selection process begins. They have no incentive to help DHCD administer the IZ program, and the council has no oversight of a development owner's handling of a lottery or ongoing leasing practices. When DHCD is struggling to implement the basic program efficiently, it is unwise to ask them to oversee and monitor a duplicate program with a development owner. This dilutes scarce staff resources and distracts DHCD from their mission to implement the IZ program. It is DHCD that is accountable, and it should regain control over the process. 4, DHCD must enforce reporting requirements and impose penalties for late or incomplete reporting from IZ development owners. DHCD is authorized to seek revocation of the certificate of occupancy for market rate units in an IZ development for reporting violations. Imposing this penalty would get the attention of development owners who are benefiting from the use of bonus densities and reestablish a culture of compliance with IZ rules. But it is DHCD or Housing Counseling Services that should monitor tenants' income eligibility rather than expecting property owners to supply this information. It is the IZ tenant who initially provided income information for eligibility, and recertification of income should continue to be the tenant's responsibility, working directly with DHCD or Housing Counseling Services. Information supplied in the annual report of the property owner should include data on sex, race, age, and family composition of the IZ household, so that the council and the public can better understand who benefits from the IZ program. This information should be reported in the DHCD annual IZ report. DHCD's failure to run efficiently the IZ program has real consequences for residents who cannot afford current DC rental housing. It is inconceivable that a program designed to address the #1 issue in the city is being mismanaged. The council must ensure that the program meets its potential to house residents who are stuck without housing subsidies and unable to afford current DC housing costs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to this entire panel of witnesses. As I mentioned, I'm not going to ask a lot of questions because I want to be sensitive to the folks who are 100 and 105 on the witness list. But just a couple clarifying questions. Deborah Cuevas Hill, you and Johanna Schmidt mentioned something, and I guess either of you can answer it. You said, and both of you indicated that people were approved for the half program and didn't receive payment. When you say approved, what do you mean?
I mean, they received a letter via email from the agency congratulating them and letting them know they've been approved for program funds.
Okay. And I will I will be asking a series of questions very similar to the ones that you suggested in your testimonies to the agency. So we will get clarity, including that balance that you spoke to, where that is and what the status. What I've been clear to the agency about the communication issue with this program and some other programs. Even when funds run out, that you still have got to communicate clearly with people, and we're missing that mark on a number of DHCD programs. So I appreciate your testimonies, and Ms. Barnes, thank you for being with us for your testimony. It is incredibly helpful for us, for the council and for the agency to hear the real experiences of people who utilize the program. First and foremost, I'm so sorry about the passing of your husband. Can't imagine with all the changes and trying to figure out financially how to make all these things work, as you testified to very clearly. Can't imagine trying to navigate all that, figure it all out, and then feeling like you're in limbo for over 2 years as you try to figure out what's happening with this funding for where you lay your head. So we will make sure this program is working better in the future, as you said, requested, reducing that timeline, but also just being more clear with people.
Yes, because it does help, Council White, when we know what's going on, and to take that long, almost 3 years, and I'm just finally receiving the benefit from this program in January of this year. That's a long time for us seniors to wait and not know what's going to take place, where we're going to lay our head, or if we're going to be able to keep our home. And the word pride always sticks out with us seniors, because we do take pride in having property. We do take pride in caring for our loved ones and everything, and not knowing how it's going to proceed later on in life. If something does happen, no one plans death. No one.
Yeah.
And when it happens, it knocks the breath out of you. You're stumbling. You're trying to figure out, how do I make ends meet when I was living at a comfortable stage when my husband was alive? And to have that resource not being there anymore, and not knowing who, only through the wind that you get notice of the program that is there for your benefit.
Yes. Can you help me understand? So from 2022 when you applied to 2025 when you got the funding, what was happening in that time? About like how long did it take you to hear back regarding approval? Just
Okay, the first letter I received was that I had been congratulated because I had been approved for the program. The first letter I received was in 2023 stating there was no funds, we're not able to help you. Then I went back to the legal counsel and we talked. And the best information they gave me was just to be still. And that is my comforting word, be still. And I pray a lot. And I ask God, what must I do? And he too said, be still. And that's where I left it at. I said, God, you created these programs for people to help one another and everything, and for the funds not to be there, and no one is able to explain where the funds went to. Because if that was the case, Council White, you wouldn't have so many people dependent on these if their needs were being met. If the needs are not being met, how can you expect somebody to be not stressed out, not have mental issues because they're afraid of losing their home?
Yes.
They don't want to depend on their children. I know I don't. They have their own life to live.
Absolutely. Well, that's very helpful for us. I appreciate it. And we will get to the bottom of this
I would appreciate
with the
it.
agency today and going forward.
All right, thank you.
Dean Hunter, quick question. And I'm gonna cut you off, sir, if it gets too long. But Dean Hunter and I have a good relationship, which is why I can say that. One of your recommendations, you mentioned this before, I want to sort of draw it out a little bit. One of your recommendations was that we find resources for financial assistance for landlords that are harmed by DC policies. What policies are you thinking when you make that recommendation?
Reality of the matter is that we are in this financial crisis because of, in large part, because of the eviction laws and the overly broad tenant protections that were put in place during the pandemic. So I'm specifically speaking to the pandemic protections that we yelled and screamed that were going to ruin the rental housing industry. Even with the ERAP reform that is in place right now, there's very, very little movement on rents. Delinquencies are still alarmingly high, as much as 30%. And you've seen the testimony from Director Donald from DC, the DC Housing Finance Agency. And I submit that if that's the situation with the district-backed loans, you can double it with non-district backed loans. You know it. You know the situation. You know it's market rate. You know it's small landlords. You know it's district backed loans. People are going into foreclosure, and I assure you, they're not going into foreclosure just to avoid TOPA. You know, they're not ruining their businesses just to avoid TOPA. So I submit that, you know, we need to find a way to provide some resources to landlords, maybe forgive. There's a plan that we've been talking about where we forgive some of the rent. We like a third of the rent that's due. We give the landlord a third of the money, and the tenant comes up with the other third if they can. Some kind of combination like that, I think, would really provide a lot of help for people who are struggling.
I appreciate that that elaboration. That is helpful. So let me say, as I wrap up this panel, Farrah, Fosse, and Simon Wentzell, your points about TOPA, I appreciate those with the mayor's bill and so much happening around housing and legislation that we will put forward. There are going to be a lot of conversations about TOPA, everything else under the sun. So we're going to be digging into that this year, and appreciate you sharing funds. And we have, just for clarity for folks who don't know, the mayor announced the bill. We have not yet received it, but we know TOPA is a part of it, which I think is the reason we're hearing some testimony around that. And Bria, Hajj, thank you for testifying to this important program. If you are still with us, I think you are gone. I had one quick question, but I can find out. I want to know if the SBTA program is entirely federally funded, but I can find that out from the agency. And Deirdre Brown's I mentioned, we are going to get into IZ with the agency. And we did, of course, read the auditor's report as well. Karen Casten, I appreciate your testimony around HPTF. I do understand your frustration that last year the HPTF Housing Production Trust funds went to existing housing and not new housing. I wish that wasn't necessary. I believe that it was, because we can't build affordable housing and then lose it, along with we can't do that. So but we have to, in terms of your call for us to be forward looking. I'm not going to go into a long spiel here, but we have to figure out how to open up investment in housing. We need more housing. And what I'm hearing, just to clarify one point and be responsive to one point, the concerns we're hearing from for-profit housing developers are the same concerns we're hearing from nonprofit housing developers right now. So I think when we speak to one, in a sense, at this point in time, we're speaking to all, but we will have some longer, much more depth conversations around that. And I hear your concerns around RFK as well. And then Nancy MacWood, again, on IZ, thank you for your testimony and recommendations. So we're going to move to our next panel of public witnesses. We
What
are an
about
hour.
social housing?
Thank you very much, Ms. Casten.
Councilmember White.
We will have more conversations on that in depth this year as well. We are an hour in. We finished only the first panel. So my Deputy Legislative Director, Caitlin Kachalova, is going to read off the next panel.
Hey, good morning, everyone. We'll call up Kristen Ewing. Amelia, comma, Vic Goncalves, Robert Warren, Sean Scott, Michael Cohen, I don't see Sheila Tyson. Is Sheila Tyson here? Damiana Dundee. Betty Gentle. Okay, so we'll put you on the next panel, Betty. Thank you. Andrea Rosen. And for those on the Zoom, please just give me one moment and I'll make sure to promote you to panelist. Andrea, I see you on there. And Andrew Shapiro. Also on the Zoom. Yvette Banfield. Tammy Lynn P. Okay, great. We'll put you on the next panel as well then. Thank you. Diane Johnson. Natasha Nepper cannot be here. And Jean Stewart. Okay, give me just a moment to promote those on the Zoom, please. Thank you. You can go ahead and start with it.
Kristen, Ewing, my third time calling you. Glad to have you with us. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman White and staff. My name is Kristen Ewing. I'm a resident of Ward 6 and a grateful Home Purchase Assistance Program or HPAP funding recipient. I'm thrilled to share that I was able to close on a condo in Capitol Hill at the end of last year. I want to start by thanking the council for the continued support and funding of the HPAP program. It's a wonderful program, and like many other HPAP recipients, I would not have been able to purchase a home without this assistance. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be a homeowner in a city I love and for the opportunity to put down roots in the district. While I am incredibly grateful for the funding and the hard work of the staff at DHCD and DCHFA that ultimately made my home purchase possible, I want to speak today about the process. I'm glad DHCD is thinking about sustainability, certainty, and stability of the program, especially given difficult budget years. I understand transitioning to a lottery system is a part of that, so ultimately the lottery may be a positive. However, I'm frustrated by the manner and timing of the change and lack of transparency and communication around the change and the timeline following the transition. This was an incredibly convoluted, complicated, and secretive process. I was blessed to have a wonderful team around me with vast experience with HPAP, and we still found the process challenging to navigate and were often left unsure of where I was in the process and what the ultimate timing would look like. I can't imagine what this process was like for someone who had no one in their corner with this experience. These are big, life-changing decisions and involve a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of paperwork, and a lot of anxiety mixed with hope and anticipation. Throughout the process, the agencies were not respectful of applicants' financial, emotional, and time investments in the process. There was almost no communication, and the communication we did receive was conflicting and delayed. The first update for this year's application and funding came on October 25th for a program that typically opens towards the start of the fiscal year at the beginning of October. For the lottery, I'm still not sure who was ultimately entered, as the information on this was conflicting with different explanations of lottery entrants from the website, the email from DHCD, and DCHFA staff. Also, the lottery occurred on a Friday, and they announced that only people selected would receive communication, and that would likely be on Friday, but could be Monday, meaning people had to spend a whole weekend worrying and wondering. This could have been remedied by sending an email or updating the website when the lottery was complete. It took almost a month after the lottery to get financial approval of my application. I respect that the staff was working very hard and under strange circumstances given the changes, but I received no communication, updates, or timeline. Most people understand delays when there is communication and they know their status. I was under contract on my home throughout this process, so I feel incredibly lucky that my seller was understanding and flexible flexible, and I was able to withstand the delays. I'm sure others were not as lucky. When we run programs in this way, we do a disservice not only to the residents participating in the programs, but future participants and the city as a whole. It undermines trust in the programs and the government. Sellers, lenders, and agents may be less likely to work with HPAP recipients if they can't trust the program and the process. Residents won't trust the agencies or the governments, and this permeates across the government. Trust in government is vital. It fosters a sense of unity. A government that is trusted is seen as legitimate. Trust can enhance the effectiveness of policies and programs. In times of crisis, such as natural disasters or public health emergencies, trust is crucial for effective communication and mobilization. Trust can also lead to greater demands for accountability and transparency. Trust also allows the district to create successful partnerships. We run many of our programs via grants with CBOs. We need CBOs to trust the government so they will continue to partner and support programs like HPAP. With all of this in mind, I urge the council to put legislative guardrails in place for HPAP and similar programs so that agencies are required to provide timely, transparent, and consistent communication about the changes, the process, and the timelines. Residents and CBOs deserve this level of respect from their government, and the district will be better for it. I believe the DHCD HPAP website is underutilized and could be a great tool in these efforts. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Amelia Kalma, Director of Policy and Research with the DC Policy Center.
Good morning, Chairperson White and members of the committee. I am at the DC Policy Center, an independent nonpartisan think tank supporting a vibrant and competitive economy here in DC. And I'm here to speak today about the importance of increasing housing development in the city and methods to create affordable housing immediately and in all areas of the city. So right now, housing production is really needed to ensure DC's future. For decades, we've experienced growth from abundant job opportunities that have attracted residents and spurred up population increases. But now people are working remotely, commute times matter less, and the federal workforce is less stable. Because of these factors and more, the availability of housing is crucial to attract and retain new residents. And housing is more than just shelter. It's a fundamental engine of economic growth, fiscal stability, and a magnet for residents. This focus is particularly urgent given the city's stagnant revenue growth and significant drop in housing permits. To create greater housing availability and affordability, the city must make changes to the Housing Production Trust Fund and Department of Housing and Community Development to make it easier for housing to be produced and create affordability through rental covenants rather than production. Almost all rental housing in multifamily buildings in DC has some government intervention. There's about 3,000 apartment buildings with about 138,000 rental units in DC. It's about 69% of all rental housing in the city. A little over half these units are under rent control, and another 22% are affordable through housing subsidies. That's about 31,000 units created through subsidies. And then there's another like 3% of our housing that's been created via inclusionary zoning. That leaves 21% of DC's rental units that are without any government subsidy, affordability requirements, or rent restrictions. Preservation can be created through buying down these rents. And that can create affordable housing in high demand areas of the city. DC is facing significant challenges in providing affordable housing. We've relied on these capital subsidies to ensure housing affordability, but this model has become financially unsustainable as revenue growth and contributions to the Housing Production Trust Fund have slowed. According to our analysis of Housing Production Trust Fund reports, each affordable unit funded in 2022 cost over $530,000, which is greater than the cost of most market rate luxury apartments. Additionally, most of these units were concentrated in wards 7 and 8, reinforcing patterns of segregation. If we shift resources from capital subsidies to operating subsidies, the city can create affordable units in highly resourced areas of DC for a fraction of the cost of new production. If we relaxed capital affordability requirements to say 80% of AMI and shifted this money toward operating subsidies, we could also achieve deeper affordability through covenants. In 2020, we introduced this idea of inclusionary conversions that got taken up by the city under cash for covenants. And this model is more cost-effective than new construction and inclusionary zoning. For example, investing $85 million annually in this approach could deliver over 3,000 affordable units for 15 years for households earning 50% AMI. In contrast, at the current cost, the same amount would produce only 160 units per year from the Housing Production Trust Fund. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Just want to add that Bua Binia, you'll be on this panel as well. You'll be at the end of this panel. Next, Vic Gaves with Public Witness. With Mikasa. Okay, I wasn't sure. If you would turn your microphone on and perfect. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairperson White and members of the committee. I will read an abridged version of my testimony. The full text is uploaded on the hearing system. My name is Vic Gaves. I'm a project manager and advocacy specialist at Mikasa and a tenant in a rent-controlled building. Mikasa is a long-standing nonprofit dedicated to sustaining diverse neighborhoods and providing affordable housing and technical assistance to DC residents at very and extremely low incomes, the majority of whom identify as immigrants, Latino, or Black. I want to start by thanking DHCD for being responsive to the needs of affordable housing providers and cooperatives who are experiencing high levels of delinquencies in the past couple of years. Of the 69 projects awarded in the last round of the NOFA, we received support for an affordable rental project, as did 5 of the limited equity cooperatives that Mikasa provides technical assistance to. This funding is coming at a critical time and will allow us and the cooperatives to prioritize deferred maintenance, make debt payments, improve property management, and work towards permanent financing. We are grateful that the cooperatives were able to successfully participate and hope that the agency continues to support tenant purchase and ownership projects. All these projects are going to still need permanent financing to redevelop and renovate their buildings to ensure the promise of long-term, stable, affordable housing. With that being said, we urge the council to prioritize the Housing Production Trust Fund in upcoming budget negotiations. We appreciate DHCD's responsiveness and through the recent NOFA to stabilize buildings. We understand that the quick shift made it difficult to clarify some things in advance of the NOFA release, and we hope that these challenges can be addressed in future rounds of funding. Some of these include a need for greater clarity of the guidelines and application requirements, and an application portal that actually aligns with the requirements of the RFP. Most importantly, however, we need to know in advance as much as possible when the NOFA will happen and what the project eligibility guidelines are. This would help affordable housing developers and co-ops be able to plan in advance. We request that the council support the agency in providing clear and predictable notice of availability of funds, the timing of funds, and ensuring that the funds will be available for preservation. Our cooperatives who receive stabilization funding will be able to work with those who have fallen behind to create realistic payment plans, connect them to community resources, and prioritize community over displacement. We hope that these stabilization funds will make it more possible for more housing providers to work with tenants to get out of arrears and avoid evictions and displacement. While we are thankful this funding will allow us to stabilize, we believe that the crisis in affordable housing stability is a result of incomplete recovery from the pandemic, escalating costs of living for low-income people. Focusing primarily on the issue of tenants not paying rents puts the burdens of solutions on low-income people. We believe that the prices of cost of living for low-income people are going up every day, and rents increasing is not helping. Many of these families were not able to fully recover from the pandemic and are still grappling with underemployment or medical crises, while the price of gas, groceries, childcare, and rent go up. Lastly, I want to talk about TOPA very quickly. The majority of our affordable housing work is a result of TOPA. We know that TOPA's public benefits are maximized when combined with funding, policies, and practices that support its goals. We've been advocating for years for the reinstatement of the First Right to Purchase program to allow tenants to buy their buildings or choose a developer partner aligns with their priorities. We additionally need robust funding of the Housing Production Trust Fund to ensure that TOPA deals are possible for tenants to be prioritized. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Robert Warren. If you would accept promotion. Welcome.
Good afternoon, good morning, council member, members of the committee. My name is Robert Warren, lifelong DC resident and a member of the organization People Friends Coalition. I just want to really just kind of focus in because, you know, we met with you in December and gave you our policy brief far as around universal right to housing. And also we gave you a copy of our proposed budget that's concerning housing, specifically the Housing Production Trust Fund. You know, we've been advocating for the creation of a universal voucher system here in the District of Columbia to make it more affordable for, you know, low income residents, specifically those on fixed incomes. Living on fixed incomes. And I was in attendance this Saturday at the mayor's budget game as she presented it. And as usual, this was my 11th budget forum that I actually have attended. I think I have attended every budget forum that the mayor has, you know, done since she's been mayor of the District of Columbia. And, you know, a lot of us in the advocacy community, we feel like it's a dog and pony show, and what the community is actually coming with and asking the city to do as far as our tax dollars go and our revenues go are never actually really realized. Because if you review the forum every year, housing and economic development is either 2 or 3 on the list of funding, which health and education is either number one or number 2. So, but the residents of District of Columbia continuously tell the council and the mayor that we want people to be able to live here and be able to afford to live here. And so, you know, we've come up with the idea of a universal voucher system, like I said, specifically for those who are on fixed incomes in the District of Columbia. And the other piece that I would note about the mayor's forum is that she did mention the Housing Production Trust Fund and her continued belief that the New Communities Initiative is the way to go. She didn't actually have anything to say about DC public housing and those 13 public housing properties that Director Garrett actually testified were in $2.2 billion in disrepair. And I know we've had this conversation numerous times. And like I said, you have our policy brief and what has been presented. Also, I know you're probably aware that Congresswoman Maxine Waters will be visiting HUD today. And we'll be at the HUD location advocating, that, those cuts that are planned will not come into effect. And it's kind of hardening that, in this time of day, we're still having to deal with the fact that we have this public housing properties that needs to be rebuilt, the social housing fabric of the District of Columbia. And I think it should be used as a part of what we call housing reparations for long-term district residents. I've spoken to you about this once before. I think the district residents who were born and raised here, long-time residents who have been suffering under taxation without representation, deserve to be able to, live and grow in their families, third, fourth generation Washingtonians should have access to sustainable, affordable housing. So I know the conversation will go on. I did like some of the proposals in the mayor's housing policy that she's introduced. Specifically, I think raising the AMI to 50% might be a way to, bring about more affordability for district residents. I mean, I know it would hurt some residents, but I think it would at least allow for our up and coming young folks to be able to make sure they're able to access, sustainable housing. So thank you once again, Mr. White, for all the work that you do and for the community, and thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warren. Sean Scott, welcome.
Hello. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. In December 2011, I purchased my first home in Ward 5 on Capitol Avenue with the help of HPAP and MICASA. After moving in, I learned I shared a wall with a chemical plant. Living next to a chemical plant has caused my family and I many health issues, such as many nights at Children's Hospital for my kids having asthma attacks. Also health issues with me. I have lost my smelling. I can't smell. And it also caused discomfort from the horrible smell. I was never informed that the building I share a wall with was a chemical plant before I purchased my home. In 2020, I tried to move. However, I quickly learned that I couldn't sell my home over a certain value due to a 15-year covenant preventing me from selling my home over the purchase price of my house. Today I asked DHCD if they can give me some options or if they can help me move. Is there a way I can break my 15-year covenant so I can move my family and get them in a better situation and me? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So as to not sort of leave you waiting too long, Sean Scott, let us send you a contact at DHCD to give, and they'll copy me on this, an analysis of whether they have the authority to create an exemption for health and safety. I think that would be the easiest route there. So someone from my team will send you a contact, and my request to DHCD is that they let you and I know if they have the authority for a health and safety exemption here, and we can take it from there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Cohen, welcome. And it's Michael, right? We met and I can't remember now.
You nailed it.
There we go. Okay. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairperson White and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all today. My name is Michael Cohen, and I am a senior housing policy analyst at the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. DC FPI is a nonprofit organization that shapes racially just tax, budget, and policy decisions by centering Black and Brown communities. And so I want to discuss some of the narratives around the current housing crisis. So recently, a number of the district's affordable housing providers have reported that unpaid rents are threatening the financial stability of their buildings and causing an additional strain on our already taxed affordable housing ecosystem. Some lawmakers and housing providers have used this crisis to promote a narrative that the rates of delinquency and unpaid rents are due to moral failings of renters, a sort of willful non-payment of rent. And this is a really dangerous narrative that ignores copious amounts of evidence that this crisis is one of rising rents, high costs of living, and impossible choices for renters. And so some of the solutions proposed in Mayor Bowser's Rental Act, things like stricter emergency rental assistance rules, faster evictions, accompanied by no additional funding for renters, will only drive DC deeper into a housing crisis. So a couple points. Right now, households living at 50% of the area median income, so that's folks in a family of four making just under $60,000 a year. 69% of those folks are paying more than half of their income in rent. So I think what that suggests is that when folks are unable to pay rent, it's because they can't, not because they are able to and just deciding not to. Another piece of this narrative is this idea that folks aren't being evicted, and so they're just not paying rent because there's no threat of eviction. But the data really does not support that claim at all. In 2024 and in 2025, the district has been on track for a 10-year high for evictions. So evictions are happening. And so what I want to suggest is instead of these sort of harsh reductions in the rights and opportunities for renters, instead we should be investing more. So things like the Emergency Rental Assistance Program in fiscal year 2025 saw a $30 million reduction in the funds available for renters. And so I think the council should be investing more into programs that support renters who are at risk of eviction. I commend the use of the trust fund to sort of stabilize existing affordable buildings in this past funding round. I do think that additional funding should be accompanied with guarantees of forgiving some of the rental arrears that tenants are facing, so that both housing providers and the tenants in those buildings are stabilized. And finally, I just really quickly want to talk about TOPA. So in the announcement around the Rental Act, there were a number of provisions that would severely reduce the number of buildings able to benefit from TOPA, and I think that is just the wrong direction in this current housing crisis. I think we should be investing more in strengthening TOPA, so things like reinstating the first right to purchase program that allows folks to actually use and benefit from their TOPA rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Andrea Rosen, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Andrea Rosen, testifying for the Committee of 100 on the Federal City. Our organization has a longstanding interest in retention of DC's rent-stabilized housing, but has been frustrated by lack of data about the properties that are encompassed by the program. We urge the Council to take a direct interest in ensuring that the public accessible rent control housing database is released in a timely way, and consider, in consultation with the Office of Tenant Advocate and the Rental Accommodations Division, additional fields that may make the database more useful. To the extent that council members have not received current information about the status of the rent control database, I am summarizing what I have learned from Rent Administrator Lauren Pear, who was very helpful in answering my questions. Any misstatements are my own. Branded as the Rent Registry, the database has been a long time coming. Lauren Pear projects a June 2025 release for the database, but writes, this estimated timeframe is contingent on several factors. When the database goes public, it will not contain data. Its debut rings the starting bell for housing providers to supply data by re-registering their rental units with the district. They have 90 days to do so. All rental units market rate, technically known as exempt accommodations, as well as rent-stabilized units must be re-registered, but the rent registry will contain data pertaining to rent-stabilized units only, because there is no statutory requirement to capture data for exempt accommodations. Data that will be uploaded to Rent Registry cleave to the list of parameters enumerated in the statute, which is attached. So for example, the sizes of rent stabilized units by square feet or number of bedrooms will not be captured. Valuable information that will be stored by Rent Registry include annual rent adjustments of general applicability, vacancy adjustments, rent surcharges emanating from approved housing provider petitions, and rate of return for rent stabilized buildings. Rental housing providers are required to provide rent history going back 3 years to 2021. Transferring rent histories dating before 2021 from hard copy was determined to be cost prohibitive. The rent administrator believes that rents subsidized by vouchers will be accessible only via the RAD portal of the Rent Registry due to privacy concerns. Moreover, my understanding from our email exchanges is that rent stabilized units that have been put under covenant by the district to make them dedicated affordable will not be represented in Rent Registry because, being exempt from rent stabilization, they fall outside the purview of the database. The existence of code violations at the time of registration will be captured by Rent Registry, but it has been deemed unfeasible to integrate the Department of Buildings' entire housing code violation data set into the Rent Registry database. Most assertions about rent control, pro and con, have rested on old data and anecdotal information. The data collected by the Rent Registry will inform what we think we know about rent stabilization in DC. Still, it may take years to accumulate enough data for the Rent Registry to help provide a full picture of the DC rental housing scene. Since market rate data is excluded, users will need to refer to other sources if they wish to judge the accuracy of, for example, the assertion that stabilized rents are as high as market rate rents for comparable apartments. In order for the Rent Registry to function as the central source of information about rent-controlled units, we suggest the council consider allowing the existence of rent-stabilized units that are periodically rented with the assistance of vouchers to be visible to all database users. Since no information about tenants is being collected, their privacy cannot be violated. In addition, because DC government covenants are time limited, units that would otherwise qualify for rent stabilization, if they were not under covenant, should enter the database as placeholders without additional data in order for users to gain a complete picture of the city's rent stabilized portfolio. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Andrew Shapiro.
Good morning. I'm here. Sorry about that. Just a little bit slow on my connection.
No problem.
Good morning, Chairperson White and the Committee on Housing. My name is Andrew Shapiro, and I'm a 25-year resident of Washington, D.C., and I reside in Ward 4. I have worked in the small business industry since 1995 and since 2003 in the city, both in the hospitality sector as a small business owner producing ginger beer and now providing small business support services. I am here today to testify in support of the Department of Housing and Community Development's critical small business technical assistance, programming, and funding, and the need to continue this vital work across communities in the city. Obviously, we are all watching the insane actions occurring at the federal level and the work being done to gut both critical agencies and institutions that provide much needed support across the board. This moment highlights the absolute importance of not only maintaining this funding, but its necessity in supporting the small business ecosystem around the city and in critical neighborhoods that will definitely stand to lose as long-standing programming, accreditation, certifications, and agencies are done away with. One of the things I have worked on funding in multiple places through the agency. And one of the things that the funding allowed me to do is produce small business support newsletters. And, you know, one useful thing that actually came out of Biden-Harris administration was the government.gov newsletters, which created a way to link a lot of them together. And so when you sign up for local newsletters, you can sign up for federal newsletters. In this moment, I think This has highlighted the absolute need to make sure that businesses are not only aware of everything occurring at the federal level, but of all the changes that are rapidly occurring, especially businesses that have SBA loans, that have been working with the Minority Business Development Agency, and that have been working with the Small Business Administration. So I just wanted to reiterate, in a moment where we are making incredibly difficult choices about where funding is going to go, where we are facing the loss of a lot of necessary funding, that we remember that, the ecosystem that really works its way bottom up, and communities and people and neighborhoods that will definitely see a lot of support go in other places, that this could maybe be a lifeline that keeps them going in some very difficult moments. So thank you for the chance to testify, and I'll email in my testimony.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Jean Stewart.
Thank you, Councilmember White, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jean Stewart, and I'm a member of the Energy Committee of the Sierra Club of the DC chapter. I want to thank you, Councilmember White, for your leadership in introducing and passing the Greener Government Buildings Amendment Act, which mandates that buildings owned or financed in significant part by the district government must adhere to net zero energy standards. Since that act was passed in 2022, the council has worked to reconcile the district's statutory climate commitments in the GGBA with its urgent need for more affordable housing and to preserve the affordable housing we already have. The GGBA requires publicly funded projects to maintain net zero energy compliance. In short, projects must be energy efficient, use renewable energy sources to meet the building's annual energy demand, and burn no fossil fuels. Covered projects include new and substantially improved construction that receive at least 15% of their funding from district sources. The Sierra Club will continue to push the council to ensure that new affordable housing financed by the Housing Production Trust Fund meets the standards in the GGBA. Trust fund dollars are public, which should be used for public benefit, both the residents and affordable housing as well as the broader community. Burning fossil fuels in our homes brings only harm. First, it harms our health because it fills our home with dangerous and unhealthy pollutants such as nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, particulate matter, and formaldehyde. Eliminating these pollutants from new affordable housing will help to protect some of our most vulnerable residents, including children, from asthma and improve public health. Second, heating and cooking with fossil fuels is expensive now that more efficient electric options are readily available. We should be trying to reduce utility bills for residents of affordable housing, not increase them. And as residents of the district switch from fossil fuel use to electric in the coming years, maintaining the gas utilities pipeline system will become even more expensive as the fixed cost of distribution are spread among a diminishing group of consumers. The faster we move residents of affordable housing off the gas system, the faster we spare them from bearing these costs. Third, when we include fossil fuel burning appliances in new affordable housing, we lock residents into using these outdated and unhealthy systems for decades. Ensuring that new construction of all housing, including affordable housing, is all electric is one of the most important ways of pushing forward the energy transition in the district. And finally, as we're all aware, burning fossil fuels in our homes harms our planet. The gas we burn in our homes is methane, which is 80% more powerful than carbon dioxide. The Sierra Club recognizes that all electric retrofits of existing affordable housing are not always feasible because of cost, and there are occasional issues with electricity prices particularly hot or cold month that can mean an electric bill is higher than expected. So we asked the DHC to consider the longer-term benefits of switching to electricity. Sierra Club believes DHCD is providing strong leadership, but we urge that we do more to ensure that district-financed affordable housing complies with the GGBA and does so in a way that protects low-income district residents from footing the bill for our increasingly obsolete gas infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Finally, for this panel, Bua Binia.
Good morning, Councilmember. Appreciate you taking the time to discuss the current crisis that is impacting our industry. Like you just said, my name is Bua Binia, and I'm the founder and CEO of the Dumas Collective, a Black-owned firm founded here in the District of Columbia that has dedicated the past 20 years in the creation and preservation of affordable housing in our city. My team and I have spent years ensuring that DC residents, particularly those most in need, have access to safe, high-quality housing. But today I am here to tell you that our ability to continue this mission is in serious jeopardy. The Emergency Rental Assistance Program, as it currently stands, is failing both tenants and housing providers. In 2025 alone, we have a total of $2.5 million in unpaid rent across our entire portfolio, an amount that is simply unsustainable. To put things in context, since I know you like data, this time last year, that number was approximately $550,000. So when tenants are willing to pay rent and ERAP does not function as an effective tool, it puts small, mission-driven owners like myself on the brink of insolvency. Simply put, without common sense intervention, my company will have no choice but to close up shop, and the 100+ people that work for me will be out of work simply because of non-paying residents who continue to exploit the system and your inactions. As of today, DHCD has invested over $300 million in Dante's Partners projects, which translates to $1 billion worth of real estate transactions. And should those assets fall to lenders, all that investment will be for naught, will be completely wiped out, and that's my tax dollars going to waste, again, due to council's inactions. In addition to providing housing for hundreds of districts' most vulnerable residents, my company employ over 100 hardworking individuals, mostly DC residents, who depend on us for their livelihoods. If the current system does not change, we will be forced to make difficult decisions, including letting go of employees who have dedicated their careers to building and maintaining affordable housing in our communities for our people. If this trend continues, we will no longer be able to sustain our properties, and they will inevitably fall into the hands of the lenders, stripping DC of yet another Black-owned affordable housing developer like myself. And let me be clear, if that happens, I too will be unemployed. This is not just about businesses, but it's about economic empowerment and maintaining generational wealth within our communities. So both are employed. So the question is, who are we going to be rewarding? Are we rewarding the hardworking people and the tenants who are paying their rents over non-paying irresponsible tenants who have gamed you and the system? ERAP simply needs to be eliminated. Should it stay, the process must be no different than that of unemployment application as far as demonstrating need. In addition, the numerous regulations introduced during the pandemic must be completely eradicated. We need a program that prioritizes efficiency, ensures funds are dispersed in a timely manner, and does not put the financial burden solely on the shoulders of housing providers. Without action, you are not only risking the stability of affordable housing units, you are also putting Black-owned businesses like mine and their employees at the risk of being wiped out. Consider this testimony as an official notice such that when this happens, you will not be surprised. You cannot pretend anymore that you were not aware of the dire calamity that me and my peers are experiencing. So should my company falter, you will be solely responsible for it. I urge you to take this issue seriously and act swiftly to eliminate ERAP and make other provisions of the Rental Act finally work for all parties involved. Thank you.
Interesting testimony. Let me start with Miss Ewing. I'm gonna take a breath. So after the lottery, this is going back to the HPAP program. So after you were selected in the lottery, you said it took a month to get financial approval. What does that mean? I mean, my thought is that once they say you've applied for HPAP, then they say, you know, congratulations, you won the lottery, you're selected, but then you still needed to get another approval.
So they don't start the underwriting process at DCHFA until after the lottery. So they had to go through the whole underwriting process and then also certify my funds and say, you're finalized, you won the lottery, all the paperwork is good, you still qualify, now here's your money.
Okay, okay.
And I think that's normal,
yeah.
For it to take several weeks.
Okay.
But I thought that process was going to happen during October, not December.
Where were you in the process, in the home purchase process, when the lottery happened?
I was under contract.
Okay, so if you had not been selected, what would have happened?
Well, I moved in early because my lease was up in November and I thought the process would be done by then. And so I didn't re-sign my lease in anticipation of, moving in. So I had moved in early. So I would have had to find a new place to live and would not have had, obviously would not have been able to move forward with the contract that I was under.
Okay.
And I think some of the confusion also was that I still don't know who exactly was entered into the lottery.
So let me ask one other thing. What I think DHED would say is that we know that HPAP is a wildly popular program. It's a great program, runs out of money every year. And so people cannot assume that they are going to get the HPAP funding. How do you see it, or do you see it differently?
No, I completely agree. And I took a risk by moving in, but I knew that I would be one of the first applicants because of the timing. And so under a normal year, had it been like every other year, the application would have opened in October. I would have been under contract. I would have been one of the first. And just looking in the past of when it ran out of funding, I assumed I would have been okay.
I see. Okay. So a calculated risk based on how the program operated when you applied for it. And then the rules changed.
Right. And I'm still not sure exactly how the rules changed because I might have gotten an advantage because I was under contract, but I'm not sure about that because I still don't know who was ultimately entered into the lottery. Because I received 3 different responses to that based on a letter in the website and the response from staff at the agencies. So I rolled the dice, but it might have been in my favor because I think I might have had an advantage because I was under contract.
Okay. Amelia Kalma with the DC Policy Center. One, I just want to sort of highlight something in your testimony. Covenant, so essentially government purchasing existing units, I fully agree, is a quicker, more cost-effective way for us to create affordable housing. I introduced a bill on this. The administration then moved forward with a program, Cash for Covenants. Do you know how many units have been acquired at this point through Cash for Covenants?
Unfortunately, we don't know how many units they've acquired using this program. We've heard that they are using it and that it's part of the, 36,000 new housing units. But unfortunately, we don't have an actual number.
Okay. And do you know if anyone has done, going back to a part of your testimony where you spoke about the cost of creating new affordable housing, do you know of any analyses breaking down the cost per unit across comparable jurisdictions so that we could pinpoint what in DC makes creating affordable housing units more expensive than other comparable jurisdictions?
I don't know of any existing research on this, but I will say that this is something that we're hoping to do this next year.
Okay, excellent. I look forward to that. Although we can't necessarily wait, but it will inform us. The so let me see one thing, because there are a couple of different perspectives on this panel, and I understand that there was what I heard, an indication that people not paying their rent sounded to me like everybody not paying their rent isn't paying because they can't pay. And then I heard an indication that everyone who is not paying their rent is irresponsible and gaming the system. I want to be very clear about something. It ain't that black and white. And this is not a time where we can be throwing bombs and javelins while we are struggling to get affordable housing. And comments that make this issue seem so black and white are not helpful to solutions. We have got to move out of advocacy mode and into problem solving mode. Problem solving mode is difficult, and it requires people being willing to listen to and work with other people with different views. When we do this type of thing, we make it impossible to move forward. And as chair of the Housing Committee, I'm not going to be stuck in advocacy. So we are going to move forward on difficult housing things this year. It is going to bother some people. It is not going to meet everybody's needs, but the people that are going to be productive to that conversation, whose ideas are going to get incorporated, are the ones who can have conversations across the board. And people who are not productive will not be part of that conversation. You can put your voice in, but nobody's going to work with you. So consider me somebody willing to work with everybody. But to work with us and to work with me, you have got to know that it is not that black and white, that we're going to get nowhere demonizing people, and that we've got to get to solutions and away from finger pointing. So I just want to be very clear, because anybody who's not clear on that, it's going to be a real rough year in the Housing Committee. I want to thank all of our witnesses for your testimonies. They are helpful in various ways. On the rental housing database, appreciate the recommendations. On the issue of affordable housing, I want to remind us we have $1 billion shortfall, so we are going to have to be creatives, and there's no doubt about it. We're going to have to make some trade-offs, which means we've got to work together. We've got to talk to each other. For the Small Business Technical Assistance Program, we don't always get a lot of testimony in that, but the testimonies we get tend to be very helpful and powerful. Gene Stewart point very well taken on the Greener Government Buildings Act. Appreciate your note that DHCD, is doing well, but has to make sure they're continuing to focus on compliance. So again, we are 2 hours in. We just finished panel 2. We've got 8 more panels before we get to several government witnesses. So let me thank you all for being with us today. Our next panel is going to be Betty Gentile, Everett Banfield, Yvette Banfield, who I know very well, Tammy Lynn P, Diane Johnson, Crystal Patterson, Elise Anderson, Paul Hazen, East Peterson Trujillo, Lisa Banswick, apologize, please correct me when you get up, and Gabby Majewski. We got a little technical issue, so give us a moment, please. There we are. All right. Betty Gentile, we will begin with you. Welcome.
Greetings, Chairman White and members of the committee. My name is Betty Gentle, and I serve as a Senior Advocacy and Community Engagement Specialist at SUM Incorporated. SUM is a nonprofit dedicated to breaking the cycle of poverty and homelessness in DC by providing comprehensive services and developing deeply affordable housing. We are proud members of the Fair Budget Coalition, the coalition formerly known as CNHED, and the Coalition for Nonprofit Equity. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Some cannot overstate the urgency of preserving and expanding affordable housing in DC. This crisis is not abstract. It is a daily reality for the individuals and families we serve, threatening to destabilize our city's workforce, economy, and communities. With 81% of DC residents viewing housing affordability as a serious issue and minimal options available for moderate and low-income earners, the need for action is clear. First, we must ensure that DC keeps its commitments to current affordable housing projects. For nearly 40 years, SUM has led in affordable housing, starting with transitional housing in 1986 and long-term housing in 1989. Today, we provide over 1,300 units across DC for single adults, families, veterans, and seniors. Over this past fiscal year, we've deeply appreciated the support we've received from DCHFA in preserving our existing affordable housing stock. We also extend our gratitude to DACD specifically for awarding SUM acquisition funding through the Housing Production Trust Fund in 2023. This funding supported the development of our first Ward 3 property on Connecticut Avenue in partnership with Whitley House, which provides deeply affordable housing and supportive services for 23 single adults. However, due largely to staffing shortages at DACD, we have been unable to close on this loan, delaying leasing, tax exemption applications, and critical financing. This is not just a bureaucratic delay. It has real consequences for residents in need of housing and increases carry costs for nonprofit developers like SUM. We thank Councilmember Fruman for working with us to address this tax exemption issue and leading the effort to pass the 2607 Connecticut Avenue Northwest Timeline Extension of Tax Forgiveness Act of 2025. We also appreciate your support, Chairman White. We urge your full council to pass this critical measure, which upholds the original intent of the workforce tax exemption of enabling nonprofit housing providers to direct resources towards services and housing rather than property taxes. While concerns about limited affordable housing funds, especially HTPF's use for stabilization over new development in FY25, are valid and felt, we appreciate DACD's responsiveness in addressing the immediate financial strain facing providers. On February 7, 2025, SUM was notified of its election for bridge funding and remains hopeful for a swift and efficient disbursement. Second, DC must continue investing in new developments to keep its affordable housing pipeline strong. Our city stands at a critical crossroads, facing challenges that threaten to stall progress. A shift in federal landscape risks driving up construction costs, disrupting lending and tax credit programs, and weakening the very safety net that keeps our most at-risk neighbors housed. Coupled with rising economic insecurity, these challenges risk further widening the gap between the growing demand for affordable housing and the resources available to meet it. The FY25's budget's allocation of less than $100 million to HPTF was a significant step backward, falling short of the mayor's annual commitment at a time when overall homelessness had increased by 14%. HPTF remains the district's primary capital funding source for affordable housing, yet diminishing investments during the stalled projects when providers are already struggling to meet demand. It is crucial not only to preserve the significant investments the city has already made in affordable housing, but also to ensure that much-needed projects in the pipeline are not sidelined. Therefore, to keep DC's affordable housing pipeline moving, we cannot again sacrifice HGPF in the FY26 budget, no matter how constrained it may be. Finally, preserving and expanding affordable housing cannot happen without strong, transparent partnerships between the council, housing agency, and housing providers. Only by strengthening these partnerships can we overcome barriers, align resources with community needs, and move forward with urgency. We cannot afford to slow down. Justice is never convenient. It requires sustained commitment and decisive action. Therefore, we urge this committee to advocate for and ensure restoring full funding for HGPF, ensuring HGPF and LRSP funding are aligned, and investing in DACD staffing capacity. In closing, SUM is honored to be a part of this vital work. Thank you for your leadership, Chairman White, and for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much. Yvette Banfield, welcome.
Good morning, Chairperson Robert White and the Committee on Housing. I'm Yvette Banfield, the Chief Economic Development Officer for the Coalition, formerly CNHED. This testimony today provides the Committee on Housing additional information on the programmatic outcomes of the Small Business Technical Assistance a program funded and administered by the Department of Housing and Community Development. In FY 2024, 13 nonprofit organizations funded by DHCD provided support to new and existing micro and small and retail businesses, offering workshops, coaching, technical assistance, and low and moderate income communities throughout the district. The assistance available to small businesses included microloan packaging, business planning, entrepreneurial training, one-on-one technical assistance, tax preparation assistance, accounting assistance, or legal assistance. In my testimony, you'll see a table below that the coalition gathered performance metrics from 6 of the SPTA funded organizations. Over the course of the year, as the table suggests, the SPTA program is essential in contributing to the growth and long-term economic stability of the district's community. Highlighted in the table is the number of individuals who received one-on-one technical assistance or business coaching, which was 1,026 individual businesses. The number of individuals participating in training, 787. And then also the number of individuals receiving one-on-one coaching was 2,325. The number of businesses participating in webinars and workshops was 1,806 businesses. The total number of businesses created was 74, and the Great Streets application supported was 7. And this was across just the 6 of the SPTA programs. SPTA funded organizations also provided guidance or support to small businesses applying for the district funded and other programs, such as the CBE program, federal certifications, patent and trade assistance, and then also the Commercial Property Acquisition Fund, the Great Streets Grant, the Neighborhood Prosperity Fund, and the Robust Retail Program. The coalition gathered the input from SPTA provider organizations about the impact that the program has had on small businesses that they serve. You can, I'll just highlight a couple of them. One, the overall, the technical assistance funding has not only supported individual businesses, but also contributed to the broader economic development of the Anacostia community. The SPTA program has enabled our organization to provide Great Streets and Robust Retail grant application support to several businesses who are awarded a grant funds from those 2 programs. And you could read the other comments that were suggested, but what I'd like to highlight and point out is that greater efficiency is needed around the turnaround time for the contract to be executed. And while there are no real issues with DHCD and the staff, I think they would also want, the SPTA providers would also want the staff to be more engaged with those organizations by attending their events so that they can see on the ground what is happening for those programs that their funding is actually supporting. And they feel as though they have a partnership, but they wanted to see it extended so that there's greater visibility. And that's the rest of my testimony.
Thank you so much. Tammy Lynn P. Good morning. If you would hit that button, perfect. And move the mic maybe a little closer to you. I want to make sure we hear you. Thank you.
Good morning, Councilmember White. My name is Tammy Lynn. I'm a resident of Ward 7. I purchased my house in 1999. Because of the pandemic, my mortgage payments were just a little nervous.
Take your time, it's all right.
But the Home Assistance Fund did assist me, and they saved my home. And I am thankful for Deborah Jones, Shanita Stewart, and the Home Assistant team for assisting and reinstating my loan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you being with us. Diane Johnson. I will need you, Diane Johnson, I need you to accept the panelist link. While we do that, we'll go to Crystal Patterson.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Excuse me. Thank you so much for having me this morning. I was supposed to be in person, but I'll come down with a little bug, so I didn't want to contaminate anyone.
We appreciate
Can you see me?
We cannot see you.
Okay, there I
we
am.
are.
First, again, thank you again for letting me be here this morning. My name is Crystal Patterson. I am a longtime resident. I was born and raised here in Washington, D.C. I did my tenure here in D.C. in corporate downtown for 35 years. I became disabled some years ago. And in the end of 2020, I became displaced due to some illegal construction, which is a whole nother story. So in 2021, I found an apartment. I was happy. It was in my neighborhood. I'm familiar with it. I'm a disabled senior. When I moved into the apartment in June of 2021, there were two issues at hand. The bathtub was peeling, and it was a plaster loose in the ceiling in the bathroom where there had been a leak previously. So the landlord assured me he would fix it. A couple of weeks after I was in the apartment, June 2021, they came and scraped up the plastic and repainted the ceiling in the bathroom. The tub was fixed months and months later after I threatened to do the work myself and take it out of the rent. So in January of 2022, finally, my bathtub was refinished when he hired a real plumber to come and do the work. I'm here to speak about the compliance of these landlords as well as the rent issues with landlords. Excuse me. After being in the apartment for a few weeks, like I said, they came to fix the ceiling and the bathtub was fixed in January. After that came a whole lot. So I can't go into detail because it's way too much. But please take note that the list that I'm about to give you, my landlord has fixed these same issues from 3 and up many times, 3 or more times. Okay, leaking sink in my kitchen, leaking sinks in my bathroom. My toilet rocked and rocked. It came 3 or 4 times. The man cracked the toilet trying to tighten it up. Finally, months later, they had the toilet replaced. Then I have leaking ceilings in my kitchen, my dining room, my bathroom, falling plaster in my bathroom, my kitchen, my bedroom, and the hall, cracked walls in every room. And mind you, these issues are still going on. It's been over 3 years I've been in this place now. My bathtub, once they finished it, about a year later, I woke up one morning and my bathtub was filled with about 2 inches of feces. Okay, I will never sit in that toilet again. There's not enough bleach in this world to make me sit in that tub again. I mean, sorry. It's been like the electrical issues. I turn on the kitchen light, I get shocked every time. Finally, an electrician came in a couple of months back and said there was no grounding. He fixed that. Okay. In the past 3.5 years, I have followed DC's law. I have reached out to tenant advocacy, excuse me. I have made multiple, at least 4 complaints with the Department of Buildings. Okay, I have filed a complaint with DOE. I have followed every instruction that has been given to me. And still today, I have filed a compliance case on the calendar in the compliance court. I have another court date tomorrow. The case was closed in October of 2024. In January of 2025, I submitted a motion to reopen the case because I'm still going through this. And then to boot, the last couple of months, he's decided to renovate the apartment above me. And that has caused extreme damage in my apartment. And I was told by the landlord himself that he will not do anything in my unit until he's finished with the unit upstairs. Well, the man is moving in today. Okay, I just think that the amount of complaints that I have filed should have been sufficient for the government to make this man do what he is supposed to do and put this apartment in compliance. On top of that, I also have issues with him about my rent. Okay, he tried to raise my rent an enormous 8.9% in 2023. I said, you can't do that. I was in North Carolina tending to my mother who was ill at the time. So I fought with him from North Carolina and with the Department of Housing. And finally, in August of 2023, he raised my rent 5%. Okay, now comes January 2025. He sends me a note saying he's raising my rent 5% for the whole year. Then a week, 2 weeks later, he sends me another notice saying that he's raising it 2.85%. Well, my problem with this is that I'm still under the first increase because you didn't increase my rent in 2024. How can you increase it now in January or April when it was increased in August? So I'm
Ms. Patterson,
still,
I'm
yes.
sorry. Let me pause you. You're about 2 minutes over, and I
Oh,
started
I'm sorry.
everybody else.
Okay,
No,
well,
no,
that
no,
was
no,
it
no
right
problem.
there. It's
Okay,
it's so much. So yes,
it
that's
is a lot.
the compliance and the rent, and I just feel like they have to do better. Department of Buildings and everyone, they have to make these landlords do the right thing. And I heard someone speaking about not paying the rent. I've never missed a payment on my rent until January of 2025. I stopped paying my rent and hope that when we get to compliance court, the judge will make him do what's right.
I'm gonna come back to you in a few minutes with some clarifying questions.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us. Diane Johnson. I see
Yes.
you. There you are. Wonderful.
So, hello, Councilman and other.
Ms. Johnson, let me ask you this. I can, your try turning off your camera. Let me see if that resolves the audio issues. Oh, wait, now you look like you're not frozen. Can we try again?
Now, can you see me?
Perfect. You can begin your testimony.
Okay. My name is Johnson. I'm 62 years Washingtonian.
All right, Ms. Johnson, here's what we're going to try. You keep freezing when you talk. Sometimes if you turn off the camera, it will help resolve the audio issue. Let's try turning off your camera for a second.
How's
All right,
that?
would you speak so we can test the audio?
Oh, okay. So again, I'm a Washingtonian of 62 years. Here back to DC in the neighborhood I grew up in at 11 Nicholson, Northwest Washington, DC. Councilman Robert White. I'm sorry, sir. My concern is Robert White. I'm sorry, sir. My concern is I'm new to the building since last October. I attended my first board meeting. Our building is supposed to be a co-op. In that board meeting, my major concern was it was addressed to us that the building is in financial fray. Again, not being able to pay their. We were told to exercise our utopia. I guess utopia. I mean, utopia goals or whatever. So it's an old building. There's a lot of repairs that need to happen, such as the doors. People can come in and out as they please and so no repairs can be done to the building because of the back rent. So my concern is what you treat like now. I mean, going forward with this building. I would like to say because I love the neighborhood. I grew up in the neighborhood. So that's where I am this morning with the future that I live in. Are we ever going to? They still we're still operating under a rental, and I would much love to building become a co-op. That's the reason why I moved back to DC. I'm tired of renting. I want to at least own my concern is the future of the building. How we, how do we get help? How do we get answers? How can I help?
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I'll come back to you with some thoughts on that. Elise Anderson. Oh, let me do this. Can I swap you out for a second? I appreciate it. Sorry about that. We don't always know who's in person and who's virtual, so I apologize. And thank you, Ms. Gentle. All right, Elise Anderson, you can begin.
Good morning, Chairperson White and members of the Committee on Housing. I am Dr. Elise Anderson, a resident of Washington, D.C. since November 2019. I am grateful for the opportunity to sit before you today to provide testimony about my experience with DHCD through the HPAP program in the 2025 fiscal year. And this will recall things we heard from an earlier testimony. On October 25th, 2024, DHCD pulled the rug out from underneath a group of thousands of notice of eligibility or NOE holders, agents, and lenders across DC when it announced that HPAP would be changed from a first come, first served queue to a random lottery on November 15th. With the caveat that NOE holders who had already ratified sales contracts would go through a separate process than a lottery for NOE holders without contracts. DHCD later contradicted that announcement. On November 14th, they announced that all NOE holders, including those with ratified sales contracts, would actually be placed in the same lottery the very next day. This was 1 day of notice. Confusion and inefficiencies did not stop there. DHCD took another week to send lottery winners like myself our notices to proceed, or NTPs, via the agencies that would go on to underwrite HPAP loans. And they took something like another week still after that to actually sign their agreements with those agencies that underwrite those loans. So they were holding a lottery and agreements weren't even signed yet. The clock was ticking for NTP holders like myself, and yet we could not get closing dates. I was one of an unknown number of people whose mortgage interest rates expired in the meantime, meaning that I had to get a new higher rate in order to be able to close. While I was ultimately able to close on my condo in Capitol Hill on December 13th, for which I'm grateful, I found the process frustrating and frankly demoralizing at a lot of points, not to mention unprofessional. There's far more I could share about DHCD's disorganization with HPAP, but in the interest of time, I will just note that I will attach a more detailed timeline of events to the written version of this testimony as an appendix, and you can refer to that right afterward. DHCD has management problems that need fixing. And in my experience, the department lacks transparency, it's marred by ineffectiveness, and it has caused financial and other harm to multiple parties. In light of this, I have crafted a series of recommendations and that I will attach to this testimony as a second appendix. I encourage the members of the committee and anyone else who's interested to read them in full once they're available online. But what I'll share here right now are 3 recommendations specifically for this committee's consideration. The first is to formally request from DHCD that they provide any and all department documents outlining the process for how the HPAP lottery was conducted, because that was never made clear. A second is to amend the section of the Code of the District of Columbia pertaining to HPAP to mandate a deadline by which DHCD must communicate with NOE holders and the general public about HPAP funds availability, as well as any major structural changes or procedural changes to the program. And number 3, to the extent that it's within your mandate, initiate a review of existing laws regarding HPAP in the Code of the District of Columbia to determine whether DHCD is fulfilling its legal responsibilities. If DHCD is found to be in violation of the DC Code, determine appropriate consequences for the agency. At its best, HPAP can be really life-changing for low and moderate income residents of DC, an example of our government putting taxpayer dollars to work for constituents, but it's really far from its best as it stands right now. And I just want to end by noting, I've testified about one very narrow and specific issue, but I do acknowledge that the problems with housing in DC are vast and they go far beyond HPAP. I want to thank all of you for your leadership on housing matters and urge you to continue working for the people of DC as we head into what will undoubtedly be very tough economic times in the months and years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anderson. Paul Hazen. Okay, there we are. Sorry about that. No problem. Yvette Banfield. I'm gonna ask, can I switch you out, please? Thank you very much. I appreciate the musical chairs.
Good morning. Thank you, Councilmember White, for this hearing. My name is Paul Hazen, and I'm a member of the Board of Directors of the Community Purchasing Alliance Cooperative based in the District of Columbia. I'm submitting this testimony as a follow-up to the passage of the Limited Equity Cooperative Advisory Council Act of 2022. This law would establish an advisory council to provide policy recommendations to the DC City Council to improve existing and create new limited equity housing cooperatives in the district. In 2018, I was asked by Councilmember Anita Bonds to chair the Limited Equity Cooperative Task Force. The LEC Task Force made 16 recommendations to the DC Council for improving and increasing the number of LECs in the district, increasing the permanent affordable housing stock. Only one of the recommendations has been enacted, and the creation of the LEC Advisory Council is a logical next step to reaching the district's affordable housing goals. Following the passage of the Limited Equity Cooperative Advisory Council Act of 2022, the DC Chief Financial Officer concluded, and I quote, "Funds are not sufficient in fiscal year 2023 through fiscal year 2026 budget and financial plan to implement the bill. The bill will cost $113,000 in fiscal 2023 and $465,000 over the financial plan. The CFO concluded that the Department of Housing and Community Development will need to hire one special assistant to provide support to the advisory council, including drafting and publishing its required preliminary and annual reports. In 2024, the DC Council appropriated $470,000 over 4 years to implement the Advisory Council Act to hire the special assistant. To my knowledge, DHCD has not hired a special assistant and the Advisory Council has not been formed. I urge DHCD to organize the Advisory Council and hire the special assistant. Limited equity housing cooperatives offer permanent affordable housing in some of the hottest real estate markets. In Washington, D.C., there are approximately 100 limited equity housing cooperatives with over 4,300 units in all 8 wards. It makes good public policy to do everything possible to preserve this type of affordable housing, which offers permanent affordable housing to low and moderate income residents. I urge DHCD to move forward with the establishment of the LEC Advisory Council so that this committee and the DC Council have comprehensive policy recommendations to advance affordable cooperative housing throughout the district. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And East Peterson, Trujillo.
Committee Chair White, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to comment today. My name is East Peterson Trujillo, and I have lived in Petworth for the past 4 years. I'm testifying today as the campaign director of the Green New Deal for DC. Green New Deal for DC is a grassroots organization founded in 2022 by local climate and environmental justice leaders to provide education about and take action on issues at the intersection of climate, racial and environmental justice, labor, housing, and pollution. Our mission is to fight for racial justice, climate resilience, and good jobs by bringing about a bold Green New Deal for Washingtonians that creates a healthier, safer, and more just city for all. We work most commonly with renters who are facing a multitude of financial challenges in this city. Amid a clear housing crisis in the district, the council has seemed to focus primarily on the perspective of landlords in seeking to understand how and why the city is not meeting affordable housing needs. But we know that tenants are not trying to game the system or commit fraud. They are simply trying to survive in an incredibly expensive city. The affordable housing crisis in DC needs more solutions than the ones at hand, which is why we have been advocating for green social housing over the past 3 years. Listening to today's testimony from renters and landlords alike, I'm more convinced than ever that we need more tools that classify housing as a public good and not a for-profit enterprise. Green social housing can be one of those tools. Our while the mayor claimed victory in meeting her goal of developing 36,000 housing units, she neglected to mention that the majority of those units are not affordable to so many in our city. Per DEMPED's tracker, only 7,110 affordable housing units have been produced, and an additional 3,400 have been designated as affordable. I believe that's since 2019. And while 40,000 total units produced is a significant accomplishment, the reality of only 1 out of every 4 units being affordable reveals the flaws in affordable housing production in DC. I'm heartened to see that Director Green shows DHCD to be on track to meet the 12,000 affordable unit goal by the end of 2025. But the concentration of these affordable units in far southeast and far southwest, the lack of focused development in Rock Creek West, as well as other affluent areas, further entrenches existing racial and economic disparities across the city. DHCD must prioritize building affordable housing across the city and support the building of market rate housing east of the river, where that type of housing is also needed. Additionally, funds must be allocated to support permanent improvements for preservation from within the Housing Production Trust Fund. It's a tool already in our toolbox, but inadequately utilized. And preserving existing housing and bringing it up to code and compliance and adding critical energy efficiency upgrades makes use of resources we already have and is a good investment in greening our city. Unfortunately, the mayor's attacks on affordable housing and tenant rights continue in the Rental Act, which I hope that the committee chair will not support. CHOPA is a clear path to preserving affordable housing in the district, and to get those rights would be a betrayal. We envision something new for housing in DC. Councilmember Lewis George's Green New Deal for housing prioritizes tenant leadership, fixed income buildings, and communal resources. Director Green was unconvinced by the call for green social housing in her testimony at your roundtable in 2023. Thank you again for hosting that conversation, Councilmember White. Given the points she made, I'd like to ask you to raise these questions in an ongoing conversation with the director. What specific projects has DHCD funded through the HBTF to develop public land for mixed income housing? What levels of affordability do those developments meet? And how can DHCD stipulate tenant leadership within RFPs from the HBTF? More is found in my submitted testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us. Lisa Benusowicz.
Hi, I'm Lisa Benusowicz. I'm a broker. I own a brokerage in DC that does retail real estate, and I have a blog called The Death and Life of DC, which focuses on affordable housing issues in DC. Right now, a ton of legislation before council is a direct attack on affordable housing. At a time when affordability is collapsing, instead of strengthening consumer protections, we are seeing bills that strip away critical safeguards that prevent rapid displacement. Who benefits from this? It isn't your constituents. Nonprofit developers should not be receiving bailouts when they are failing at both their missions and businesses. Nonprofit does not mean ethical. It does not mean affordable. Many of these groups operate no differently than for-profit developers, except they are subsidized by taxpayer money with far less oversight. It was disturbing to see the panel brought out to present the Rental Act. Self-admittedly, these women are providing substandard living conditions to the people most at risk. Landlords owe close to $20 million in unpaid housing code violations. If we are serious about affordability, we need real audits, real code enforcement, and real penalties for developers who take public money and fail to deliver on providing livable housing. While their properties are moldy rat cities, tenants facing displacement are told to navigate broken programs like ERAP and the voucher system that are chronically underfunded and designed to fail. Instead of a blank check to keep bailing out developers who are failing, this budget should be prioritizing direct assistance and figuring out ways to preserve affordability. Covenants after mission-based slumlords get foreclosed on. Market rate housing is also being manipulated. Beyond subsidized housing, we need to talk about naturally occurring affordable housing and why so many market rate renters are struggling. So this is from AOBA, a looming crisis. A ton of housing providers have been using it to explain the collections crisis and what a danger it is. And I also have it's called Priced Out by the DC Policy Center. Both of those are great, and they're filled with actual information about how apartment prices and rents and incomes don't match up. The Priced Out has a whole breakdown of occupations that are priced out by ward, and I mean, it's really sad. You can tell that more evictions are occurring in wards 7 and 8 because more families live there, more essential workers can afford to live there. It's not because these people are lazy. So thank you for noticing it. Beyond there's growing evidence that companies like RealPage, which sent rent pricing algorithms for thousands of DC units, are artificially inflating rents and coordinating pricing between landlords and actively reducing supply. Also using tactics such as lease expiration management to force people to renew for strange terms that prevent vacancy and rising prices. So it's not just a business decision, it violates antitrust law. I want to skip ahead to short-term rentals are also shrinking our housing supply. Long-term tenants are competing against corporate short-term rental companies like Blue Ground and Placemaker, which take up entire apartment buildings and convert them into extended stay hotels. These are not individual homeowners renting a spare room. These are institutional investors taking market rate units off market completely for 2 to 5 years and flipping them into overpriced furnished rentals. Blue Ground has approximately 1,100 vacant units listed on their website now that are functionally off market for long-term residents. We already have short-term rental abuse laws, but we need to kind of deepen them and explore that right now. I want to touch on why development capital isn't available in DC and what needs to change. The challenges in securing development capital are not unique to DC. They reflect broader trends in the real estate sector. For instance, NVR, one of the largest home builders in the country, experienced a total return of only 16% in 2024, down from 51% in 2023, indicating a slowdown in growth. And it's across REITs, across home builders. It's the same thing. Everyone's having a hard time getting cash. The reason development capital isn't coming into DC right now is simple. Since the pandemic, we have been propping up real estate values with steroids, and all of our assets are overpriced. Deals don't pencil out. Investors aren't willing to overspend into a city where acquisition costs remain artificially high and projects unfeasible. I also want to touch on where we get our information from. BizNow is not
I need
news.
to pause you there. I apologize. We're a bit over time.
Okay.
But I do appreciate you being with us.
Okay.
And we'll get your written testimony, so we'll get all of this. Thank you. Final person for this panel, Gabby Majewski, I think is with us virtually. Yes.
Hello, Councilmember White and committee members. I am Gabby Molnick-Majewski. I am the proud executive director of DC Affordable Law Firm and a Ward 5 resident. And I offer this support before the committee to support the incomparable impact of the Heirs Property Assistance Program run by DHCD. DC Affordable Law Firm delivers accessible justice to low and modest income DC residents by deploying innovative programming and free legal services to expand access to justice and ensure that community members with unmet legal needs across family law, probate, estate planning, and immigration practices can secure those services. Recommended by Mayor Bowser and funded by the council in fiscal year 23 budget, the Heirs Property Assistance Program launched in October of 2023 to mitigate the harms of heirs property in the district. Heirs property, also known as tangled title, refers to real property, the title to which has not been cleared through probate. In other jurisdictions, property drops like a rock, some say, with a decedent's heirs automatically coming in to own the land by operation of law. District law, however, leaves homes in legal limbo. Here, land sits in a decedent's estate, the collection of property they left behind that must go through probate to be inherited until the estate is opened in court. This legal limbo can and has led to land loss across DC. Without clear title, heirs still living in their family homes realize all the risks of homeownership and few of the benefits. Heirs are not entitled to information about debt secured by the home or to loss mitigation opportunities like mortgage forbearance. They may not qualify for assistance from federal or district programs to help keep homes safe and in good repair. They cannot refinance debt or pull equity out of a home to weather financial storms. Heirs may have a hard time securing homeowners insurance. They may not know that they need to inform the Office of Tax and Revenue of a loved one's passing, leading to massive property tax balances and tax sale when OTR realizes a property was benefiting from tax relief based on a decedent's residency. The harms of heirs property are widespread across the country and certainly here in the District of Columbia, where heirs property issues predominantly affect people from low-income households and people of color. The Heirs Property Assistance Program works to mitigate these racially and economically disparate harms by providing low-income residents with potential legal claim to heirs property in the district with free legal representation as well as critical technical assistance. I offered fuller written testimony to highlight who we have been successful in serving through this program. But an important note is that because of the thoughtful structure, the Heirs Property Assistance Program is transforming the lives of DC residents. They are not just receiving free legal services, but also the program helps pay for court costs, publication fees, bond premium, tax professionals, and expenses that are typically borne by an estate that can end up significantly reducing the funds left for distribution to heirs. Thanks to this work, we are well on our way to preserving more than $22 million in wealth based on the tax assessed value of the homes for which we are delivering estate administration assistance to the benefit of residents of the District of Columbia. And I will say there has been much more beyond the direct legal representation that this program has helped us accomplish in the first year and quarter of this program. This has made it possible for DCALF and partners to launch what is now a thrice yearly Securing Your Legacy large-scale community education and intake series that to date has connected more than 110 residents with information and access to probate and estate planning legal services. We anticipate serving likely 300 more through these events upcoming in FY 2025. We've been able to launch networks at the court and make a true difference for DC residents. So thank you for allowing me to testify on behalf of this critical program and DHCD's support in administering.
Thank you very much for being with us. And Gabby, would you give me your last name again, please?
I certainly can. Majewski is the pronunciation, though. It's my husband's fault.
I'll take that. Thank you very much. Very quick question for you. And as I lead into very quick question, let me again apologize. The balance between folks wait for hours to testify, and then it seems like we rush through, which I hate. And then there are people hours behind you who are hoping they'll be able to testify before like their kids get home from school. They got to eat dinner with the family. So it's a difficult balance, and I recognize that and apologize. But I'm always glad that we have so many people at our hearings. Gabby, any challenges with the Heirs Property Assistance Program that you think we need to look at to improve it? Your point that it is important, particularly in a place like DC, is very well taken. Anything you think we need to look at over the coming years to protect it or expand it or strengthen it?
That's a great question, council member. I would say the program for a brand new program, we have been very, very successful. And I think it works very, very nicely in terms of our organization's partnership with DHCD and the role that DHCD plays in referring community members to us, collaborating to ensure the program's well-known and well-advertised, and they're a part of our community-facing opportunities to reach folks outside of these broader large-scale events that I testified on behalf of, as well as our partnership with Legal Counsel for the Elderly, which is the other grantee partner in administering this program. Certainly, I think one of the challenges is just the nature of heirs property and how it manifests and is often undetected in the district. Through these community events, we have endeavored to be that much more proactive in helping folks understand kind of how title is held on a property that they believe to be in their name. There is much more we can do there. I think there is a broader lack of full understanding within the District of Columbia as to where heirs property homes exist. Certainly that's information we wouldn't want to fall into the hands of nefarious actors. And so there is some sensitivity there. And we've certainly, through some work on other legislation in the district, I would say, want to continue advancing strategies that can help us reach homeowners or the decedents, the heirs of deceased homeowners sooner in the process so that they know of the steps that they need to take. Because what we see is that the longer a property or an estate goes without having been probated, the complexities just continue to ratchet up instrumentally. And so we want to catch people further upstream.
Yeah, very good points. That is helpful for us, and I hear you on that. Thank you very much.
And if I may, council member, the other piece I'll just say is that this was originally created as a 3-year initiative. Certainly the costs of running this program has been instrumentally higher than what we thought it would be because of the tremendous demand out there. And so this is something where continuing to invest in this program will be a necessity to ensure that we're able to make real impact, because these probate matters take an average of 14 months to resolve.
Thank you. Lisa,
Benusowicz, you have two Polish people on the
you.
panel. You've
Ooh.
been hit pretty hard.
Benusowicz. But one quick clarifying question, and you can follow up with us if you want to. Your point about investment in housing being the case across the country is right. But I am seeing more folks move away from the DC market, and they're not like not doing investment in housing, but I'm seeing more and more folks move away from the DC market, which would, decrease access to capital means increased cost of housing. That cost gets passed on to the people who live in the housing. So I do worry about sort of shortchanging a real problem. You seem to think it's not a problem in DC.
I think that it's a result of other things. Like, property values have been kept artificially high. I mean, even through things like the vouchers, the Petra situation that the AG is doing right now. Like, we have a lot of stuff that we've been talking about, how that pumps up rents for landlords, vouchers, IZ, and all of that. Landlords are receiving more money in. But right now, we are cutting the federal workforce. We have tons of people, like 67% of our essential workers can't live here. Who lives here, and who are we going to be building this housing for? Who can afford it when we're cutting out our highest earners? Like, what are we trying to attract development capital for, to sustain what? That type of money goes other places when it's not used for like ground up construction. It can be used to refinance people's loans. It can be used to stabilize some of these shit properties that nonprofit housing providers are using to essentially hold people hostage and say, you can't foreclose on us, we'll lose affordability covenants. People like the Marbury Plaza new owners were able to enter the market because prices reset, and we'll see more of that happen when prices reset. But right now, capital isn't entering the market because everything is overpriced. It's not.
I hear you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that perspective. East Peterson Trujillo, thank you for your advocacy for Green New Deal for DC. I continue to believe that there is a way to get social housing done in DC. It's not easy, and I want to make sure it's done in a way that doesn't just take money from other programs that are working, but really create something that is sustainable. So for our part, we haven't given up on it yet, and I appreciate your testimony to this. Paul Hazen, Limited Equity Housing Cooperative, the Advisory Council and DHED support. My team may know the status of it offhand. I don't. So let me check with the agency to see where that is. There's a lot of desire for us in the city to focus more on cooperative housing, which also has its own challenges, like other housing models as well. So let me check into that, and appreciate the work that you've done to this point. Dr. Anderson, your testimony reflecting some, confusion, anxiety, higher costs, unnecessary frustration, communication issues that other witnesses have testified to. I've had some serious frustrations with HPAP that my team and I have been working through with the agency. At minimum, one of your recommendations should be non-negotiable, which is the deadline of communicating with people about changes in the program. That costs nothing. That's non-negotiable. That's a minimum. But the other recommendations, I'm going to take into consideration as well, and really appreciate it. Let me ask both of you to switch back with the other folks who were before you, and thank you both for being with us. Diane Johnson, my team is going to send you a list of some nonprofits that assist with TOPA, so that you all can reach out to one of these and get the answers to the questions that you have. You all have questions. There are people who can answer those questions, and they get funding to do that. So let us connect you with them, and if you have needs beyond that, you and your fellow tenants, let us know, and we will try to assist. But I think this is the best next step to address the questions that you've raised.
Thank you, Councilman Robert White.
Thank you so much. Crystal Patterson, absolutely heartbreaking testimony. I appreciate you sharing it with us, that level of honesty and vulnerability. I know that is not easy. Let me ask for clarification, because this is important. You reached out to the Office of the Tenant Advocate and Department of Buildings. What happened when you reached out to those agencies?
When I reached out to tenant advocacy, they told me that I should file a complaint with Department of Buildings. I did that on multiple occasions. And then when the work still, he keeps sending people in to patch it. So the things that are happening have never been fixed. He just keep patching it, and it's just getting worse and worse. So then I left and went to the compliance court on the conditions calendar and filed a case against him there. It went through almost a year. It was dismissed, I believe, in October of last year, because the last thing he was supposed to patch, he spray painted the ceiling, took a picture, told him it was fixed. I told the judge at that time that I have to say it's fixed because he came in here and painted over it or whatever he did. I told him, but I'll be back in 30 days. And January 25 rolled around, and I went back to reopen the compliance case. My court date is actually tomorrow.
Okay. Since you have a court date, that's tomorrow. Here's what I would ask. Did you submit testimony?
Yeah, in writing.
Yes.
Yes, I
For
did.
this hearing? Okay, excellent. If things don't look like they're on the way to being resolved after your court case tomorrow, what we will do is, if you're okay with it, attach your testimony in an email to OTA and DOB, and ask who is going to take the lead on resolving this, so that the Housing Committee, the Office of the Tenant Advocate, and the Department of Buildings are all on the same thread. They will indicate who's going to take the lead and what the next steps and time frame is, because you've been dealing with issues that are too serious for too long.
Yes, I have. Reaching out with Department of Buildings, I don't know if it was just a missed site, but like they never came back to do follow-up inspections. And I just didn't understand that, because by the time he came in here and patched it, like I said, 30 days to 60 days, it's falling again. And recently it's just been way worse. I've had the kitchen I had to move my kitchen into my living room. I have filed 2 renters claims for appliances that this filthy water has been dripping in. It's just been a lot. And I'm on Social Security. I can't just up and move.
Yeah, understood. And it's unacceptable. You shouldn't have to live like this. So if you would follow up with us after your court hearing tomorrow, again, assuming if it doesn't seem like things are moving in the right direction after the court hearing, follow up with us and we will take the actions that I mentioned and we will work to get this straightened out.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Um, Tammy Lynn, thank you for being with us. The testimonies of people who have used programs, when you use a program and they work, they use the program that didn't work, all that information is helpful to us. Usually in these hearings, it's the programs that don't work that we hear the most about. Half program does have its issues, but it seems like you got the resources you needed through that program, which I'm very glad to hear. About how long was it between when you applied and when you got the funding that helped you out? Would you hit that button? Thanks.
I applied in September of 22, and just recently, February the 4th, they paid
Okay,
the
25.
reinstatement.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you very much for
You're
being with
welcome.
us and thanks for sharing your testimony. Yvette Banfield, quick clarifying question. Well, before I forget, can you send your testimony electronically? Excellent, thank you. And for the small business assistance program, over 1,000 businesses got technical assistance, over 3,000 got coaching. How many folks do you all have working on this particular program?
So, and when you say how many people are working on the program, how many organizations?
How many people are giving this assistance?
So each organization employs
Mhm.
or contracts with people to deliver that service. So it will vary. It will vary partly the size of the organization, the size of their grant. And so it could be from 1 to 2 or 3 staff.
Okay.
For example, LEDC, they have a whole team. So the capacity of those organizations varies.
What I'm trying to understand is the metrics for the number of small businesses served is really good. I'm wondering how we assess the quality of that assistance. That's a lot of folks that you all have helped. I don't know how to assess how meaningful the help was.
Sure. So CNHED is not providing that service. What we are doing on behalf of our members is gathering that information from those that are part of our working group committee and those that we know have received the funding. So that data is only for 6 of those organizations, those 13 organizations that receive funding from DHCD.
Okay.
And so that's just a snippet of the information that's provided. I agree with you. We need a better way to evaluate the effectiveness, and that is something that CNHED is part of our small business ecosystem building work, that we're trying to establish a annual survey with those small business support organizations that could be administered so that we can evaluate the effectiveness by hearing from businesses to say how effective was this training.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, I look forward to hearing more about that, but very much appreciate your work and your testimony on this. And Betty Gentle, quick question, and my apologies if you said this. What is the status of Woodley House? I know you said you couldn't close on a loan, but then it sounded like you got some help with tax abatement. What's the status of Woodley House?
So Woodley House is the organization that's providing the supportive services at that property. But yes, the building is halfway leased up. We have been awarded the acquisition loan from DHCD. We just haven't received it. They said that we would close in December, but we're still awaiting to hear back. But yes, so the matter regarding the tax exemption, I don't know if you wanted me to.
Please.
Yeah. So essentially to qualify for that workforce tax exemption, the statute requires that over 50% of the tenants are at a certain income threshold. And at the time when that tax exemption form was due from the compliance monitor, there was only one person who was living at the property. So, and that was due some delays, like I talked about with the acquisition loan. Because of course we don't want to lease up the full building and then the other funding mechanisms that we have in place, we aren't able to utilize them because the building, different things can happen. And so OTR then denied it based off, and we also have some differences in how we interpret the statute, but OTR interprets the statute that there should have been more than one person in the building. Otherwise, it wasn't considered to be serving like a public need. And so that's why we've been working with Councilman Fruman, and I know that our CEO and CEO have talked to you about this this matter as well, where the legislation would allow us to basically reapply to apply for that tax exemption. But also, once the loan closes from DHCD, a tax exemption could come in place as well. Yeah.
Okay. And the sounds like you're behind the timeline on closing. Do you have an updated timeline from DHCD?
I don't think so. I could double check, but at this time, like the last we heard was December 2024.
Okay. That was a while ago. All right. Well, let us know if things become urgent, but hopefully they will not. Thank you very much to this panel. Thanks again for flexibility with our musical chairs. We will move to our next panel of public witnesses. All right. If you're here when I call your name, if you start moving, that'll let us know that you are in this room. I'm gonna try to avoid some musical chairs, but it may happen. Aparna Raj, I believe, is online. Okay. Angel Laguas. Okay, excellent. Jamie Butler, who is online. Benjamin Bowles. Rondell Jordan, who I don't see here, maybe online. Kiera Colin Torres. Thomas Gallagher, who I think just stepped out, so we'll hold that. Deirdre Horn. James Salt. Jordan Shanhan. Gaelic Summers, online or in person. Ronald Coles. Nita Mizra. Okay, so we'll pause there. So okay, perfect. Okay. Maya, I'm sorry. You'll be on the next panel. I apologize. One of the people I called in person is here. Right? Yeah, he stepped out. Right a lot. Okay, let me do this. Nita, please come on up. We'll see if Thomas Gallagher comes back. Are you going to testify, sir? Yes. Did I call you? I think right. Yeah. Yeah. No. Yep. Yep. No. Thank you. You're good. But we don't need it. All right. And Abby Atia, who I see online, so you'll be on this panel, and we're good. All right, Aparna Raj, welcome.
Thank you, council member. Hi, everyone. I've been a renter in DC for the past 10 years, and I'm an organizer with Stomp Out Slumlords. First, I want to be clear that the issues that we see, including people being pushed out of the city because of the cost of living and neglected properties, especially properties with working class Black and Brown tenants, are directly caused by the failure of our government and housing agencies like DHCD to provide people with safe, dignified, affordable housing. Our housing system is stacked in favor of developers and landlords and stacked against the people. I've organized with tenants who have been forced to live for years in inhumane conditions. Tenants in buildings like Langston Views, formerly known as Marbury Plaza, have faced notoriously bad living conditions and no security measures for years. And as we've heard today, issues like that are far too common across the district. Housing neglect is a tool to displace tenants from their homes, forcing people to seek housing elsewhere rather than deal with bad conditions. It's also a tool that landlords use during TOPA to encourage tenants to take buyouts and leave. But this tool is facilitated by the policy decisions of agencies like DHCD. The district government could do so much more for tenants facing displacement. The Housing Production Trust Fund could be used to keep people in their homes, but it doesn't receive enough funding, and the funding it does receive is not allocated properly. This year's selected projects are all properties the district has already invested in, and the entire fund was used for stabilization, not preservation, despite DHCD's framing. It's true that tenants are struggling financially, and for that, we need higher wages and to expand financial support, including ERAP. But property costs are largely exacerbated by a volatile market, inflated building prices, and skyrocketing operating expenses, which have driven our affordable housing stock into the ground. Tenants have the right to withhold their rent if they are not getting what they pay for. Instead of blaming tenants for protecting themselves and their families, DHCD should lay out a clear stabilization plan for this year to ensure that current tenants are also beneficiaries of investment. So many properties have been overlooked for funding for several years, and more tenants are being pushed out of DC due to neglect from their landlords. This is why we need more investment in HPTF. Additionally, TOPA is a vital right for tenants to prevent displacement, negotiate conditions fixes, and keep costs low, but this right is not accessible enough to meet demand, which is another policy choice of DHCD. I've seen TOPA used for great things, like allowing tenants to buy their building and form a co-op like at Buena Vista and Columbia Heights, or negotiating concessions from a new landlord like vital fixes to the building or rent limits, as happened at Park Place in Petworth. But these outcomes are not accessible for most. TOPA was originally envisioned as a universal renter right, but instead of trying to make this program succeed, this administration has just hacked away at it, fighting to exempt single-family dwellings, which took away my TOPA rights, downtown conversions, and now even more. The mayor has tried to manufacture justification for these actions by undercutting the programs that make TOPA successful, like HPTF, the Preservation Fund, First Right Purchase Program, and others. The developers and their lobbies have spun a narrative of tenants that is not reflective of the real struggle of low and moderate income people in DC, a narrative we've unfortunately heard expressed even today. But it is the developers who have purchased buildings at prices they cannot afford to operate, leading to mismanagement, deteriorating conditions, and displacement, issues that have been exacerbated by the funding decisions made by DHCD. 59% of people in DC are renters. How long are we going to let the landlord lobby and developers have an outsized influence in determining how the majority of our residents live? Imagine if instead we dedicated our resources and agencies to investing in affordable housing, keeping costs down for renters, and putting people over profits. I urge council members to strengthen DHCD and the housing system in DC by opposing Bowser and the Landlord Lobby's Rental Act, which would displace even more people and gut TOPA, and instead fight to keep tenants in their homes by improving eviction protections, protecting and expanding TOPA, including rolling back previous cuts, requiring better from DHCD, and increasing funding for the HPTF with allocations for preservation, overproduction, and extending the benefits of stabilization funding to tenants. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to confirm that Angel Laguas is not. Oh, you
I'm
are
right here.
Wonderful. Thank you. Sorry about that. You can begin your testimony.
Yep. Good morning, Councilmember White. My name is Angel Lagunas from Ward 1. Good to see you again. I have been living in this city for 4 years, and through this time, I have made Columbia Heights my home. I have learned to appreciate the street vendors as much as the chaos. I become accustomed to the loud noises in the street, the ambulances and fire trucks, the busy metro, but I haven't been able to get used to the horrible housing conditions I see my neighbors live in. They live with holes in their kitchen, floorboards coming off, the vomit-tinted walls that reflect the mold growing like a virus the city refuses to do anything about. DOB inspectors have come a number of times to the Oak Lawn Apartments on 16th Street. Time after time, the inspectors come and check and indeed confirm that there are unlivable conditions, but the landlords are never held accountable. Van Meter. The fines aren't being enforced, so the landlords don't care, so things don't get fixed, so Mateo has to sleep in 30-degree rooms with nothing but his body warmth and a thin, bluey blanket to keep him warm. As the TOPA process is ending in the Oak Lawn Apartments, our negotiations have surrounded conversations about better housing conditions, more security, and rent stability. These powers to have collective bargain are what makes the lengthy process of TOPA worth it. I wish there was more money for co-ops, for condo ownership, but there isn't. Many tenant associations are left with mediocre deals that may or may not be followed through. I am speaking about Felipe Ernst here. ERAP last year was particularly hard as I helped tenants apply as there were more hurdles to jump through, and I think it's a shame. No, it's a fucking sorrow. Now, before you comment on my vernacular for its profanity, I want you to ask yourself, who is more violent? Because us, the tenants, are dehumanized by the slumlords here present when we are begging for scraps, and we are the ones called savages. Who would let a 7-year-old develop respiratory problems? Who would let a family have their meals eaten by rats or roaches? Who would let a child be eaten by bedbugs? Tell me, who would let a family live like this? Savages. There's nothing affordable about the housing. There's nothing home-like in these houses. Not only does affordable housing have to be affordable, it also has to be livable. It is imperative that violence be refrained, because when you take resources from people, deprive and deny them of help, that is too an act of violence. TOPA rights must be extended to make co-ops the norm, not the anomaly. ERAP funding must be doubled, not cut. DOB inspections must be enforced. Otherwise, what is the point of these bureaucratic systems? Let this be a clear statement of the community's rage for those whom couldn't be here. Our distress, our anger, and tirelessness. The Rental Act must not be introduced. Anyone who has ever struggled with poverty knows how extremely expensive it is to be poor. James Baldwin.
Thank you very much. Jamie Butler. And please make sure you unmute before you begin.
Thank you. I am recovering from the testimony we just heard, but I will continue. Chairman White and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify at today's performance oversight hearing for DHCD. My name is Jamie Butler, and I'm here on behalf of the Washington Interfaith Network's Ward 3 Affordable Housing Work Group. We are focused on the need to build more dedicated affordable housing in Ward 3. As Mayor Bowser's 2019 Housing Equity Report noted, the Rock Creek West planning area had only 470 of 51,960 dedicated units district-wide, less than 1%. That report set a goal of 12,000 new dedicated affordable housing units across the district by 2025, with 1,990 in Rock Creek West. We are far from reaching this goal, as others have noted. As of last year, only 125 new affordable units were being produced in Rock Creek West, just 10.1% of the target, and the smallest amount in all of the 10 planning areas. My comments today focus on inclusionary zoning and the weaknesses in how DHCD operates and oversees the IC process, as identified in a recent report from the Office of the DC Auditor. Since 2006, the IZ program has been one tool in our efforts to provide affordable housing. Its IZ requirement for new or rehabilitated residential developments with more than 10 units is one mechanism for integrating affordable units into market rate developments and, importantly, promoting socioeconomic diversity. As of September 2022, the district's housing stock included 1,966 IZ units, a modest but not trivial share of affordable units. But the IZ program is not being fully realized. Importantly, the auditor's report found that DHCD lacks the resources to effectively monitor and enforce the program. The key issues identified include insufficient staffing, which leads to delays in processing applications and conducting inspections, inadequate systems for tracking and managing data on IZ units, resulting in gaps in compliance monitoring and enforcement, limited outreach and education efforts to inform eligible individuals about the availability of IZ units in the application process, and insufficient training of property owners and management companies on the process and responsibilities. These challenges are not just administrative hurdles. They have real-world implications. Waiting lists are long, and some affordable units may remain vacant or occupied by ineligible tenants. DHCD agreed to many of the auditor's recommendations, commenting that it's working to make improvements, but lacks the personnel and technology to fully address these recommendations. The council should hold DHCD accountable, but to do so, they should ensure that DHCD has the necessary resources. WIN Ward 3 urges the council to allocate sufficient funding to DHCD so that it can fulfill its mission, and so that eligible DC residents have an opportunity to live in affordable units in buildings across the district. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Benjamin Bowles is not here. Is that correct? Okay. James Salt.
Good afternoon. My name is James Salt. I'm a DC Ward 4 resident and father of 2 children. A couple of years ago, a homeless man killed another homeless man in front of myself and my children at the public library. The victim, Ali, died in my arms. Ali, I hope he rests in peace. I mention him because people don't act deviant when they have stable housing. We have a dire housing crisis in the city.
That is not true.
And we need urgent fixing. Although everyone agrees we need permanent affordable housing for residents, we have extremely expensive housing and record displacement. But right next door in Montgomery County, they are a national leader in developing publicly owned and permanently affordable cross-subsidized housing. They're on track right now to create 8,800 municipally owned units. On the other hand, DC has relied nearly exclusively on a private for-profit inclusionary zoning model, often trading public land and air rights for private development. This has resulted in 1,600 IZ units and has resulted in stalled development projects across the city. According to the DC auditor, the IZ program is poorly managed and lacks accountability. If the private model is so inadequate, why not look at the Montgomery County model and what they're doing? Montgomery County has a revolving construction fund, referred to as the Housing Production Fund, which originated with a bond of $50 million on $3.4 million annual payment over 20 years. This fund has since increased for the second $50 million infusion, allowing Montgomery County to quickly build site-ready and entitled parcels that move from conception to finished in as little as 2 years. That's move-in, from conception to move-in. This offers both positive building conditions in an otherwise off-peak market, something DC is currently experiencing, and reduces operating expenses 15 to 20% by removing tax obligations from the bottom line, allowing Montgomery County to pencil out larger and more deeply affordable outcomes. So why can't DC do this? We gave Monumental Sports a $500 million debt financing package and purchased their building, giving them a cash windfall while reducing their tax bill to the city. We did that in the belief that an anchor tenant and the entertainment venue were good for the long-term interests of city residents. That same justification applies to investments in innovative housing models relying on similar financing structures. Why can't we create a similar deal for DC residents who desperately want more affordable housing? During the 2022 council hearing on the social housing bill, when the director of the Department of Housing and Community Development testified that the language of the bill didn't pencil out, then Chairwoman Bonds asked the director to substantiate the claim by producing an industry document known as a pro forma, which they agreed to do. The agency has yet to produce a pro forma backing up their claim. Despite this, we know the model works really well right next door in Montgomery County, and they are winning national recognition. In conclusion, I ask the council, either through statute or through oversight, to facilitate DHCD working with DC residents in demonstrating how this model pencils out. I suggest we start by looking at public lands currently under review for surplus land disposition. Let's start with the parcel at 1617 U Street. We have the knowledge and the skills to do this. We need a commitment from public servants, both on council and in the agencies, to articulate what we already know is possible. Bond finance public construction of cross-subsidized mixed income housing is an innovative and permanent solution to our affordability crisis. I know we can do this. The question is, are you willing to help us? And I'll submit that in addition to my written testimony, there are references to how Montgomery County is doing this in the written testimony I've submitted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jordan Shahan.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White, members of the committee. My name is Jordan Shahan. I serve as the Vice President of Real Estate Development at Jubilee Housing. I'm here today to testify on behalf of Jim Knight, President and CEO of Jubilee Housing, who's unable to appear in person. I appreciate the opportunity to present the testimony for the record regarding the Housing Production Trust Fund, DC Housing Finance Agency, and the broader state of affordable housing in the district. At the outset, Jubilee wants to acknowledge and thank DHCD and DemPed for their proactive steps in providing emergency funding for affordable housing projects at risk from the unprecedented rent arrears crisis facing the district. These efforts have been essential in stabilizing many housing providers and tenants during a time of uncertainty. However, as we have previously testified, these interventions by themselves have not been able to address all the need, and their eligibility guidelines have not been accessible to all segments of the affordable housing ecosystem, including several properties in Jubilee's portfolio. While the district has invested substantially in affordable housing, there are projects that continue to fall through the cracks. The way the last round of rental relief funding was structured excluded properties that did not have an existing DHCD commitment. Even though these properties house some of the city's most vulnerable residents, at Jubilee Housing, 3 of our TOPA acquisitions operate at a deficit while they are awaiting substantial rehabilitation. Because we were able to acquire them with private funding, including Amazon's Housing Equity Fund and Jubilee's own equity fund, they did not qualify for relief. This is an issue beyond just our organization. It affects many mission-driven developers who use private sources to acquire projects and prepare them for redevelopment, and are now not eligible for current relief programs. We encourage DemPed and DHCD to continue to iterate solutions that can reach a wider segment of the affordable housing market so that these projects are not lost back to the market. We are particularly hopeful that a series of interventions that HAND and DemPed are discussing now, including leveraging district funds with private financing to expand the pool of eligible projects, will bring relief to more at-risk projects so that more deeply affordable housing can be brought to market soon. There is an ongoing policy challenge: how to balance the use of HPTF dollars between struggling projects and new development. We recognize that the district is wise to prioritize preserving its existing investments. However, we caution that this does not come at the cost of losing projects that are well into their development process, essentially shovel-ready, but for tax credits and HPTF awards. Jubilee Housing currently has 4 active projects awaiting financing, including 3 redevelopment projects that will preserve and modernize deeply affordable housing for current residents, 1 new construction project that will bring 52 net new units into a high opportunity neighborhood, including deeply affordable units at 30% and 50% AMI. These projects are ready to move forward, but await financing approvals, extended underwriting timelines, and ongoing uncertainty about HPTF allocations. We must ensure that a portion of the HPTF remains available for new projects, not just for projects that have already received city funding. Otherwise, we risk limiting new affordable development in the coming years. Jubilee Housing Partners, alongside partners like Reentry Alliance, have long advocated for dedicated funding streams to support returning citizens. Stable housing is a key driver of successful reintegration, reduced recidivism, and public safety. Yet there is very little dedicated funding for reentry housing in the district, despite overwhelming evidence that it is one of the most effective strategies to reduce homelessness and improve community stability. We asked that DHCD release an RFP for funding that council established in the last budget cycle, $1 million in recurring funding to support rent and social services in eligible projects. We know of one such project that has a certificate of occupancy and could welcome new residents as soon as an award is made. We recognize that these are challenging times, both for DHCD and for housing providers across the city. There have been ongoing delays in underwriting and funding disbursements, which not only increase costs for developers, but also delay housing from coming online for residents who need it desperately. Every month of delay means more families waiting for stable housing. Jubilee Housing appreciates the ongoing partnership of DHCD, DCHFA, and the council in advancing solutions that promote long-term stability for all district residents. Thank you for the opportunity to share this testimony and for your commitment to addressing the housing needs of our city and our community.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shaheen. Sorry, thank you. Nita Misra, welcome. And hit the button on the base of your mic. Perfect.
So I just want to say thank you to the chairman and the committee for having me here. I appreciate the opportunity to give you my testimony. My name is Nita Misra. I'm a permanently disabled person who receives $960 from SSI. In March 2020, I was a patient in the first wave of COVID. I was intubated and suffer from brain damage and other physical impairments, including choking, tripping, loss of eyesight. I live in Ward 7 in a complex called Constitution and Courtyard. Via my DHS worker, God bless her soul, she has kept me alive, counseled me, supported me in ways I cannot even imagine. Okay, so I want to say that there's a positive there. Okay, she is like my life coach, has spent hours helping me survive. We've explored every avenue for availing housing support. My rent is $1,350. My SSI is $960. My child, who is a transgender male, and myself are both victims of domestic violence and child trafficking. We are survivors and advocates. And today I'm here to advocate for people who have disabilities and for trans youth in housing. I've consistently been told to use the ERAP program to support my housing needs. That has now been closed by the DC government. So as of now, I have no way to pay my rent. I have now been advised to enter a homeless shelter. And I'm here to say that while that may work for people who don't have disabilities, for people with disabilities entering a homeless shelter, I'm sorry to be dramatic, that's akin to a death sentence. And I've been told this from multiple agencies, multiple organizations. So I hope that my testimony will help you reframe the idea that maybe entering a homeless shelter is a backdoor to receiving services, but maybe we need to think of a different way for people with disabilities. Okay. I'm doing everything to remain housed. I have letters from my doctors saying that would be detrimental to put me in a homeless shelter, and I keep getting the same response to enter one. Let me talk a little bit about the housing I'm in right now that I'm so desperately trying to hold on to. My child and I have been viciously attacked in the place we live in. for being disabled, and for being transgender. We've been placed opposite a convicted child molester, even though we are victims of child trafficking. When I asked my landlord to relocate us, instead he informed the person who we were living opposite that we were victims of child trafficking, leading to a physical assault. When I called the police and filed an anti-stalking order, I was told I would be evicted for bringing the police into my unit. Okay, the housing I'm desperate to hold down to, okay, is not that fine, but I'm holding on to it. Okay? And the reason I'm giving you this story is to tell you vulnerable people face headwinds from many different sides. Access to housing is one of them. Discrimination by the community you live in is another aspect to it. So we are fighting on many fronts to hold on to our home. I hope through my testimony today, I'm able to advocate for other people who are disabled to say, give us a different pathway to finding housing support other than being put into a homeless shelter. Support us. We need you. It's a difficult time for us. Generally, we have a new government that's not sympathetic to people with disabilities. We have a new government that's not sympathetic to transgender youth. So I'm appealing to you to help us find different avenues for support. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Finally, for this panel, Abby Atia, welcome.
Hello, everyone. My name is Abby Atia. I live in Ward 6, and I attend St. Mark's Episcopal Church, a member of the Washington Interfaith Network, and I'm testifying as a volunteer with WIN. One of WIN's priorities is preserving the legacy of Black homeownership in the district and creating homeownership opportunities for working class individuals and families. As a way to address both these issues in my testimony today, I'm asking the City Council to reimagine how to increase the inventory of affordable homes for first-time home buyers and to provide additional resources to rehabilitate current homes. A few years ago, I qualified and I applied for an HPAP loan, but I actually gave up with the process when I realized that even if I got the full loan amount, there weren't any homes in my budget that I could afford a mortgage payment. So I'm still renting. And when I found out a few months ago that there's over 3,000 vacant and blighted homes in the district, I was really surprised because as a renter, the chance to be a first-time home buyer here in the district is a dream. So why are so many homes sitting empty when there's people who need affordable housing? And these vacant and blighted homes are such an opportunity to keep Native Washingtonians in DC and to expand opportunities to working class families. So I'm advocating today to have a revitalized attempt to the Vacant to Vibrant initiative, because past attempts showed us that we need more streamlined and efficient and accountable structure to prevent properties from returning to vacant status. So in several cases of the previous initiatives for Vacant to Vibrant, we saw that properties were sold only to remain abandoned by private developers. And so we recommend creating a monitoring system that's efficient and proactive to make sure that once properties are rehabilitated, they are maintained and they're occupied, because we need policies that are fast and responsive and hold developers accountable to their commitments to affordable housing. But also, just filling vacant homes and fixing blighted homes really isn't enough. We need to make sure that we're preventing these homes from becoming vacant and blighted in the first place. And one of the ways that WIN is advocating that we can do this is by expanding the single family home rehabilitation program. We need to ensure that home buyers are able to access this program and that the funding cap is raised to include a broader range of repairs. We should also ensure that there is coordination across agencies so that families who do get the money to make their repairs know about other opportunities like free solar and electrification through the Healthy Homes program that WIN pushed for. So Additionally, we also need to make sure that the single-family home rehabilitation program's waiting lists are addressed, and that we can explore ways to increase its funding and accessibility for more household owners. And one specific change to this program that we recommend is loosening the requirement that the homes be the owner's primary residence. We know that many of these homes need rehabilitation, may be vacant due to the owner's inability to live there because of its state. But these properties and their owners are still a part of our communities, and we should be supporting them to return to their homes. We need to be more flexible in some of our approaches to this program. So thank you very much for the time and for listening to me today, Councilmember White.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your testimony and the testimony of this panel. Be brief with a recap and questions. Abby Atia, very important testimony around the single family home rehabilitation program. And I do want to do some thinking about the primary residence piece. I have some initially conflicting thoughts on that, but I'm glad you made the point so I can think through it. And then making sure people know about other programs like the solar program is very important. There, our programs need to connect better. We have so many good programs in the district, and sometimes when you have so many good programs, you don't focus enough on making sure enough people can access them. So truly appreciate your testimony. Nita, Mira, Mitra, very powerful and touching testimony, and I appreciate it. And it is, also helpful, as I mentioned earlier, the issue like rental payment, it's not black and white. There are people who are not trying to game the system, who actually need this system to support them. There are people trying to game the system, and we have to be honest about that too, so that we don't have resources that folks like you need going to people who don't need them as much. And so, it is a balance, but your point, which I don't think I've heard in testimonies before, which is one of the reasons I appreciate these public hearings, is this idea around perhaps a different path for people with disabilities. That's something I want to start talking to our agencies about, because I do take your point, but it's people with disabilities, it's families, it's a number of people going to shelter in order to access the programs they need to stabilize. When they'd be okay just going right into those programs, it means we need to rethink how this is working. And so I appreciate your testimony, and I'm coming away with some things to think about and figure out with our agencies. And we have I think I'll be at the Department of Human Services hearing later this week, where I will plan to raise this issue as well. May need to bring in the Office of Tenant Advocate or others with respect to your current housing, but I do understand that you got more serious issues right now. So as you need us, let us know, but I don't want to jump in front of you. Jordan, Shaheen, thank you for your testimony and your point about balancing the need for money for new projects and money for protecting existing housing that we've already invested in is the crux of one of the issues we are facing right now, and we have to figure this out. But also on returning citizens. I mean, we have since I've been on the council, I've created housing vouchers just for returning citizens, because when we can get many of these folks into housing, they can do the rest, but they need that stabilization. So we've got to get the funds that we allocated last year into productive use for more housing for returning citizens, and appreciate the work that you all are doing on there on that, and we'll continue to be partners. And I actually have some questions for our agency partners on that later this year. I mean, later today. James Salt, thank you for your testimony. When I said to one of the earlier witnesses that I haven't given up on the idea of social housing, so social housing looks different in different parts of the world, different parts of the country. I do think Montgomery County's model is one of the best that we see here in the United States. There's an international model I was looking at last week that actually gives me hope for something else we might be able to do. But I do believe we can at least do what Montgomery County is doing. What we need to be aware is there are, again, always trade-offs. Montgomery County is not hitting the level of affordability with their model that the Green New Deal for DC is hitting. But that doesn't mean we do nothing. It means we figure out what we can do, and we do that thing. So I appreciate your testimony on what is really an important issue, and the point that stable housing is necessary. It's not a luxury. It's necessary. So thank you very much for your testimony. Jamie Butler, the IZ program, as I mentioned, I won't be too redundant. We're going to ask some questions about that later today because, we have some concerns. These have been concerns for years. Got new breath with the auditor's report, so we're going to dig into that later today. Angel Laguas, thank you for being with us, for your powerful testimony. We did fight 2 years ago to increase ERAP funding by tens of millions. Last year, it was a much harder budget. We increased it by millions, not tens of millions. The other thing I want us to all be thinking about in this difficult time is that there are a lot of programs that need more money. We also need to remember that more money is not the same as a solution. Like throwing money into systems and programs that don't work well without fixing those programs is, I think, as bad as underfunding them. And we need to make sure we're focused on both of those things and not just one of them. So truly appreciate your testimony.
I think we should also be focusing on like who we are assisting versus who we're not assisting, which is, I think,
I
is Lynn.
fully agree. Aparna Raj, thank you for your testimony as well, and your recommendations around HPTF funds, and taking looking critically at our housing tools. So thank you to this panel. We are going to, because I am also human and want to make sure I can pay attention to people as you testify, we're going to take a 15-minute recess before we move to our next panel. We're about halfway through the public witness list. Some of the people that will be on the next panel, just to give a heads up, are Lucy Murphy, Christian Colon, Dimas Colon, Roger Williams, Gustavo Vargas, Yesenia Palacios, thank you, look like an egg, Maya Brennan, and Sharice Liu. So as soon as we return at 1:30, we're going to call you up. There may be a couple more added to this list. So we are in a 15-minute recess.
You need to connect with Julia. So I have no idea if that man has any meaning.
I think you should. Do you want me to give you our number? Do you want to take it down?
Okay, but also, what would I come looking for?
Well, I mean, we're a housing provider, so
Yeah.
We have also in-house services for youth and for adults. So it's a combination of providing the housing, but also making sure that the tenants have all the services they need, interacting with the city, interacting with their personal issues, whatever's kind of going on.
Okay.
So my phone number.
Yeah, let me just put it in there. I'll never remember it otherwise.
I'll put my email also.
Okay.
More than welcome to send me an email.
Okay. I mean, it just was coincidental because somebody was like, "Oh,
I mean, where do you live? Which neighborhood do you live
I
in?
live in Ward 7
Okay.
in Hill East."
Okay.
I don't know if you're familiar with that.
All of our housing is in Adams Morgan, Mount Pleasant, Columbia Heights.
Okay.
So we have 9 existing buildings and we have 4 that are coming up. But we have plenty of room. So if you're interested, we'll put you in touch with the right folks. And I do more of the construction side of things. I'm not in the services side, but I'll connect you.
Okay.
And your story was very inspiring. Thank you for sharing it. A nice meeting you. I wish you good luck.
Thanks a lot.
You're
Bye-bye.
I was out. I was eating my burrito.
Well, I hear you.
Perfect.
I just ducked out and ate my burrito. Clinic.
Yeah.
That's right. We were really sincere and really fierce. Young man who was over here. I could see it on the screen. But the list of women. I saw it online. Over that, but we don't even.
So it's their building, and they want to bring up that like the past 3 years, the landlord stopped, but they didn't officially say they were going to stop. They just haven't been giving them the money. That was an amazing thing, and then now it's like from, I think it's great that they're here.
We are resumed. We're going to move into our next public witness panel. So again, Lucy Murphy, and if you're here, please come to the witness table. Kristen Colon, Dimas Colon, Roger Williams, Gustava Vargas, Yasina Palacios, Maya Brennan, Sharice Liu, also Helen Ortiz, Kim Harrison. Don't see Kim, but is she online? Colin Johnson. Yep, there we go. Yep. All right, and Lucy Murphy, we will start with you. Welcome. And if you hit that button on the base of your microphone.
Good afternoon. My name is Lucille Murphy from Ward 1. I'm the president of the 1449 Oak Street Tenants Association. My tenants association needs to borrow money to buy our building. I have lived in the same building for most of my life. My parents, Bob and Ruth Murphy, and I moved there in 1956, just before I started first grade at Bancroft Elementary School. I got my first library card from Mount Pleasant Branch Library the following year. I moved a few blocks away when I got married in 1969, but moved back to the same building in 1974. That was 51 years ago. I have lived there since then. Now that the building is for sale, the tenants have decided to buy the building. We have filed a letter of intent to exercise our TOPA rights. DC is our home. I asked the council, what is more important, homes for the many or profits for a few developers? The city council needs to reward, not punish, its long-term, long-time, hard-working, law-abiding citizens of Washington, D.C., and provide more money for tenant purchase by authorizing funding for the Housing Preservation Fund, the Housing Production Trust Fund, and the First Right to Purchase program, as well as assistance for tenants who are converting to a co-op. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Christian Colon. Okay, I'm apologize. I'm gonna, Ms. Murphy, I'm gonna swap you out for a moment. Sorry about that. You can begin your testimony.
Hello, my name is Christian Colon, a Ward 6 resident and longtime DC resident and active tenant leader in the community representing tenants in Ward 4 and 6. Thank you for the opportunity to allow our voices to be heard today. Today, I'm here to express the importance of strengthening and expanding our TOPA rights, particularly to ensure tenants have the support they need to exercise these rights and prevent the displacement of their homes. As we all know, TOPA was created to provide tenants with the right of first refusal when their buildings are being sold and are under threat of redevelopment. It has helped many tenants score big wins in a very tight competition between developers and landlords to keep their units affordable and remain in neighborhoods which they would be priced out should redevelopment take place. I live in a limited equity cooperative, and our members would not own the building today if it wasn't for TOPA. Our members acted quick and worked day and night and navigated an already challenging TOPA process, and this doesn't include the step added of the funding component for cooperatives, was made it 10 times harder. People like us hardworking people, low income, people of color should have a chance at DC real estate, even if we're not rich. The city has long said they're for the people and for providing affordable housing, and we're grateful it worked for us, but we need it to continue for other members in the community, and we need the city to live on that promise. Even so, TOPA is not a perfect system, and TOPA needs more enforcement, oversight, and help from the city. 741 Longfellow Street Northwest is a building I represent, is in current litigation because of a slumlord who created a scheme to trick tenants from day one and purchase the building only to not honor the development agreement and have tenants live in horrible conditions and face housing instability because the city will not help with TOPA violations and enforcement. I urge the council to reconsider the mayor's plan on the threat of scaling down on TOPA and instead allocate more funding towards TOPA enforcement, education, and include additional funding to the Housing Production Fund to help affordable housing projects who go through TOPA and keep limited equity cooperatives going strong and be able to also form new limited equity cooperatives. Honestly, I'm disappointed, and it's really an embarrassment that the mayor's office would come out with such a plan to scale down on TOPA, knowing this is a very important right tenants have. And currently, there are landlords and developers already abusing the system and finding loopholes to cheat tenants out of their rights. And instead of providing support to the tenants associations, the mayor's office believes that cutting back on TOPA is a better solution. Who does this help? Well, this only helps landlords and developers continue to attack our communities. And again, I urge you to listen to consider all the testimonies today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colin Johnson, welcome.
Dear Chairperson White, my name is Colin Johnson. I am a Ward 3 member or community person, and I also am representing the Greater Capital Area Association of Realtors today. Thank you for allowing GCAR the opportunity to share our insights regarding Department of Housing and Community Development. GCAR and our 11,000 members are a voice of real estate professionals, small housing providers, homeowners, and renters who live and work in the District of Columbia and Montgomery County. Today, we would like to focus our feedback on the Housing Purchase Assistance Program, also known as HPAP. As we know, you are aware, HPAP is one of the most utilized programs offered to DC residents. We also understand that the Committee of Housing is aware of the numerous wide-reaching consequences HPAP applicants have faced as a result of failures in administering the program. Our members have reported issues ranging from not receiving communication regarding the status of their application, not receiving promised funds, being told conflicting timelines, etc. These issues have severe repercussions on the ability for HPAP recipients and sellers to complete the process of buying and selling homes, which has a larger negative impact on the overall housing market in the district. We have also heard a great deal of frustration and concern about the way in which the process for distributing HPAP funds went from a first-come, first-served basis to a lottery system. It must be said that the timing of this change, more than a month after the onset of the new fiscal year, led to nothing but confusion and delay for applicants, real estate professionals, DHCD staff, and the community-based organizations that are supposed to guide applicants through the process. We implore the Committee of Housing to work with DHCD leadership and stakeholders to identify practices that ensure HPAP doesn't cause unnecessary burdens, but rather help applicants become homeowners and to continue to strengthen the local economy. We must also ensure that all of the necessary funding is in place for DHCD to have the tools they need and to accommodate the growing number of HPAP applicants. We appreciate the opportunity to share our association's perspective, and we are eager to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you very much. Roger Williams, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Councilman White and members of the committee. The comments in this testimony are attributable to a book that was published in 2024. The book is entitled Abolish Rent. The co-authors are Tracy Rosenthal and Leonardo Vilches. References from Abolish Rent are not going to be about a utopian scheme to allow the citizenry to have accommodations without any cost to the overall population. Rather, the comments will center on a pernicious system that is rooted in feudalism. As this testimony continues, some may ask, what do references from this book have to do with Mayor Bowser's Rental Act proposal? Quotes address the roots of the problem with the legislative agenda now being pushed forward. Our capitalist, quote, our capitalist housing system, to use Ursula K. Le Guin's phrase, is a human power produced by people, not by God or by nature. Any human power, she wrote, can be changed by human beings. High rents, displacement, and homelessness are not inevitable. Rent as a social, political, and economic relationship is not inevitable. Our capitalist housing system can and must be changed. But the solidarity amongst its beneficiaries, landlords, developers, elected officials, the police, mean we, renters, need to build equal solidarity for ourselves. In other words, we know we couldn't fight against rent alone. Housing isn't in crisis. Tenants are. Our lives are wrecked and wrung by price gouging, eviction, and displacement. We suffer trauma, loss, precarity, panic, poor health, and premature death. For poor and working class people, particularly people of color, that crisis is permanent. The capitalist housing system has never, capitalist housing system has never provided universal access to safe and stable homes. And the policies enshrined by our federal, state, and municipal governments, both its compromise regulations and its deliberate deregulations, maintain crisis as the norm. A lot of time is about up, so perhaps the references from the book can be continued at Wednesday's hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maya Brennan, welcome.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman White, members of the committee and staff. My name is Maya Brennan. I'm the Chief Housing Officer at the Coalition, formerly known as CNHED. Our over 180 members represent a broad spectrum of the district's community development organizations, including affordable housing developers, housing counselors, resident advocates, and community development financial institutions. I'm here today to share how our broad membership is thinking about DHCD housing oversight this year. First, I want to acknowledge the state of housing in DC right now. While a prior panel rightly pointed out Montgomery County's IZ leadership, DC has also long been known as a national leader within the US in housing policy, especially about our preservation tools, the Housing Production Trust Fund, and TOPA. As we face a mix of persistent and newer challenges, we should consider how to retain our housing leadership and sustain our programs in trying times. Because these are trying times, housing costs are far beyond what typical DC households can afford. Our existing affordable housing faces risks from high rent arrears and drained reserves, and housing budgets, especially at the federal level, are far from certain, even as their importance remains high. So what do we do? First, district leaders must make an assessment of the resources we have and consider ways we can make the most of them. Second, we must not turn our back on the laws we have in place to protect our residents and preserve our housing. Even in the hardest times, we must not pull back from our DC values. Instead, we should prioritize predictability and balance through all aspects of our housing system. That's what matters most to our members. Specifically, the coalition has 4 main oversight requests for this hearing. First, please inquire about DHCD's plans for the Qualified Allocation Plan, or QAP, in 2025. A regular QAP update schedule helps the affordable housing industry align its plans with public priorities. DHCD has had a practice of biennial updates, the last of which occurred in 2023. If 2025 will be an update year, as our members hope, we should be getting underway. Second, please ask about the time to fill inclusionary zoning units and ideas for improvement. Our members are concerned about extended vacancies, and we are interested in DHCD's thinking about how to address this. Third, look at how DHCD might use the consolidated RFP stabilization awards from this round to be able to collect data on the impacts of these awards. If we can document that finances stabilized for these properties after a one-time infusion of funds, the district can use that knowledge to bring funders back to affordable housing. Fourth, as we testified last year, staffing levels at DHCD remain a concern for our members. We have been talking with DHCD about that, and we want to thank and recognize DHCD's current staff, as well as all civil servants, for their efforts to keep up. However, we would also like to understand the plan for filling vacancies, including through temporary use of consultants. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for the opportunity to testify and for your continued partnership in this vital work. My written testimony has additional details, so I look forward to continuing the conversation and ensuring that DC's housing policies continue to lead the way nationally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe our next three witnesses have a translator, Dimas Colon, Gustavo Vargas, and Yasina Palacios. Is that right? Okay, so let me ask all four of these witnesses to play musical chairs for us. I appreciate it. Who is translating? There we are. All right, so you will join us as well. And you can take the far left seat. My left, your right. Well, you know, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Sit wherever you are most comfortable. And Gabby, you will be interpreting, translating. Sorry. Thank you very much. All right. So you can turn your microphone on, and Dimas, you can begin. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, gracias por la oportunidad de dar mi testimonio.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to give my testimony.
Es claro que el proceso de TOPA es un camino para ayudar a formar cooperativas.
It's clear that the TOPA process is a way to form cooperatives.
Si se reducen los fondos para tal fin, las personas que quieren formar nuevas cooperativas no podrían.
If the funds are reduced for that, the people who want to form cooperatives will not be able to.
Dando oportunidad de compra a particulares que en muchos casos solo buscan sus propios intereses.
In many cases, there are situations where people are looking out for their own interest.
Haciendo que muchas personas en DC tengan que buscar otros tipos de vivienda.
And the lack of funding is also making that people have to look for other types of living arrangements in DC.
No solo en DC, sino también en Maryland y Virginia.
Not just in DC, also in Maryland and Virginia.
Afectando así la capacidad de los sistemas de vivienda, salud y educación.
Which is impacting the systems of not just housing, but also health and education.
Por lo que se requieren nuevos accesos a estos sistemas en el DMV.
For this, there needs to be new ways of accessing these systems in the DMV.
Debido a los traslados de las personas alrededor del área.
Due to the people moving out to the other parts of the DMV.
Un ejemplo de ello es el caso de 741 Longfellow, donde los derechos de compra fueron cedidos de un comprador a otro.
So an example is in the situation of 741 Longfellow Street, where the TOPA rights were given from the seller to the buyer.
Y había un contrato previo de acuerdos de desarrollo de por medio.
And there was a development agreement made with these rights.
El nuevo comprador dice que tales acuerdos no fueron establecidos.
The new buyer says that these rights were not established.
Y ahora no acepta la responsabilidad de cumplirle a los tenants en arreglos, mantenimientos y demás acuerdos.
And now he is not complying with his requirement to fulfill the development agreement in terms of maintenance and repairs that were agreed upon.
Esto con el objetivo de desplazar a los tenants de sus unidades, afectando no solo sus viviendas, sino su salud mental.
The objective of this really is to push out the tenants that are living there, and this is impacting not just people's living situations, but also their mental health.
Han habido otros casos alrededor de DC, lo que ha hecho que esto se convierta en una práctica repetitiva por algunos compradores.
There are similar situations that have happened all over DC, such that this has become a practice with certain buyers.
La pregunta es, ¿cómo se puede garantizar la transparencia y el cumplimiento del proceso de TOPA en el caso de que los compradores no cumplan con los acuerdos de desarrollo?
My question is, how can we ensure transparency and enforcement of the responsibilities of the buyer in situations like this where the buyer is not complying with the development agreement?
Y evitar el desalojo en caso fortuito o de fuerza mayor de muchas familias en DC,
And avoid the eviction and displacement of many families in DC.
ya existiendo conocimiento previo de cómo operan estos compradores.
Knowing these practices that these certain buyers are practicing in.
Gracias por la oportunidad nuevamente.
Thank you again for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Gustavo Vargas.
He is not testifying. I think is it okay if Helen goes? Okay, Helen and Yesenia.
Okay, if you could start with her full name. Welcome.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Helen Ortiz.
Good afternoon. My name is Helen Ortiz.
Gracias por permitirme estar aquí.
Thanks for allowing me to be here.
Yo vengo a contarle una breve historia para darle gran apoyo a la organización de TOPA.
I'm going to tell a brief story in order to show my support of TOPA.
En el 2013 y 2014, nuestro edificio, existía la compañía de Barack Company y se puso en venta representando el edificio 7701 y 7611 de Georgia Avenue.
In 2013 and around 2014, the Barack Company put our building up for sale, and the tenant association formed in 7030 and 7040 Georgia Ave.
Cuando se inició el proceso de venta, enseguida nosotros los inquilinos de allí buscamos la solución y nos fuimos a la organización de TOPA.
When the process of the sale began, us as the tenants came together and we sought out the help of TOPA.
Iniciamos nuestra organización, el cual en este momento ya voy para 7 años. Yo represento como presidenta de la Asociación de Inquilinos y aquí tengo al lado una secretaria que actualmente no lo es, pero estuvo con nosotros y está activa en la organización.
So we created our tenant association. It's been 7 years now. I am the president of the tenant association, and next to me is the secretary of the tenant association, who's not active now, but was active previously with the association.
Enseguida conocimos de TOPA y TOPA nos ayudó a legalizar nuestra organización.
As soon as we learned about
de
TOPA,
Tenant Association.
we were able to utilize it to understand how to
Y
form our
hasta
tenant
ahora
association.
estamos luchando y trabajando bajo la organización de TOPAS.
And we're still working through the TOPA process.
Tenemos el conocimiento que muchas familias con las otras compañías pues sufrieron daños de plomo, de ratas y hasta algunos niños se llegaron a enfermar en ese lugar.
We know that with the last company, a lot of families suffered, especially with lead, rats, and a lot of children got sick because of the lead.
Tanto la compañía que nos representa, que es William Schmidt, hasta ahora nos da un buen servicio de mantenimiento por este momento y le debemos eso a la organización de TOPA.
Up until now, the new company that has the building, William C. Smith, is providing us good services, and that's really due to the
Porque
TOPA
siempre
process.
están para apoyar.
They're always supporting us.
Este mensaje, yo vengo aquí, conté mi historia, la historia de nosotros, porque es dándole un apoyo a la organización de TOPA. Aquí tengo mi compañera que también va a concluir con nuestro apoyo que tenemos, porque es la verdad.
The purpose of me sharing today is really to show my support of TOPA and the organization of TOPA. And I have here my neighbor who's going to finish telling the story of our
Y
building.
gracias por escuchar.
And thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. And you are Ms. Palacios? Well,
Buenas tardes, señor consular, Mr. Robert White. Mi nombre es Yesenia, represento al 7701 de la Georgia Avenue y el 7611. I'm Yesenia Palacios. I represent 7701 of Georgia Ave. Somos una asociación de inquilinos organizados bajo la agrupación de TOPA. We're a tenant association that we formed through the process of TOPA. Agradecemos a TOPA porque gracias a ello nos pudimos dar cuenta de los derechos que tenemos como inquilinos de la ciudad. Because of TOPA, we were able to get informed of our rights that we have as tenants of DC. Donde nos pudimos dar cuenta cuáles eran los beneficios como residentes del Distrito de Columbia. What are the benefits of being tenants of the District of Columbia? Resido por 29 años en esa propiedad. I've lived there for 29 years. Como dijo mi compañera, en la compañía anterior que fue Barak Company, tenía las unidades en una mala condición donde había plomo. As my neighbor said, the last company there was Barak Company, and the units did have lead and were not in great condition. Muchas familias, sus hijos sufrieron de plomo, pues mala suerte mi hija alcanzó un nivel muy alto de plomo. Lots of families suffered from this, and my daughter did actually test a really high level of lead. Afectando su nivel de aprendizaje, pero gracias a Dios que llegamos al acuerdo con William Smith que cederle el derecho para que ellos compraran la propiedad. Luckily, we did get to a development agreement with William C. Smith that they will buy the building. Cuenta con 90 unidades. It's 90 units. Llegando a un acuerdo de tener un 85% de renta bajo costo. And the agreement assured that 85% of these units would be low income. Y un 15% ellos lo iban a rentar al precio de mercado de renta. And 15% would be market rate. Lo cual favorece a muchas familias inmigrantes a poder pagar una renta justa. And this supports lots of families, immigrant families, to be able to pay a just rent. Asimismo también hacerles saber a los propietarios de arrendamiento cuáles son los derechos acordados y que ellos puedan respetar ese acuerdo que se firmó el día que nosotros le cedimos ese derecho a William Smith. And this is to say, wanting that all of these landlords to actually honor the agreements that were made, like the one that we made with William C. Smith. Un punto muy importante fue que después de 15 años, a very important point is that after 15 years, nosotros podíamos comprar nuestra unidad a un bajo costo. That in the agreement, we would be able to buy our units at a lower rate. Porque todos merecemos vivir en un lugar digno y residentes de Washington pagando nuestros impuestos, creo que lo merecemos. Because we all deserve to live in a dignified place, and we're, tax-paying residents of DC, and we deserve this too. Agradezco por permitirme dar parte de mi testimonio y que sigamos estos programas abiertos para la comunidad hispana, blanca o moreno, siempre y cuando respetando el derecho de todos ciudadanos de este país. And I thank you for letting me give my testimony, and I want these programs to continue to be available for all, for Latinos, white, black, everyone living in DC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sharice Liu, who is with us virtually.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Sharice Liu, an attorney at the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless. The District of Columbia has a worsening affordable housing crisis. In 2024, homelessness in DC increased by 14%, including a dramatic 39% increase in family homelessness since the previous year. The latest housing profile report from NLIHC shows that over 50,000 DC renters have extremely low income. that is 0 to 30% AMI, and 75% of extremely low-income households are severely burdened with housing costs. There is no indication that these trends will reverse without aggressive intervention. It is as important as ever that the Housing Production Trust Fund is well funded and its mission protected, that is, to preserve and create affordable housing for DC's most vulnerable households, including and especially those that fall at and below 30% AMI. A fundamental contributor to homelessness and housing instability in DC is that there is a dearth of deeply affordable housing. Despite this, the funding of the creation of deeply affordable housing continues to fall short of the HPTF's requirement that 50% of its funds be used for 0 to 30% AMI. In FY21, only 30% of the funds were expended on the creation of deeply affordable housing units. In FY22, the percentage decreased to 19%. In FY 2023, the HPTF annual report indicates that 43% of HTPF funds were obligated to support deeply affordable housing, a substantial improvement from previous years and yet still not where it should be. However, the progress thus far is evidence of the impact of stronger oversight and increased agency intent. Due to years of failing to prioritize the preservation and creation of deeply affordable housing, the need still far exceeds availability. It is as crucial as ever that this committee continues to use aggressive oversight measures to ensure that the HPTF is allocated as legally prescribed, adheres to its mission to prioritize preserving and creating affordable housing for the lowest income households, and is effectively used to combat the worsening crisis of affordability. In 2022, the Council passed the Housing Production Trust Fund Accountability and Transparency Amendment Act to require additional and comprehensive reporting to Council. But data and reporting requirements should go further. Incorporating additional provisions from the previously introduced Housing Production Trust Fund Transparency Amendment Act of 2021 that require public transparency regarding project selection and completion would further increase accountability. While DHCD has made some progress on its general reporting, the annual reports fail to include and disaggregate key data. For instance, the annual report fails to indicate the level of affordability for each project. This committee and council need to ensure that DHCD timely complies with all reporting mandates, including regularly updating quarterly reports on its website for public access. Currently in 2025, the most recent quarterly report accessible to the public is from 2022. The council should use its oversight powers to ensure that DHCD produces accurate reporting that disaggregates crucial data and increases transparency. Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless maintains its previous recommendation that council should also consider separating the half of the HPTF meant for extremely low-income housing to protect the investment, avoid further misallocation, and encourage greater accountability. The data is clear that a failure to prioritize the preservation and creation of deeply affordable housing is contributing to an increase in homelessness and displacement, particularly for Black DC residents who are the most impacted by homelessness and the largest racial wealth gap in the nation. DC Council can demonstrate its commitment to solving our affordable housing crisis by creating safeguards and enforcing those safeguards to ensure that the Housing Production Trust Fund is used as intended and as prescribed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kim Harrison, who I don't think is here. All right. So let me pause there for this panel and thank you each for being with us. Dimas Colon, Gustavo Vargas, and Yacina Palacios, thank you for your testimonies that bring real life experiences. You know, there are instances where TOPA is not working as it should, and then an example of where you're starting to see some benefits from the leverage you had as tenants from TOPA. Thank you. And I'm sorry, I said Gustavo, Helen Ortiz. Gracias. For previous witnesses, so I'm going to play musical chairs again. I want to thank you all very much for being here. I just have a quick question for Colin Johnson. Lots of frustration around HPAP at the hearing today, and frankly, I've stopped on the street many times about HPAP. People have reached out to me. I know that you all had a front row view of that. As we figure out how to streamline HPAP better, give a better, more clarity on the availability of funding, make sure people are not caught off guard by changes, certainly no changes midstream. I appreciate that a few years ago, the mayor expanded the amount of money that an individual could receive from HPAP from $80,000 to $202,000. But the pot of money did not grow substantially, which meant that fewer people were able to receive HPAP. Do you have thoughts as a realtor on whether we need to go back to 80,000 or something closer to $80,000 in order to help more people, or whether we should look to keep it about where it is now?
So I want to applaud you for taking our testimony today. I really appreciate that. One, I think there's two pillars we'd want to re-emphasize. One would be transparency, and then the second piece would be funding. I think engaging with our community on a regular basis and understanding what the dynamics of the market is very important. As the cost of housing goes up, so too does the need for more funding to match those needs to put people into homes. Underfunding the program, as you've mentioned, and under positioning the program are two very detrimental things. And I think that it's really important that transparency is a key pillar to this program so that those individuals that are looking for those funds understand how they can navigate the system. The second piece is then what we need to fund it with. And what I would ask the committee to do is engage with our community, our lending community, our real estate community, and understand what the dynamics of the market is to know exactly what's needed at that time.
Okay. We will do that, although I would say what I'm saying right now to everyone as we look to go into the budget season, we should assume that no new program is going to get funded, and no current programs are going to have more money than they had last year. We will work for better and hope for better, but that's the assumption we should go in with to make sure that we are strategic in how we analyze and what recommendations we make. But point well taken, and we will make sure we are engaging the industry as we sort through that question. Want to thank Lucy Murphy for your testimony around 1440 Oak Street. That's a long time to live in a building. So I know that is certainly home for you, and appreciate your testimony that we need more money for the housing preservation, first right to purchase, and for TOPA. Christian Cologne, thank you for your testimony on 741 Longfellow Street and TOPA. That is something we need to look into. And Roger Williams, appreciate your thoughts on housing with respect to capitalism, and Maya Brennan regarding predictability and balance in our housing system. I think that is important. That's kind of our key themes right now that we're going to have to figure out. We will ask about the QAP in 2025. What the industry continues to say is that they need a regular schedule for predictability. And then, as I mentioned a few times earlier, we will be asking about the IZ program. Actually, if I could ask you, Maya Brennan, I did actually have one question for you that I needed clarification on. With respect to IZ units, you are concerned about extended vacancies, but your members are the building owners and developers, right?
We have a combination of the building owners and developers, and then we also have an ownership housing working group where there are folks who are helping with housing counseling and making sure that folks are getting connected and placed into a variety of pieces of housing. So on the ownership housing working group, what we have been hearing is concerns that the folks that realtors and other real estate agents and the housing counselors that have helped them get through the IZ training process are seeing that they are vacant as well. So we're seeing it, we're kind of hearing it from both sides, both from this unit is vacant too long, and we are operating it with it vacant too long, and from we have folks who are trying to get connected into ownership IZ units and not seeing it happen.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. Well, thank you again to this entire panel. Thank you for being with us and for your participation in our performance oversight. It is an important part of our oversight work. We're going to turn to our next panel of public witness, Hillary Nash from DCAR, Apollonia Lopez, who's with us online, Galadios Gabri, Lelani Rhea. Excellent. You can come on up. Lois Baker. LaShawn Vire. William Jordan, who I believe is online. Samuel Buggs, with the DC Reentry Housing Alliance. Vernell Holland, with the DC Reentry Housing Alliance. All right, Hillary Nash, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair White. My name is Hillary Nash, and I currently serve as the chair of the Public Policy Committee for the DC Association of Realtors. I am also a resident of Ward 5, an associate broker, where I lead core property group at Arla at Properties, where we brokered more than $500 million of real estate transactions in the district in 2024. DCAR is the State Association of Realtors, and we serve as the premier voice for real estate in DC. Our mission is to advocate, protect, and promote the interests of our over 3,000 members and their clients who live and work in every ward. Through our public policy work, we represent real estate professionals, small housing providers, homeowners, and renters. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Before I begin, I also want to thank you, the council, and the mayor for your leadership in the commitment to affordable housing and homeownership. Your partnership has made it possible for thousands of district residents to own their own homes and build equity right here in the District of Columbia. Recently, DCAR partnered with Greater Washington in an unprecedented poll of district residents and reflected what realtors have known for months. District residents are overwhelmed by the cost of living in our city, and they're particularly concerned about the cost of housing. Home prices are without a doubt the biggest obstacle for aspiring homeowners who want to put down roots in DC. We encourage the council to consider this as it charts pathways for residents to become homeowners. We also know that small housing providers, including many of our members, are struggling to maintain their properties and pay their bills. These small providers offer safe and affordable homes to the longer-term residents, families, and seniors. Unfortunately, they have been adversely impacted by inflation, increased utility rates, non-payment of rent, inability to evict tenants who are violent, and other heavy-handed regulations. If we don't change something, we're going to see units offered by small housing providers pulled off the market, leaving a vulnerability for corporate buyout, while rents continue to go up for everyone else. The council and the mayor must act, and we must balance the needs of both tenants and our housing providers to address the rising costs that we have all faced. The Department of Housing and Community Development plays a critical role in filling these gaps with programs like HPAP and EHAP and Housing Production Trust Fund. Unfortunately, HPAP had significant challenges last year with its unclear and contradictory communication and last-minute policy changes. These challenges left our members in the dark and our clients with at risk of losing their opportunity to purchase a home. We cannot allow last year's failures with HPAP to happen again. We would like for HPAP to have adequate funding, clear communication, predictable timing, and a consistent process. When they went dark in October, our members reported over 220 applicants that were in limbo. My apologies. Due to our advocacy efforts with the agency, we were able to work that down and serve about 175 of them and get them through the process. There were several people who lost their contracts. Sellers couldn't wait with the lack of communication. Other applicants never even heard back from the agency after the lottery had occurred. We have a depth of experience and we want to offer our expertise to serve the needs of the applicants and bring this program into alignment with the standard marketplace. Most of the applicants do not receive the $202,000 to answer your question, Chair. It aligns with the previous $80,000 offer, and we look to assist for greater efficiencies that can easily be implemented so that the sellers, the lenders, and the buyers who all have buy-in can move forward with confidence when the district makes a promise to their constituents and expect it to be delivered. Of course, DCAR definitely understands that while HCD has been dealing with high staff turnover and vacancies, we asked the mayor and the committee to ensure that they have the staff resources and oversight it needs to change direction and ensure that programs like HPAP have the impact that we all expect and deserve. It's clear to our members that more needs to be done to ensure our residents have an opportunity to purchase a home. Our rental rates in the district are disproportionately high amongst all cities across the country. And that means improvements to HCD and changes to laws. To that end, I want to thank also Mayor Bowser for putting forward at least her ideas in the Rental Act. And as chair, when you took office in January, you set the tone by calling for uncommon cooperation and focus on the business of progress. And as you evaluate the mayor's proposal, we encourage you and your colleagues to continue to put forward your own. We're ready to partner with you on these efforts. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and I'm here for questions.
Thank you very much. Apollonia Lopez, who's with us online.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you can begin your testimony. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Apollonia Lopez. I'm the president of Urban Village Tenant Association. I live in Ward 1. Our community at Urban Village has experienced significant positive impacts thanks to the TOPA law. Through collaborative negotiations facilitated by TOPA, we've secured what we consider to be a substantial improved agreement for our families. Tenants were afforded the opportunity to explore alternative solutions rather than accepting the initial proposed terms. We actively pursue engagement with other developers to secure a more favorable outcome, reflecting our beliefs in the property potential for significant improvement. This improved agreement is particularly meaningful for many of us who have been long-term residents of this property, some for over 2 decades, like myself. We've invested significantly in our community, and for many, home ownership remains unattainable. As renters, we often find ourselves addressing critical issues such as substandard living conditions and inadequate security measures. The imbalance of power leaves tenants vulnerable to neglect while developers continue to collect rent without investment in property maintenance and tenants' well-being. We believe that a more equitable and collaborative approach is necessary to ensure a fair and productive relationship between developers and renters. TOPA offers a unique opportunity to engage in meaningful negotiations, securing improved outcomes, and potentially, in my case, creating generational wealth. More importantly, it offers a pathway to mitigate displacement and homelessness within our community. The potential removal of TOPA rights would primarily benefit developers who in many instances prioritize profit over the well-being of and long-term sustainability of the community. Established residents, again, tenants have to advocate for improved living conditions, enhanced security measures. Tenants invest significant time and resources into the rental properties, receiving minimal return on their investment. Removing TOPA is removing a voice. It's removing opportunities and can possibly cause horrible outcomes such as homelessness and displacement of a community. All right. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Galadios Gabri. Okay. Lilani Raya, welcome.
Thank you for letting me be here. My name is Leilani Raya, and I live in 1225 Clifton Street, Ward 1. I come before you today with deep concern regarding the ongoing mistreatment that my neighbors and I are facing under the ownership of Earnest Equities, who purchased our building at auction in 2023 without giving us the opportunity to exercise our TOPA rights. We are currently enduring unspeakable living conditions due to their neglect and abusive practices, all while the District of Columbia has failed to protect tenants like us. Since Earnest Equities acquired our building, we have faced continuous violations of our basic tenants' rights. The developer's actions, coupled with the district's lack of enforcement, have left us in unsafe, unhealthy, and completely intolerable living conditions. Instead of protecting tenants, the district has allowed developers like Earnest Equities to continue prioritizing profit over the health and safety. I'm so sorry. Of our residents. The issues that we face today are a direct result and failure to provide proper maintenance, essential repairs, and basic services. Despite numerous complaints and violations reported to DOB, Earnest Equities and its owner, Felipe Ernest, continue to operate without consequence. In fact, Mr. Ernest still holds a valid license and continues to acquire properties in the District of Columbia. I'm gonna outline some of the issues that we face. I have kids and elder neighbors. The past winter, my neighbors and I went without heat over a week. Despite multiple requests for urgent repairs, no action was taken. Additionally, I reported a severe leak in June 2024, which causes significant damage. My kitchen still without repair, and the mold keeps growing. Our building front door has been broken for over a couple of months. We had a plastic covering our front door during this winter. A lot of our neighbors will continue asking, why is DOB not doing anything? Why is your Ward 1 not doing anything? It was winter and we had a plastic. After they replaced the glass, the lock wasn't fixed and we couldn't go out. If there was a fire, we didn't have the chance to go out of our building because they don't fix the lock. About 3 weeks ago, I reported with DOB that we still don't have a lock, and the report was no violations. I called DOB and understand why is there no violation? I'm in front of my door and it doesn't have a lock. Anyone can come in. We have experienced rats, roaches, infestation, and the situation in our building keeps going. Despite these numerous violations, the district has allowed Earnest Equities to operate without consequence. Instead, Earnest Equities keeps offering us money so that we can leave our units. Why don't you use that money to actually repair our units? Why are you still buying properties when you don't have the funds to actually repair our building? This is something that is concerning. Why do they keep having this license when they don't even have the money to repair our buildings, or they have the money to actually offer us $10,000 so that we can leave our unit instead of fixing? We are asking for the council immediate intervention. We need action to hold Earnest Equities accountable for their neglect and abuse. The district must stop enabling predatory developers and being enforcing the right of tenants who call this city home. We deserve more than empathy, promises, and broken systems. We deserve safe, habitable housing where our rights are respected and protected. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll come back to you with some questions and comments. Lois Baker. Okay, thank you. LaShawn Vera. Online.
Hello. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, you can begin. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon to Councilmember White, committee members, and staff. My name is LaShawn Byer of Ward 4. In 2016, my family received an impromptu notice that we had to move from our apartment home in 30 days due to the landlord selling the building. They offered us $4,000 to move that we would be paid after they found a buyer, went through the process, and closed on the sale, which we knew could be months away, though they were asking us to incur the expense of moving in 30 days. The document they strongly and repeatedly asked us to sign had only one signature line for us to sign and nowhere for them to sign, which would have bound us to leave and one day maybe get a small payment while holding them to nothing. This and other tactics caused increased panic as we were able to afford this apartment home that was located near our child's school and blocks from a supportive family that helped to care for our child who had emotional health concerns. We were not prepared to move and uproot our lives in 30 days, which would have brought immeasurable stress and hardship on our family. Thank God for a neighbor that found TOPA. It was a clear and concise process that made us feel that our voices were heard and our lives mattered. TOPA assisted in providing resources we otherwise would not have had due to different reasons. Many of them are systemic. TOPA gave tenants like myself and my family a way to understand what is available to us when we are up against big entities that had no consideration for working class families and all that we are up against. This is a space where big entities take grave advantage of those that may not know how or have financial resources to defend their livelihood. Our landlord was very aggressive with us and really rude and threatening to our family and neighbors. One of my neighbors was a senior citizen in her 70s who ran a licensed daycare for 12 years in her unit that supported the neighborhood beautifully. The owners denied her the right to continue her work once she spoke of TOPA. This ended her income abruptly, which scared her so badly that she left our building against the TOPA lawyer's advice, which put her in a state of unemployed homelessness. Throughout this process, we heard repeatedly from the landlords, "How could you do this to us? You seem intelligent. Why are you renting anyway?" These were efforts to shame us and make us feel unworthy of making decisions that would support our family and protect us from those predatory acts. Due to wonderful resources in DC, such as tenant advocates and TOPA lawyers and government oversight agencies for TOPA, we were able to go through the process and avoid being displaced and having our lives disrupted. Please protect this much needed vehicle of TOPA and all of the tenant advocate agencies that provide fair and equal representation for DC residents trying to survive in a very expensive housing market. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much. William Jordan.
You say William Jordan?
I did.
Okay. I'm here today to request that the mayor, the council, DCD, and DC Housing Finance suspend for at least 4 years what amounts to if you're white, you're all right. If you're brown, stick around. But if you're black, get back. Not so covert guerrilla war of negligence against DC's black families. As well, to join me in dismantling our city's Jimmy Crow policy and regulatory regime. It's too much to ask black families to continue to navigate this system and the Trump-Musk administration simultaneously. On March 2nd, the Washington Post did an article. The house color tells you when your neighborhood is gentrifying. That gives a sneak peek into the dynamics of our city's Jimmy Crow system. Note the article that fails to articulate that our near Jim Crow-like system described in the article is largely driven by and incentivized by the city's housing and regulatory regime. It is my firm position that if our city is truly going to address our housing affordability and racial inequity crisis, agencies such as DHCD and the Housing Finance Agency must lead us with honest analysis of our situation beyond the Orwellian doublespeak favored by our political class, starting with the Park Morton NCI example. Ward 1 Councilmember Brianna Doe in her February 27th release updating residents and the public on the Park Morton project stated, the first phase of the Park Morton reconstruction project is almost ready to open. More than 140 units of income restricted housing with 1, 2, and 3, even 4-bedroom units to accommodate families of all sizes. However, DMPA's flyer at March Madness last year and the developer's website indicate almost the opposite. Studios, 1 and 2 bedrooms apartments, and a 4-bedroom. No 3 bedrooms, and lots of studio units. So my question to DHCD, which is accurate, NADO or DMPA and the developer? Because according to the 2019 study by DMPAD, the supply of rental housing affordable to households making less than 30% and 50% AMI falls short. This is referring to large units. Clearly, those potentially missing 3-bedroom units matter, and its harm is really that if they are indeed missing. Also, the DC Housing Finance Agency, which helped finance the project, said at oversight hearing a couple years ago, it has no responsibility to the outcome of the projects that it invests in. And so my question is that still their position, that they're not responsible for the projects that they invest in? Finally, do we agree with NADO's assessment that she's thrilled that this project is successful? Well, obviously it is not. I've spoken to former Park Morton residents. The lease-up process was supposed to be done last August. It still is not done. Not only does the bedroom sizes not match, the sign-up process has been chaotic and confusing. So I'll close by saying, look, we're not being honest about where we are. So how do we expect to fix the problem? So I'll end there.
Thank you. Taking one other note about your testimony. Okay, Samuel Buggs.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman White and esteemed members of the Housing Committee. A pleasure to see you, Mr. White, once
Always.
again.
Thank you, Mr. Buggs.
My name is Samuel Buggs, and I'm honored to speak to you today. I serve on the DC Reentry Housing Leadership Council and as a board member and resident of Jubilee Housing. But most importantly, I come before you as someone who has walked the hard roads of reentry. I spent years behind bars, and when I came home, I faced the harsh realities that so many returning citizens do. No home, no stable foundation, no second chance in sight. That experience is what drives me today to fight for reentry housing. First, I would like to thank the council for taking critical steps forward. Chairman Middleton and his body allocated $2.4 million in the DHCD budget to support housing solutions for returning citizens. This is not just a number, it represents lives changed, families reunited, and futures restored. I especially appreciate that 1.4 million has already been directed to Jubilee Housing, a longtime leader in providing deeply affordable and supportive housing. This investment will ensure that more men and women coming home from incarceration have a real shot at stability. Thank you for recognizing that housing is the foundation of successful reentry. But I'm here also today because we still have unfinished business. $1 million of that funding remains unallocated. That is deeply concerning and frankly unacceptable. We have organizations proven, ready, and capable, waiting to put these funds to work. We have returning citizens coming home every single day, and without stable housing, their risk of returning skyrockets. We cannot afford to let bureaucracy or delays stand in the ways of progress. The numbers tell the story. 57% of DC's homeless populations are formerly incarcerated. That means more than half of our unhoused neighbors are people who simply never got a fair chance after serving their time. Housing is just not about shelter. It is about public safety, economic opportunities, and human dignity. We know that stable housing reduces recidivism, improves employment outcomes, and strengthens communities. Yet, without the immediate action, that allocated 1 million sits unused while people suffer on the streets. This is unacceptable. I'm asking this committee and DHCD to act with urgency. Clarify immediately why this 1 million has not been allocated and remove any barriers slowing this release. Ensure these funds go to reentry housing organizations that are now prepared to use them right away. Commit to making reentry housing a priority in future budgets, ensuring long-term funding so that we are not back here next year fighting for the same basic needs. Council members, you have already taken a step in the right direction. Now I urge you, do not let that last million set while people are struggling. This is not just policy, it is personal. It is justice. I stand before you today as proof of what happens when returning citizens are given a chance. Let's make sure that every person coming home gets the same opportunity. If I may, I would like to share one other situation, and that concerns possibly one of the most happiest times of my life, but also indicates one of the saddest times. The happiest time in my life, one of the happiest times in my life was receiving parole after being incarcerated for over 20 years. The saddest also came because at that time, despite receiving parole, I had no idea where I was going, no place I would call home. Subsequently, that led me back to the same things that led me to my first incarceration. I'm here today because of supportive situations that aided returning citizens. Hey, thank you for allowing me to share my story and my aspirations.
Thank you very much, and appreciate you being with us, Mr. Buggs. Final person for this panel, Burnell Holland with the DC Reentry Housing Alliance. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman White and members of the committee. My name is Burnell Holland, and I'm a Ward 7 resident and CEO of Gilded Knight Consulting, a social impact consulting firm that specializes in increasing access and opportunities in spaces and places that it didn't exist before. In this capacity, I'm proud to testify here as a representative of the DC Reentry Housing Alliance. More than that, I stand before you as someone who believes deeply in the future of the District of Columbia. Like many Washingtonians, I have family who've experienced incarceration. They've served their time, paid their debts to society, and are working hard to rebuild their lives. We know how hard that road is, especially without stable housing. And that's why the DC Reentry Housing Alliance exists, to ensure that returning citizens have a fair shot at rebuilding their lives, contributing to their communities, and staying on the path to success. Specifically, we aim to identify solutions and structural changes that will result in a net increase of at least 500 new units of housing and supportive services for returning citizens. Before going any further, I want to thank you, this committee, and the council in general for its leadership in addressing reentry housing. We know how much you've done on that front already. Chairman Mendelson and his body allocated $2.4 million in the DHCD budget this fiscal year to support reentry housing efforts, a significant step forward in making DC a national model for second chances. We're especially grateful for that, especially about the 1.4 that's already been allocated to Jubilee, a member of our alliance with a track record of providing affordable housing for returning citizens. This investment will change lives, giving people the stability they need to find work, reconnect with family, and connect more deeply with the communities that raised them. But as my friend and colleague, Mr. Buggs, just said, there's still unfinished business. $1 million remains unallocated, and this is alarming because we know the need is urgent. We know there are projects ready to go. Every day that these funds sit unused means another person coming home to uncertainty, homelessness, or worse, returning to prison simply because they had nowhere else to go. I respectfully ask this committee and DHCD, what is causing this delay? And when will this money reach organizations that are ready to use it? This is not just a policy issue, it's a public safety, economic, and moral issue. And as you know, housing is the #1 factor in preventing recidivism. Without it, returning citizens struggle to find jobs, stay connected to support systems, and move forward. But we've also got to be clear. Unless we set aside units specifically for returning citizens, they will continue to be passed over, pushed to the back of the line when seeking housing options because of misplaced fear, outdated policies, or outright discrimination. And we cannot allow that to happen. I urge DHCD to act swiftly, ensure that the full $2.4 million is put to work for the people who need it most. Clarify why the $1 million has not yet been allocated, commit to distributing it immediately to reentry housing providers who are prepared to use it, and continue to prioritize long-term dedicated funding for reentry housing in future budgets. DC has the opportunity to lead the nation in how we support returning citizens. The investment you've made is a powerful step, but the job is not finished. Let's get this funding out the door and ensure that when someone comes home, they come home to stability, dignity, and opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much to this panel, Mr. Holland and Mr. Buggs. We'll find out why it's taking so long, but more importantly, we just need to get this money out the door. So that is the goal. The hard part was getting the money. You all came and advocated last year. We worked with Chairman Mendelson, who made sure we got this $1 million in the budget in order to support housing for returning citizens. It now just needs to get out the door. So that's going to be our focus. And I appreciate your testimony. Sorry that you had to come here to find out why this money isn't moving. We'll find out why. But again, our ultimate goal is not to find out why, it's to get the money out the door. So we'll stay mission focused on that. But I appreciate you doing the work. And look forward to seeing what the housing that this funding brings about. Mr. Jordan, yes, it is still DHCD's position that they're not exactly responsible for the housing that we invest in publicly with public funds, but I still have some issues with that contention, as folks know from Talbot Street. And so we will continue working on that, because I do think that the city has an interest, once we invest public funds, to ensure that the housing built with the people's money is sturdy, is sustainable, is dignified. Otherwise, we're throwing away taxpayers' money, which is not anything that anybody that I know would support. So we'll keep working through that. You mentioned Park Morton. I think you said the bedroom numbers don't match up. If you're talking about the number of bedrooms or the square footage, can you just clarify for me which one you're talking about?
The number of bedrooms per unit.
Okay.
So, yeah. So one report says there are 3 bedroom units in the building, and another report says they're not.
Can you repeat that one more time for me, please?
So
one report from whom?
So Councilmember Nadeau says there are 3 bedroom units for families in that building. The developer in Dempez says there are not 3 bedroom units in that building.
Okay.
Right. It's important because 3 bedroom units are key to families having access and being able to leverage those units. So if you don't have 3 bedroom units, you really harm the ability of families to function.
Okay, let us look into that. It may be the case that the 3 bedroom units are going to be in another building that's built in the entire project. It may be a mistake, in which case we got to fix it. So let us look into that, and I appreciate you raising it. LaShawn, thank you for your testimony around TOPA. Leilani, again, is it Raya or Raya? Raya. I'm very upset and bothered by the testimony you've given, the conditions that you've described. Do we have your testimony in writing? Okay. I would like to get clarification from DOB this week on the status of conditions at your building, because that needs to get addressed immediately. So whether it's my team and somebody from DOB going to see it together, or them just telling us the timeline and next steps for this. Can you turn your microphone on?
There's never follow-up on the DOB inspections that we have had. And also, like, suddenly they disappear and there's like, oh, there's no violation at all. When we have like uncollected trash, rats, infestation, mold. We have had a few inspectors that they take pictures and that's all they do. But yeah, nothing is done. We have gone without a proper entrance for a long time, and I don't understand why is it that this broken system with DOB and like they have tickets. Well, why do they still keep a license? Why do they still have a license? And why are they able to keep buying properties when they cannot even fix the one that they are already, like, they own that property, they bought it?
They will follow up this time. You, me, and the director of DOB will be on the same email thread as we get this resolved. So we'll be in contact with you on that. I'm sorry conditions have been like this for you and your family, but we will get them resolved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Apollonia Lopez, with respect to Urban Village in Ward 1. Thank you for your testimony, and Hillary Nash with DCAR. The HPAP. I don't think. I mean, there's always concerns about HPAP. I don't think there's ever been this volume of concerns, and all the testimonies are very consistent, which points clearly to what the solutions need to be from the agency. So appreciate you being here. And then I believe you said you have ideas for greater efficiencies that can help us with the HPAP process.
We do. We transact these with the CBOs, with Urban League, with finance agencies. So we've seen over these years, I mean, HPAP is one of the most popular programs. They can also be stacked with other programs. You see applicants come in and receive also an FHLB grant or perhaps a birdseed grant. So there are so many efficiencies that the department can implement to be in line with some of these other programs to make these applicants more successful. So we look forward to be able to working with you and DHCD moving forward. We have until October, I presume, until, well, we're here again
Yeah,
with the
but
money being released.
Right,
So
that's right.
hopefully we have enough time to get some
We do have enough time.
improvement.
That's
Yeah.
right. So I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, let me thank this panel. We're gonna. Oh, no. We're going to end this panel with a smile. It's been a hard panel. Mr. Holland, you got a baby. How's that baby boy doing?
He's great.
Like a baby. You might not have slept last night.
No,
baby.
I was yawning over there. It had nothing to do with the testimony.
Okay. All right.
Sleep is a friend that I don't really know.
You don't know it anymore. Yeah.
But he's great. Turned 1 in 3 weeks.
Excellent. Wow. One already. Wow. Excellent. Well, thank you so much for this panel. Thank you for the work you all are doing, and thank you for being here today. And we look forward to following up. Thank you, Mr. Bucks. Right. Next panel, Tyrell Holcomb with Jubilee Housing, Max Ewart, Nadia Johnson, Maria Ortiz, Samuel Wilkins, Trupti Patel, Ashanti Washington, Shakita Sheffy, Shanice Williams, Nijon Coleman, Winsome Allen, Sydney Morolay, Nikita Guest, Carol Cole, Zoshwana Mataj, Teresa Davis, Reginald Shaw Richardson, Kiana Robinson, Ryan Taylor, Layla, no last name, Mark Tinsley, Anthony Shelby, Brioni Coiner, Brioni Conyer, Renshaw James, Riley Davis, Victoria Ford, Tanya Clark, Nicole, no last name, Nicole, Luis Cedillos, or Luis Cedillos, Chantrice Williams, Sherman, Jennifer, Washington Machiki, Shiezda Washington, Antoinette Simpson, Gabrielle James Johnson, Wanda Gore, Ronice Brisbane, Layla Finucane, every time, Layla, I'm gonna get it one day, President of Victory Housing Incorporated. Finucane. Finucane. There, one day. Mitchell Crispell, the Director of Real Estate Development for True Grounding Housing Partners, Inc. Shannon Herbert, CEO of Washington Area Community Investment Fund. Tim Chapman. If I did not call your name and you are here to testify or online, let us know. But if you're here to testify and I did not call your name, please let me know. Excellent. All right. Tyrell Holcomb, welcome. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you, Councilmember. Good afternoon. My name is Tyrell Holcomb, and I proudly serve as Vice President of External Affairs at Jubilee Housing and a native Washingtonian who resides in Ward 7. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today regarding the Department of Housing and Community Development, the Housing Production Trust Fund, and the DC Housing Finance Agency. I want to begin by recognizing the significant steps taken to address rental arrears and stabilize the affordable housing ecosystem. These efforts have been essential in helping providers navigate post-pandemic challenges. And we appreciate the continued partnership in finding solutions that ensure stability for both housing operators and tenants. At the same time, we know that stability is only the first step. If we truly want to solve this crisis, we must look beyond short-term relief and towards sustainable long-term investments in housing and services, particularly for returning citizens. As a member of the Reentry Housing Alliance, we recognize a returning citizen without stable housing is a person stuck at the back of the line without a clear path forward. The chances of them ever getting to the front are slim. We know that housing is one of the most critical factors in reducing recidivism. Without it, individuals are at a greater risk of falling into cycles of instability, unemployment, and ultimately reincarceration. That is why dedicated funding for housing and services must be a priority. The reality is that without a clear multi-year funding commitment for reentry housing, we are forcing returning citizens to compete for resources in a system that does not recognize their unique challenges. We need a set aside within existing programs that ensures returning citizens are not left behind. Councilmember White, you and Chairman Mendelson have taken bold steps to pass existing funding for reentry housing. We commend that leadership. As Mr. Holland stated previously in his testimony, we are now, though, deeply concerned that despite that victory, these funds have not yet been fully released in an RFP. At Jubilee Housing, we know firsthand that the demand for reentry housing is high. We have a project that is ready to lease up soon as funding is available. That is not a theoretic solution. The housing exists, the services exist, and the need is urgent. The only thing standing in the way is the final step of execution, getting the funds out the door. The solutions put The solutions put forward so far have helped to alleviate some of the most pressing challenges, and we applaud the efforts of this agency and its partners in bringing relief to providers. However, as we move forward, we must continue to refine and expand these efforts to ensure they fully address the scope of the housing crisis. One of the lessons learned from past rental relief programs, including DC rental assistance, is that while property owners received financial support, tenants were often left with lingering rental debts. This disconnect created a lasting financial burden for tenants who were already struggling, while also impacting housing providers' ability to maintain stability. As we design future relief programs, it is important that both operators and tenants are given pathways to long-term success. We should explore mechanisms that tie relief to enhance tenant success, such as structured arrears reduction programs that incentivize payment habits while stabilizing landlords. Considered a structured repayment match, such as a 50 cents per dollar paid toward arrears, so that tenants have an opportunity to repair their accounts without being overwhelmed by insurmountable debt. Pair housing support with financial coaching, rental assistance strategies, and tenant stability programs to prevent further cycles of delinquency. At Jubilee Housing, we believe that relief must serve as a bridge to long-term stability, ensuring that both housing providers and tenants emerge from this crisis stronger, not more vulnerable. We are grateful for the leadership of the council and housing-based agencies in tackling the district's housing challenges. The solutions introduced so far demonstrate a commitment to progress, and we look forward to continuing to iterate on these efforts to meet the full scale of need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Samuel Wilkins.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White. My name is Samuel Wilkins, and I serve as DC Affordable Law Firm's probate and estate planning managing attorney. I am honored to offer testimony today to highlight the ways that BHCD's critical heirs property funding has transformed the lives of our clients and their families. In DC, after someone dies, if there was not a trust, transfer on death deed, joint tenancy, or something similar, a probate estate must be open to transfer title of the real property. And if this does not occur, heirs property issues can follow. There are many reasons why people don't transfer title after a loved one's death, ranging from not knowing anything had to be done, to not knowing what to do, to being too overcome with grief or too busy to handle the process. Many times, heirs property issues lie latent for many years until something triggers a problem, a foreclosure proceeding, tax sale, or being denied benefits or loans because the heirs don't own the property. The representation DHCD's funding enables is critical. The probate process can be complex even when someone initiates the process right after they die. It gets even more complicated when people wait years to start. We have represented surviving spouses whose spouse died, leaving behind a home and multiple business entities with multiple bank accounts and complex debts. We've represented heirs as they navigate the complexities of a cooperative unit, ownership, and transfer. And we have helped clients navigate negotiations with other family members, find missing heirs, navigate tax obligations, and attempt to secure a bond, a substantial barrier for many. With standard private attorneys' rates being between $250 and $600 an hour, navigating these complex cases can result in charges to the estate north of $30,000. As many of the estates we work with only have a house and a couple $1,000s in the bank account, it may be challenging to secure an attorney without selling a house. Thanks to DHCD's innovative heirs property assistance program, our clients don't have to be put in the position where the choice is keeping title in limbo, watching the property be lost in tax sale or foreclosure, or attempting to navigate this process alone, risking their own personal liability for missteps. This program makes home preservation possible. And in instances where the home sale is the best course of action, the heirs property assistance program ensures that the equity of the property goes directly to benefiting the heirs. Through this program, we served Mary, who was facing foreclosure and unable to get information about the house because an estate was not open. DCALF represented Mary in the probate process, connected Mary with foreclosure counsel and the Homeowners Assistance Fund, and Mary and her brother will soon inherit the home, preserving nearly $700,000 of wealth. This program served Rick, a district senior who unsuccessfully attempted to probate his deceased mother's estate back in 2002 and sought DCALF's assistance after receiving notice that the home had been improperly receiving property tax rebates for more than 20 years. With DCALF's support, Rick was able to reopen his mother's estate and distribute his mother's $600,000 home to himself, preserving more than $500,000 of intergenerational wealth. And this program helped Andy, a disabled senior, avoid homelessness and remain in his family's home after a sibling tried to improperly evict him. Although the Heirs Property Assistance Program empowers us to serve hundreds of residents every year through direct representation, advice, and outreach, we know that the program's impact is deeply personal. We preserve the family homes in which our clients grew up, had their own children, and shared their parents' last days. It has been a privilege to collaborate with DHCD as we have implemented this program to reach more DC residents in need of the holistic and comprehensive heirs property assistance that this program makes possible. Thank you for your support of this program and consideration of our testimony.
Thank you very much. And Wanda Gore, I think you have to accept promotion. Certainly want to hear from you. As you do that again, Wanda Gore, look for a button that says accept promotion. We'll come right back to you. We'll go to Mitch Crispell. Mitch Crispell, I see you online with us. Mitch Crispell, if you can hear me, you can unmute. All right, we'll try you again in a minute. Brioni Coiner, welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Briani Coiner, and I work along Miss Deborah Cuevas-Hill, who you heard from earlier today at Legal Counsel for the Elderly, and we help clients like Miss Lula Barnes, who you also heard from. As you have heard today, the DC Homeowners Assistance Fund has made an immeasurable impact on our low-income and elderly clients. Since the opening of the program, LCE has directed over 130 clients across all 8 wards to apply for the program. HAF has provided our clients with over $1.5 million in home-saving benefits. This money has been crucial to keeping seniors in their homes following the COVID-19 pandemic. In the last year, the program dispersed funds on behalf of several LCE clients, including Miss C, a 67-year-old who cares for 2 adult children and 2 minor grandchildren. She fell behind on her taxes when her daughter lost her job. She applied for HAF, and while it took 13 months, she eventually received $23,000 in property tax relief and can continue raising her family in her longtime home. The program also helped Mr. and Mrs. G, a couple in their late 70s who fell behind on their mortgage when Mr. G lost his job as an operation room tech during the pandemic. They waited over 18 months, but the 2 were relieved when HAF paid $27,000 to resolve their mortgage default, and they have remained current on their mortgage ever since. And Miss F, a scam victim with a traumatic brain injury who applied for HAF in 2023. While she had to wait over a year to receive the funds to help her catch up on her mortgage, she will now get to continue to age safely in her home. While DC HAF has provided crucial financial support to many of our clients, not all were so lucky. By giving out erroneous denials, abruptly shutting down the program without warning, overpromising funds it later claimed to not have, and stopping any and all communications with applicants and advocates, the program created uncertainty and stress among its applicants. Ms. O is a reverse mortgage applicant who was erroneously denied for failure to provide proof of her monthly mortgage payment. However, unlike regular mortgages, reverse mortgages do not require a monthly payment. They have no monthly payment. This denial highlights the program's lack of an essential understanding of how reverse mortgages work. This client had to bring a lawsuit against DHCD to reverse its decision, which it eventually did, but not until after the program had already run out of funds, leaving this client potentially without assistance she otherwise would have benefited from. Ms. G is a 68-year-old client who supports 2 adults with disabilities and 2 minor children on her limited income as a street food vendor. And she was relieved to find out that she was approved for assistance with her $20,000 condo fee debt. She relied on this approval as she awaited the program to make a payment it promised for nearly a year, until last month when the program notified her that her decision was reversed and denied because the program ran out of funds. She was she was quickly forced to come up with a repayment plan and is now foregoing life-sustaining purchases like food and healthcare in order to make her monthly payment. Ms. B is a 75-year-old living in the home she has owned for over 25 years. She applied for HAF in 2022, was approved in January 2024, and despite receiving multiple reassurances that the program will make a payment of the past due amount, she has still not received one. Now, due to program delays, she now owes upwards of $100,000. And finally, Ms. G, who's a 70-year-old living in the home she was born and raised in. She applied for HAF and was approved for property tax assistance over a year ago. While waiting for HAF funds, a tax lien was sold and she is now in foreclosure. HAF has not paid the taxes yet and the balance is over $68,000. HAF has provided many of our clients with life-saving assistance, while others have been left in the dark, wondering if the payment promised to them will ever come. Today, we ask that the council ensure DHCD winds down HAF responsibly so that those who were promised a payment will receive the funds they relied on. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me try Wanda Gore again. Okay, I think I see you, Wanda. You can unmute and turn on your camera.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You can begin your testimony.
Hi, my name is Wanda Gordon. I currently reside at 151 Q Street Northeast, and I am in apartment 3103. I'm currently in rapid housing due to illness that I became disabled in 2022. I lost my eyesight, and also I'm in a wheelchair. I was in the unit previously that I currently have an OHR case on due to not applying to disability needs. So which me losing my job, it caused me losing my job when I got sick. I worked all my life. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. I worked all my life, so I had to go in rapid housing, which they told me what my duties and my responsibilities was to make sure I pay my rent, look for current jobs, and also try to rehabilitate myself as far as education. Well, I did everything I could while living here. When they moved me in 151 Q Street, I'm in a unit which they call according to the property manager last week, this is a jailhouse unit. I have windows, but the whole year I've been here, I was not able to raise a blind. I could not tell if it was cold, raining, hot outside or anything. I suffer with upper respiratory diseases. I have to sometimes have my aide to take me outside just to get some fresh air. I'm fully disabled. My aides have to assist me in everything, bathing, eating, everything. Last week, I want to say a week ago, I fell coming from the hospital. And the reason why I fell, the whole development does not have any ramps, no disability ramps at all. So getting to the doctors is challenging. I do ride Metro SS. They have to find a spot to come pick me up, and that's halfway down the block in the garage. And sometimes that causes problems with other neighbors because they're trying to get out and they're blowing horns and they just move. The Metro SS doesn't want that problem. Yesterday, this coming from church, the Metro SS wanted to drop me off. And again, this happened again. He had to circle the block, take me around the back way of the building and let me out on a dangerous intersection where me and my aide she had to maneuver and get me inside the building. I complained on several occasions. I called DDOT. I'm sorry, the building of DOB. I called them last week in regards to no ramps on the streets, no handicap accessibility to get in and to a vehicle. I haven't heard from them, but in previous dealings with DOP with the old property I was on, when I made complaints, they was closing the tickets the same day, saying that they went to the building. They never came to my unit or anything. Right now, I'm afraid. I feel like I said, I fell last week. It was 3 o'clock in the morning coming from the hospital, and it was 26 degrees, and I had to wait for the paramedics and the ambulance to pick me up. I have letters from the doctors stating that I need more handicap accessible in this unit. I've been denied for reasonable accommodation. Also, I just found out that the mayor said that she was not going to reassign me to for rapid housing as of February the 28th. I no longer will have any assistance. This unit is 2365. I get SSDI. I only get 2117, and I have a young adult. She just turned 18, but she's in high school. She's graduating this year, and it's hard for me as a single mom with disability, can't see, and she's been helping me and her also trying to keep her grades up. But by the grace of God, she's doing good. She's been accepted to 15 colleges, and all I'm doing, and she worried about me every night crying where we going to stay. As of now, I don't have anywhere to stay because she won't. I went to pay my rent on Saturday, as I paid my rent the whole 12 months I've been here, never been late, was in all compliance, did everything they told me to do. When I paid my rent on Saturday of the first of the month, I called the Greater Washington Urban Leagues. They told me that my portal was shut down. That was even more alarming this morning. So, along with dealing with my health, now I don't have nowhere to stay. And I worked all my life. This is my first time asking for assistance when I became ill. This illness, me becoming handicapped, was sudden. I went to the hospital for vision, blurred vision, and a headache. I woke up that morning blind, and I just don't know what to do. I don't have nowhere to go. I don't know what to tell my daughter right now. She's at Kent University because they honor her this weekend. So she's supposed to come home tonight. I don't even know how. Like, I paid my rent, but I called Greater Urban League and they said no. They said no. They said that someone was going to call me back later. I haven't received any phone call from anyone. I'm depressed. I'm tired of looking at these walls. I've worked all my life. I even signed up for rehabilitation to get a job due being disabled. The day for me to start training, they called me the day before for me to start training. I got a phone call saying that the mayor didn't sign the contract. So everything is on freeze. That's another setback. I want to work. I always work. Now I have nothing for me or my daughter. She's supposed to graduate on the 16th of June. And we homeless. We're going to be homeless. We're going to be homeless. I applied for an appeal. And I got the letter from the court, but they didn't give me no court date. But even when I called Greater Urban Washington this morning, they said the mayor said shut the portal down, shut my portal down. They can't accept payments and stuff for me. So what am I supposed to do? I can't afford $23.65 along with utilities and everything else. And then this unit is not safe for me. This unit is not safe for me. Like I said, I need assistance in everything, feeding, bathing, just going to the doctors. But I've been proactive in everything, anything they asked me to do. That's why it took me so long to accept the the panel, because I couldn't see it. My aide was trying to figure it out. And it's been very hard enough that I lost my vision and my ability to walk and everything. But now I don't have nowhere to go. I pay taxes. I have over 30 some years of employment. Good jobs. Good jobs.
Ms. Gore,
Yes.
I so appreciate you being with us. Let me go to our final witness. We're about 5 minutes over on your testimony, which is all right. But let me go back to the other witness, and I'll come back to you. All right.
Okay.
All right. Mitch Crispell, have you been able to join us? Excellent.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear and see me?
Yes.
Great. Hello, my name is Mitch Crispell. I am a director of real estate development for True Ground Housing Partners. We're formerly the Arlington Partnership for Affordable Housing, but we changed our name to reflect our move into the district and Maryland and other places outside of Arlington. So we are still based there, but we serve the whole DMV region with over 2,600 homes today and several thousand more in the pipeline. We are working with DHCD on the Riggs Crossing Senior Residences project, which will bring 93 affordable homes for seniors to the Riggs Park neighborhood, really close to the Fort Totten Metro Station. That project is opening this month. That project was only possible because of the city's Housing Production Trust Fund, which provided a major investment. So my main message today is to urge the city to continue funding the Housing Production Trust Fund in the highest amount possible so that future projects like ours will be achievable. We are currently leasing up the building. Given the state of rent collections in the city for affordable housing operators, we are concerned about experiencing similar issues as our peers in terms of large delinquencies holding us back from converting to permanent financing. There are major costs associated with that, specifically the extra interest we would pay on our construction financing if we have to hold into the construction phase longer than anticipated. That's not in the budget. That would be, an additional cost to us and ultimately the city because of the loan. The benefits of the Housing Production Trust Fund will be severely diminished if the delinquency issue continues and projects, as well as their affordability, get lost to foreclosure. So therefore, we are heartened to see the legislative conversation going on around how to address those delinquency issues, which we're plugged into and will be weighing in as it develops. I also want to mention that this project was also enabled by the DC HFA's allocation of tax-exempt bonds and DC's local low-income housing tax credits. Both of those played a role as well in the project. So we're really grateful for the city's investment of those resources in our projects and similar ones that collectively are addressing the affordable housing crisis in the city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And I'm sorry, also on this panel, Layla Finucane. All right. Oh, there we are.
Hi, sorry about that. Good afternoon, Chairman White and other members of the Housing Committee. My name is Layla Finucane. I'm President and CEO of Victory Housing, a nonprofit with over 2,700 units across 35 communities in the District of Columbia and 4 counties in Maryland. We have a particular focus on affordable housing for seniors. And we're coming here today to testify. I'm testifying today to commend the DHCD for its efforts to stabilize the affordable housing in its portfolio and to support adoption of the Rental Act that the administration has put forward as a framework for rebalancing and strengthening the district's housing ecosystem. I hope that you were talking about looking for solutions. I hope some of the solutions to the problems can be found in that framework. The most recent RFP of HPTF funds for stabilization of communities in the DHCD portfolio is a critical infusion of funds that will allow housing providers to fund critical operations and financing expenses. For us, we have one community where this will be the critical infusion that will allow us to reposition in a way that it does not have as heavy, the community will not have as heavy a burden to pay of must-pay first lien funds from the DCHFA. We have to recognize that for some communities, the structure of low-income housing tax credits may not be compatible with the needs of the community. For example, where the community has a significant amount of tenants who cannot or will not pay the underwritten rents, and yet the building must operate under a for-profit partnership model that prioritizes the payment of debt expenses and the preservation of the credits for the financial institutions that are the key lenders and investors. While we're trying to reposition this one community that represents home to its residents to a more simple nonprofit charity model, this is not the recipe for success at the scale that is necessary. The comprehensive legislation of the proposed Rental Act, I think, would be the framework that could bring back the balance necessary to create an environment where nonprofit developers and responsible lenders and investors could invest their resources. The legislation might be a potential solution to protect existing affordable housing while strengthening the DC housing ecosystem. I want to particularly highlight the aspect of it to increase and expand the local rent supplement program to increase eligibility to up to 50% of AMI from 30% of AMI. This will help many residents of the district who are working, but at income levels that make affordable housing almost impossible in the high income area like Washington, DC. As part of this, we also want to highlight that these vouchers should not be limited to permanent supportive housing units. Also, another aspect is reaffirming the Emergency Rental Assistance Program Reform Act and ensuring that that is made permanent. We hope this is already in progress and want to reiterate what an important first step that is towards addressing the ongoing affordable housing crisis in the district and the entire district multifamily housing ecosystem. This ERAP legislation directly addresses two of the most critical aspects of the problem: automatic stays and lack of requirement of demonstration of need. Third, the modernizing the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act. I think this is a critical piece because it will refocus TOPA on preventing displacement by ensuring that naturally occurring affordable housing is protected while allowing other transactions to move forward to produce the income that the district needs to support all of its affordable housing goals. The reform will clarify which transactions are eligible and further ensure that tenants are aware of their TOPA rights and resources that are available through many pathways in the district, including the Housing Resource Center, which DHCD has recently reopened. Finally, the last aspect I wanted to highlight was restoring DHCD's authority to acquire and reposition vacant properties to increase investments in communities and create more opportunities for affordable housing development. This was a critical and successful tool that ensured for neighbors that properties did not stand long vacant or create blight. The above and all aspects of the Rental Act together will help to ensure that the district can build more housing of all types in the future. A city where housing development grinds to a halt except for ultra-luxury developments will be a city of increasing economic disparity, not a resilient and strong city that models thriving and diverse neighborhoods and communities. The district is facing economic and other uncertainties from various headwinds. The Rental Act is an opportunity to shore up an aspect that the district has often been a leader on: its housing variety, vitality, and safety net. Thank you for your time, consideration, and leadership in looking for solutions.
Thank you very much to this panel. Layla Fanukin. Yes, we understand the outline of what the mayor's proposing. As you know, we haven't seen the bill yet, but it is something that we are prepared to work with the mayor and her team on, and we will put forward some additional and different ideas as well on a timeline of urgency. Mitch Crispo, thank you for highlighting the many of the issues that you're seeing. including rent payment delinquency. I think for folks paying attention in this hearing, you have heard from tenants who are not gaming the system, who cannot pay their rent, and you have heard from developers who are not greedy, evil people just looking to take advantage of people. And so as we start to understand the reality of the issues that we're dealing with, we use this information to move to solutions urgently. So I appreciate your testimony, and you are one of many people urging the mayor and the council to fund the Housing Production Trust Fund. The quick question for Wanda Gore. First and foremost, congratulations on everything your daughter is doing. I know you are incredibly proud of her, and I also can only begin to understand what you are dealing with in your housing issues and uncertainty. The portal that you mentioned with respect to Greater Washington Urban League, which portal are you referring to? I'll give you a second to unmute.
I'm referring to the portal that you, where you go to pay your rent every month. I was able to pay it when I went to go pay it on Saturday, so I did pay it. But when I called them this morning in regards to a rent ledger, that's when they transferred me to the finance department. And she told me that I was no longer in their, I no longer have a contract with them, and I'm not even allowed to get in my portal. And I told her, yes, I was. I got in it on Saturday. She was like, sometimes it takes a little while longer. But as of the 28th, I do not have a contract with them, and I'm no longer in rapid housing. I
So
did appeal. I appealed in early enough a time. I just don't have a court date yet.
Okay. Let us work with you to understand to get a handle on the timing of your court date, and also understand whether you've applied for other programs. I don't think that we don't need to do that in the public hearing.
Okay.
So we will reach out to you to get a handle on some of the specifics to see how we can best help. But my hope is that we can find a way to settle this very understandable anxiety that you have, and to help with this housing situation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Brioni Pointer, appreciate your testimony about half. These are frustrations that have been raised by some other witnesses. And like you said, as we wind down this program, we need to do it as effectively as possible. And I know Legal Aid and others have been working with a lot of people who understood that they were going to get help and feel like they've been left on the hook. We need to figure that out. So we will be discussing that with the agency and continuing to work between them and residents to wind down this program as effectively as possible. They've had some serious communication issues similar to in other programs. So those are avoidable. Sometimes you can't control how much money you have, but you can control the communication at very least. And there's a gap in funding that I still don't know where that money is, whether it's been allocated, how it's been allocated, and we need to understand that. So thank you very much for your testimony on this. And Tyrell Holcomb, thank you for being with us today. You mentioned in your testimony, this is with respect to the money that we allocated for housing for returning citizens, and you said that the housing is ready as soon as the funds become available. What will that money pay for?
So to my knowledge, it would help cover the cost. So what I was alluding to is there's a particular project that is ready to go, and the funds would cover the cost for the units.
Okay. And will this opportunity expire at some point, or?
I imagine it would cause a great financial strain on the particular entity, who is not Jubilee Housing, to clarify, but they are operating in Ward 8, where we know that there is a great need for housing of returning citizens.
Okay. All right. Well, as I mentioned to others who testified, we've got to get this moving. So we'll find out what's happening, but more importantly, our goal is to get this funding moving to open up that housing. It is important, and we have a lot of returning citizens who are struggling with housing, a lot of returning citizens who are in our shelters, and more folks coming back every week. So I appreciate your work on this, and we'll make sure we get this moving.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I think we have one more panel of public witnesses before we turn to our agencies. Tim Chapman, Xanthia James, Kathy Henderson, Rosalind Faulkner, Arjetta Ekendem, Dawn Cre-Mosby, Maria Sordo, Rondell Jordan, and anyone else who wishes to testify who I have not called or who I called and you weren't here. All right, Tim Chapman, are you with us? Chapman. Xanthia James. Kathy Henderson, I see you. Welcome.
Do you wish for me to begin?
Yes, please.
Yes, Commissioner Kathy Henderson and coordinator for 5D Court Watch. I've served 11 terms as an effective advisory neighborhood commissioner. Thank you for the opportunity, Councilmember White, to participate in this very important hearing. Housing in the District of Columbia is critical, and we need to ensure that we do everything to strengthen DHCD. I think it's you haven't heard any testimony against funding, full funding, more funding for the Housing Production Trust Fund. That works, and we should strengthen it. What doesn't work as well is HPAP. HPAP is a nightmare. The lottery system makes it even worse. When you are presenting an offer to a seller with a buyer that is receiving assistance through the HPAP program, even if they are also district government employees and receiving employer assistance, participating in the EAP program, they're still frowned upon because the process takes an inordinate amount of time. The inclusionary zoning program needs a lot of work. It does not effectively serve the intended audience. And I think we need to look at the provisions that limit the amount of equity that a successful buyer for an inclusionary zoning program is able to retain. Again, TOPA is a nightmare for most people who have TOPA, Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act rights. They see it as an opportunity to simply shake down the seller for money. They're not going to cooperate until, they get a payout. That's inappropriate. That's not what the program was intended to do. The program was intended to increase ownership opportunities. I think DHCD needs to focus on the District Opportunity to Purchase Act and strengthening and broadening that program so that we can actually improve home ownership among our district residents. There's a major disconnect in terms of residents being aware of opportunities, being able and available, to take advantage of those opportunities. It's just it's not a good process, and DHCD needs to do better. One of the reasons I think that DHCD is having so much trouble, as you've heard from, the countless witnesses before me, I'm a number 111 on the witness list, is because DHCD has difficulty providing even basic customer service. Just on January 17th, I reached out to your office again regarding a problem I had at DHCD. I went to the rental accommodations division simply to get a document date stamped and to provide a copy. Had that happened, it should have taken all of maybe 2 minutes, perhaps 3. Instead, the guard didn't want to let me in, didn't let me in because it was close to closing. The employee, the DHCD employee, was surly, disrespectful, sarcastic. She's like, no, it's too late. She always comes over here late. I'm not going to assist her. And she got up and turned the lights out and they all walked out. I mean, that's just really ridiculous. I sent a complaint to your office and Director Green, she didn't respond. The 4 other people in the leadership team, they didn't respond either. If DHCD can't provide decent customer service, it's no wonder that they're having difficulty providing these programs that serve our city. And they're not doing the job that we need them to do. The website needs to be updated. Rental accommodations, you have to make at least 6 or 7 calls before you can get a return call. Their information is not easily accessible online. And I found it interesting that the employee attempted to chastise me for forms information, and that information is not readily available. They could save a lot of trouble and people would have more information, appropriate information, if they actually put it on their website. Now, to her credit, Lauren Pear has always been helpful. But Lauren Pear, the rental administrator, is exceedingly busy and it's difficult to get in touch with her. But when you are able to contact her, she endeavors to be helpful. So why can't everybody at DHCD be helpful? Why can't they serve the public? The citizens that I have represented and neighbors that I've talked to across the city that have to use DHCD, they don't report good experiences. They feel that the experiences are fraught with difficulty, which is why they have, security, and their security is a bit over the top.
Now, Commissioner Anderson, you're about 1.5 minutes over. We still got a few.
Well, let me wrap up. So
please.
This is an agenda, a simple agenda. So the guard actually took the opportunity to go through it because he couldn't figure out that the pin inside the agenda set off his metal detector. So he used it as an opportunity, to just really provide an unpleasant experience. In closing, I shouldn't have to constantly interface with your office and members of your staff to complain about DHCD. That's a government agency that we fully fund. They provide critical services and they don't provide them in a user-friendly way. It sounds from what I've heard today to anyone, and we need to do better. So thank you for this opportunity. And one final thing, I would suggest that you have individual roundtable hearings that are topic specific. TOPA, DOPA, inclusionary zoning, the ProGrade program that needs to communicate better with the court. And so I'll certainly include that in my written testimony. And I understand that the record closes on the 10th.
Thank you, Commissioner Henderson. Xanthia James, welcome. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you. I'm sorry. This is my first time doing this. Okay, so I just wanted to share with you my experience in hopes that it will bring about much needed changes and some solutions that I have in mind to bring about some much needed changes to our housing laws and possibly a new approach to addressing the rent non-payment crisis affecting DC. I bought my 2-unit flat in 2013. It was my first home. I lived in the first floor with my young daughter and rented out the upstairs unit until 2021. Despite the challenges I experienced over the years with DC housing law, the ERAP law, and untimely and inappropriate handling of my eviction case by the courts was the most damaging financially. After serving After serving my tenants the notice for eviction for non-payment, a hearing was scheduled 4 months later and then extended 2 months because it took 6 months to process the ERAP application, which was denied. My tenants then falsely reported repairs when prompted by the judge. The tenants eventually moved out in February 2025 after the bail hearing, but the damage was done and I'm in so much debt that I have to sell my property in order to avoid foreclosure. I strongly believe that my constitutional right to due process was violated by the ERAP law and the courts who are misapplying the intent and the requirements of the housing law. I applaud our mayor for finally stepping in to address this problem, but the draft law doesn't go far enough. We need to, one, require all judgments for all eviction cases in 3 months or less, as is done in our neighboring states. 2, we need to change the law to prohibit tenants from changing their reason for non-payment in an eviction hearing after an ERAP application is submitted or approved or denied, and require tenants to submit proof of any repairs unabated and prove that the landlord was provided at least 30 days to abate the repair before the payments ceased at the initial hearing, and demonstrate that these repairs were needed and reported at least 30 days before the tenants were served with the eviction notice at the hearing, not a trial. It is grossly irresponsible to allow a tenant to remain in a property and amass debt that wouldn't be covered completely by the ERAP program or will force them to file for bankruptcy. Small landlords such as myself are the last frontier. However, because of the ERAP law and the application processing time and misapplication of the housing laws by judges, we are selling off our properties to avoid financial ruin. 3, incentivize my landlords with 4 less units by allowing us to claim homestead deductions on these properties if we live in the city, and establish a legal fund for small landlords. 4, provide a fund to pay rents to landlords with 4 less properties when tenants stop paying, and seek reimbursement from the tenants if the ERAP funding is denied. 5, provide an expedited eviction process for landlords that are threatened with violence or assaulted physically by tenants, and take it seriously. My email that I'll be sending to you will describe my experience with this in more detail. 6, limit TOPA rights to tenants, not occupants, that signed a lease and who are current on their rental payments. 7, establish a central rental payment system to ensure that tenants receive notices for non-payment lawfully and timely, and only permit these cases to go to court when there's a dispute due to repairs reported and unabated in 30 days by the landlord, as I described. This would allow for struggling tenants to receive their help faster, verify financial need accurately, encourage responsible tenant behavior, and drastically reduce the amount of time for processing evictions. Non-payment cases don't really need to be handled in court. It would not only save us money, but it could also generate income for the city and jobs as well. 8, legalize notices for evictions and repossession with the BPL, C of O, or RAD registration to prevent landlords from being stuck in a situation where they can't collect rent or evict the tenant if they lose any of these certifications for whatever reasons, since it could take months to reinstate, if at all, and is often used by the courts to prevent evictions. This would avoid inflicting undue hardship on small landlords. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Rosalind Faulkner. Oh.
Good afternoon, Councilman White and other council members. My name is Rosalind Faulkner. I am deeply disappointed by the ongoing challenges I've faced in securing a single-family home in Washington, D.C., a city I've called home for decades. Despite actively pursuing every available avenue, I've been repeatedly outbid by developers offering cash, making it nearly impossible for native Washingtonians like myself to compete in this market. After 3 years of unsuccessful attempts, the process has become increasingly disheartening. What's even more frustrating is the lack of meaningful support from agencies that are supposed to assist middle-class residents. While I reached out to organizations recommended by Councilmember Robert White's office, my experience has been far from encouraging. Instead of solutions, I've encountered dismissive and condescending responses as if my concerns about fair access to housing are unwarranted. For example, I spoke with Charles Lindsay, the Chief Administrative Officer at DHCD, who stated that my housing is secure and I'm trying to get a bigger piece of the pie in regards to having programs for DC natives who are experiencing a housing pain point with developers. I spoke with Carmela Turner of DCHFA. Her initial interactions were hopeful. Then it turned unprofessional in her follow-up email. I provided her with 3 properties I had put a contract on, and she told me I was not being beaten out by developers, but provided evidence in her own notes back to me that I absolutely was, in one occasion, by her own notes. It is disheartening to hear senior officials imply that I should simply accept the current market conditions rather than advocating for fair opportunities. Every DC resident, regardless of income level, deserves a fair shot at home ownership, not just developers with deep pockets. The system should not make Native Washingtonians feel as though they are asking for too much by wanting to own a home in a city they have long contributed to. I am not looking for a handout. I am looking for a fair chance. It is my hope that real, tangible solutions will be implemented to ensure that long-term residents are not pushed out of a community that they have helped build. Thank you for your time, and I hope that we acknowledge these issues and work towards solutions that truly support the residents of DC.
Thank you, Rosalind Faulkner. Arjetta Ekendem.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, council panel. My name is Arjetta Faulkner. Thank you for allowing me to give my testimony today regarding my DC housing struggle. I have lived in Washington, DC my entire life, but the city I grew up in and loved has become too expensive for me to call home. The skyrocketing cost of living, the mortgage ranging from $800,000 to over $1 million, has made it nearly impossible for long-term residents like me to afford to stay. I have looked for almost a year and a half for a home in the District of Columbia. My real estate agent, as lovely as she tried her best to encourage me regarding trying to find a home in DC, but she warned me that it would be very, very difficult from the start. But she allowed me to look and look, but without success, her words rang true. We had to search outside of my beloved DC. That was one of the hardest pills I've had to swallow, leaving the place that I called home my entire life. Affordable housing should be a priority for DC residents, especially essential workers like teachers and counselors. Yet many of us are being priced out. It is heartbreaking to be forced to leave the city that shaped me from childhood through college simply because I can no longer afford to live here. I've watched my niece and my cousin, who were just like me, grew up and lived in DC. All of us had to move outside of DC. This was never my dream. And now I find myself far removed from family and friends. What happened to sustaining a very residence for residents who have lived and contributed to the city and grew up in the city? My hope and desire is to return to Washington, DC one day soon, to purchase my forever home. To the housing board and the board of directors, I pray you hear my words and the words of others that have come before me and after me. There needs to be a change in the city, especially for people like me who live, work, and once lived in a place we call Washington, D.C. Thank you for listening to my testimony. Sincerely, Arjetta Faulkner.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Dawn Cre-Mosby.
Before my time starts, I need to share a little joy with you. My name is Dawn Cre-Mosby. I am a DC resident of Ward 4. I'm a proud Washingtonian. As a matter of fact, Marion Barry gave me my first job in DC. So I come to you and I sit before you with great pride. This whole HPAP thing has really been hard for everybody. But I know the impact that HPAP has on the community, because what I deal with on a daily basis is generational wealth trauma. And the biggest tool in my toolkit today in Washington, D.C. is the HPAP program. I am able to move mountains with the HPAP program. In that bulletin board right there, there are single moms. There are DC government employees. There are young families. There are senior citizens. Those are the people that I am touching on a daily basis. In this last round of HPAP money, in the lottery process, there were some pain points, real pain points. From December of 2024 to February of 2025, my team closed $11 million of HPAP loans in real estate. That was 31 HPAP transactions. I started out with 35. I lost 4 of them because I didn't know the rules of the game of the new lottery. It wasn't as transparent as we needed it to be. I also know that I was operating from a standpoint in 2024, we only gave HPAP recipients 70% of the funding of what their NOE said. So I took that perspective of taking away money from people to now allowing people to have the full funding of HPAP. And there's not a lot of money in DC to go around. So the process was unclear and there needs to be improvement. And I come to you today to piggyback on a lot of what other people have said about HPAP. It's just time to make some changes and we need to be part of the process. And I respect you for opening and saying that you're looking for solutions. And I have solutions because I'm out here, I'm on the streets with the people who are saying they can't get into housing. There's some things that we can implement right away, such as DHCD can sign agreements with all the administrators before the money comes out, so there's not a delay in financing. October is the fiscal year for DC. That's when HPAP funding starts. It wasn't until October 25th that we find out there was a lottery, and we really didn't know the rules of the lottery. We didn't know you had to have a NOE before October the 25th. So we had people under contracts that we lost. As Ms. Nash was saying, we started out with 200 people and probably ended with 175. Well, 4 of those people were mine because I didn't know the rules. We also need to have HPAP lenders certified in DC. I heard another person talking about she gave notice and moved into the property and expected to close for 30 days. Well, who told her to do that? That didn't even make logical sense. Anytime you're using a down payment assistance program, it's not a 30-day process. What I will say is that kudos to DC Housing Finance Agency. They have really gotten things in order where they've streamlined the process. If I give them a complete file, they will shut a file down for me in 2 weeks in the HPAP process. Not so much for the other administrator. We're hurting our DC government employees. One, if you have a person that's just getting EPAP, we make them go through the same process. The same process, why? It's not income-based, it's not family size driven, it's a benefit. You get EPAP because you're a DC government employee, but we string them along through the process, we put them through everything, and it's not necessary. Not only that, they go to the Greater Washington Urban League. They don't always have funds. They don't always have the staffing capacity. Most of my clients this time around were hurt from going through Greater Washington Urban League because of those reasons. They had earnest money deposits forfeited. They lost their federal home loan grant.
I gotta move you along. You are
I
decently over
know.
time.
I'm hoping that you will come back and ask me some questions because I sincerely want to be part of this process and improving it.
Thank you so much. I do have a couple questions for you. Maria Sordo, are you with us? Rondell Jordan. And is there anyone else who came to testify who hasn't had an opportunity? It's going to be the last opportunity for public witness. Please come on. Wherever you feel most comfortable.
Good evening, gentlemen and women of the DC Council. My name is Nadia Johnson, and I'm here to testify on behalf of Heritage Our Shaw's Tenants Association about the importance of TOPA and rent controlling housing. As the president of our tenants association, I can testify from personal experience how we have used TOPA to find and negotiate a buyer who we felt met our needs as a community. If it were not for TOPA, not only would we have been not able to secure a fair deal for our property, but we would most likely be displaced, and many of us would either be in homeless shelters or on the streets. Many of us are either working poor or working middle class, and with the prices of rent in DC going up, the majority of us would not be able to afford a single family home, luxury apartments, or a condo. After all, they would be out of our price range. I know that the city is considering to rewrite TOPA to exclude many buildings that are currently eligible. I think this is a mistake because it rips the safety net from under the feet of tenants and places them at the mercy of an inhospitable rental market that favors the wealthy. This is possibly a good place. It also leaves to chance who will and who will not get a housing voucher from the city, which will increase the homeless population greatly in the city. And in talking about the homeless, I feel that there is a need to both build and redevelop abandoned buildings into homeless shelters and affordable housing. Throughout our city, there are many buildings and empty plots of land that can be redeveloped into homeless and affordable housing. If we turn these abandoned and empty plots of land into a resource to help the homeless and create more affordable housing, then our homeless problem will shrink. I also recommend that the bill place greater emphasis on job creation and guaranteed employment. I myself am looking for a job. I've been to the mayor's job fair, which she only had 3 jobs available. And I had a federal job, which has now gone away thanks to Trump. So I understand that the importance of job security is also what leads to home security, because you need a paycheck to be able to pay your rent or your mortgage. Also, I would like to we also need to make
care of. Mental health and food banks are more accessible to low-income people. All of these suggestions, I feel, will greatly help our nation's capital in dealing with the homeless crisis, the affordable health care crisis, oh God, and the mental health care crisis. And food banks will help to reduce the crime spikes that we have been witnessing from the last 6 to 12 months in the District of Columbia. I thank you for your time, and I hope you consider it. I didn't go over that much, so.
No, you didn't go over at all. That was the beat for your last minute. So yeah,
Okay.
you got
So,
more to say?
yeah, I mean, I think
for it.
we need to focus also on mental health care, because I noticed even on my property, a lot of the homeless people have started to break in onto our property. They have mental health care issues as well as drug addiction issues. And that's something that we also need to take care of, as well as food banks. They need to be more accessible and have more food available, because it's given out, one I use is Bread for the City. They just give out enough food for barely a week, and that's supposed to last a whole month. So people with kids and elderly, that's not going to last you, trust me. And with food prices going up, I mean, we need more resources.
All right, that was your real beep.
Okay.
But no. I appreciate your testimony. I'm glad you made it before we move from public witnesses. So you are right to flag mental health care. I think that is of all the issues impacting our city, that is the least resourced, and issues of public safety, housing stability, homelessness, addiction, family trauma, youth trauma. So much of it comes back to mental health, and we're starting to turn a corner as a nation, and with respect to how we talk about and normalize the issue of mental health, which is important for every single one of us, but the resources are lagging far behind. I've worked with Katie Whitehouse on my team to create a master's in counseling and master's in social work program at UDC for free for DC residents to start to open up that pipeline. But we've got a lot more work to do. And on the recommendations of redeveloping abandoned buildings into shelter and affordable housing and using public lands is exactly the types of things that we're looking at and trying to create funds to help that happen, because there's so many housing needs. So any house that's not inhabited by a person or a family is a waste in my view. So I appreciate your recommendations there, and your comments on TOPA. I heard something and Shaw Tenant Association.
Yeah, I'm the president of the Heritage R. Shaw Tenants Association.
Heritage R. Shaw, thank you. And it sounds like after TOPA with the new buyer, it sounds like things are in pretty good shape.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's with the current TOPA laws. But if they rewrite them to exclude which buildings will be eligible for TOPA, which will not be eligible, it really rips the safety net under us, because right now any and every building, as far as I understand, is available for TOPA, which gives tenants the rights to organize themselves and to be able to say, no, we know we want to buy our building, or we want to see which buyer would better reflect the needs of our community, which we were able to do. But if this is rewritten to pick and choose who can and who cannot, then you're going to have a lot of wealthy landlords saying, well, I don't have to negotiate with you guys. You got 90 days to move. And given that the prices in DC are skyrocketing.
Is your building a newer building?
No, it's
Okay.
very old. We've been there since, I think, the '68 riots.
I don't think there've been any proposals to move older buildings from TOPA. So a building like that wouldn't I don't think is under real threat. In fact, I think we need more resources, particularly for older buildings. I want to be TOPA is not perfect, and anybody pretending it is, I think isn't looking close enough. But everybody says you can't touch it, even though it's not perfect. I think we got to look at everything, right? But we got to center people in what we do. But I do hear you loud and clear, and I'm glad to hear from some folks who utilize the TOPA process for better conditions, which I think does work particularly well for older buildings. Don Mosby, why a large percentage of your clients seem to make it through the HPAP process, whereas it seems like most other folks didn't have that experience. Why would you say that's the case?
Very much in the trenches. Oh, I'm very much in the trenches with my buyers. I'm very connected to DC Housing Finance Agency, to the Urban League, to the leadership at DHCD. I know it was painful, but we're operating in a city that really doesn't have the money for all the funding of the people that we need. And the process changed in the middle of in the middle of the game. So it's really just being able to align yourself with people that know the process, that are experienced in getting people through.
Isn't that a red flag if you got to know the head of the agency to make the system work? Isn't that a red flag that it doesn't work well?
There are pain. I'm not saying it's perfect. I am not saying it's perfect at all, but there are many success stories in the process, and we've got to make it better. This is the first go around where I had sellers of every part of DC, all the quadrants accepting HPAP contracts. Usually we're east of the river and getting contracts accepted, but we've got a 6-month supply of inventory in DC. And it was painful for me because if I've got 31 people in the pipeline, I got a listing agent, a selling agent, and a buyer constantly swarming around my head. When am I closing? When am I closing? So inventory is not moving in DC. People want to close. People have got hard money lenders. People are moving children from different school districts. People have to give notice. When do I give notice? It is a lot. I'm not saying it doesn't need improvement. And we do have to improve the process. We particularly need to improve the process with DC government employees because we take them through a process.
No, I heard you loud and clear on that one.
Okay, that they don't need to go through. But it does need to improve. And I'm not saying it doesn't work at all. I can't say that.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody's saying it doesn't work at all or that no one's saying it's completely, great or that it's completely broken. But there are some real issues and I certainly believe you can't change the rules in the middle of the game. And that communication for HPAP and some of the other programs has to be much better. But so Arjetta Faulkner and Rosalind Faulkner, you two have very different experiences looking for housing in the district. As a fifth generation Washingtonian, I can tell you almost nobody in my family is left in DC, and it's heartbreaking. So, when I hear testimonies like yours, which are things that I just hear from friends, family, folks at church all the time, it is heartbreaking. And I think there are a lot of Native Washingtonians who feel like the city has, is looking over their heads, looking past them. And that's something I'm hearing in your testimonies. This notion that you raised, Rosalind, is something that does bother me a lot. How difficult it is for people to compete in the housing market because of flippers. I'm particularly sensitive to that because the first house I owned needed to be rehabbed top to bottom and was on the market for a year. And if someone had bought it before me and flipped it, I wouldn't have been able to afford it. That house became the equity for the house that I probably will be in forever, which also it was built decades ago and had never been rehabbed. And had a flipper gotten to it, there's just no way my family would have been able to afford it. And mine was luck of timing because of when I was in the market. Had I been just a year behind for each of those, it would have been impossible. And so what I'm hearing from your testimony is we've got to be mindful of the fact that there are Native Washingtonians who want to remain Native Washingtonians, and frankly, there are people who move to the city who don't come from wealthy families who want to call DC home as well. But there are things that aren't working well. And we've got some places we have to improve. HPAP is an incredible program, but one, you got to be able to compete with the house flippers, and two, HPAP has to work. So I hear your testimonies, and appreciate you being with us to share your experiences. Xanthia James, thank you for your recommendations around our housing laws, on ERAP and other changes that you recommended. Um, Between the mayor's bill and work that we are doing in the housing committee, we do have a lot more to do. So your recommendations are timely, and look forward to engaging you, other tenants, landlords, investors, and others in the coming weeks and months around more permanent legislation, because we do have to do more. The reality is that if we do nothing, DC goes from very expensive to even more expensive. The stories like Rosalind and Argetta, those become even more common if we do nothing. So we've got to do some things, and we've got to act with some urgency. So I appreciate your recommendations. And Commissioner Henderson, thank you for your concerns around HPAP, IZ, and TOPA, which are things we heard from some other witnesses. The issue unique to your testimony that I hear, and you and I have discussed this, is the one of customer service, which is a solvable issue. So we'll continue to work with the agency on that. I'm sorry to hear about your experiences, but they are noted, and I will continue to work with the agency on those. So thank you very much. I want to thank this panel of witnesses. I know you all waited a lot of hours to be with us. We still have several agencies, so we got many more hours here. But our work is better collectively because we hear from residents at various, with various points of view. So thank you very much to you all and to all of our public witnesses.
Thank you for your.
Thank you. All right, we are going to move to our government witnesses. So as we bring our government witnesses up, we recall the issues that I just mentioned around, in addition to some egregious testimonies around housing issues, um, various concerns around TOPA, rental payments, small landlords. Our HALF program came up several times. People in the thick of housing issues that need assistance. IZ concerns that we will get into. And frankly, just a lot of people feeling like our programs need to work better. I think appreciation for what public servants are doing, but a concern that we've got to make our programs work better for people. For a city that has a budget the size that we do, well over $20 billion, we've got a lot of work to do on the effectiveness of the programs that we administer, which is the reason that when I took over as chair of the Housing Committee, I've worked with my agency to make sure we have SMART goals and key performance indicators, so that we always know whether agencies are focused on the right things and whether or not we're making progress on those things, not just to come down on the agencies, but to determine whether or not various programs are working or not. In this city, we've introduced a number of new programs every year as budgets have gotten bigger and bigger. But at this point in our city's history, we've got to really focus on the effectiveness of the programs that we administer, because these programs are not for the foreseeable future going to grow at the pace that they have grown. So with that, we'll turn to our first government witness. We will begin with Chief Judge Adam Hunter from the Rental Housing Commission. And As you both know, it's the practice of this committee to put our government witnesses under oath, so I will ask that you raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you so much. You can begin your testimony. Let me mention at the outset of our government witnesses, we are asking that testimonies be no longer than 10 minutes. All the testimonies will be in the record, and we got lots of questions. So, and also, if we're real, nobody's listening after 7 minutes. Anyway, so you ain't doing it for the public at that point. So, Judge Hunter, you can begin your testimony. And thank you very much for being with us.
Yes, thank you. And good afternoon, Chairperson White, and the members of the Committee on Housing. I am Adam Hunter, Chair and Chief Administrative Judge of the Rental Housing Commission. I'm joined here with our General Counsel, Daniel Mayer. Thank you, Chairperson White and Mayor Bowser, for your continued support for the Commission. I would like to thank the Commission staff for helping to prepare the report for this oversight hearing. I am pleased to have the opportunity to present the Commission's performance oversight testimony for fiscal year 2024 and 2025 to date. As you know, the Rental Housing Commission serves three key roles in implementing and enforcing the Rental Housing Act of 1985. First, the Commission acts as a specialized intermediate appellate court, hearing and deciding cases between housing providers and tenants where one or both parties are appealing a ruling by the Office of Administrative Hearings. Second, the Commission determines and publishes the annual rent adjustment for general applicability for rent stabilized units. And third, the Commission is charged with issuing, amending, and rescinding regulations to implement the Rental Housing Act. For FY 2025, the Commission is following the lead of the DC courts and the Office of Administrative Hearings by developing an access to justice plan. Existing as a judicial body is not enough. As an appellate court, the Commission often sees self-represented litigants trying to correct what they see as errors made by OAH. Beyond simply taking in filings and oral arguments, the Commission must explore whether these individuals appearing before the Commission understand their rights, the applicable law, the standards and burdens that exist at the appellate stage, what can be argued before the Commission, and the role of the Commission in the administrative law process and decision-making. Connecting litigants, both tenants and housing providers, with legal representation serves everyone, from petitioners and respondents to the judges reviewing the case and rendering their decisions. To address whether the Commission is fulfilling its obligation to the general public and not just lawyers, we will be undertaking a day of training later this month with all Commission staff on how best to address access to justice. Assuring every staff member's individual annual performance SMART goals include an access to justice goals. Third, working with other judicial entities, including the Commission on the Access to Justice. 4, publishing plain language documents. 5, working with the Office of Tenant Advocate and other organizations to connect pro se litigants to legal help. 7, working with the rent administrator on rent control database rollout. And lastly, developing an access to justice plan/mission to ensure that the Commission and its staffs view all actions through the lens of how accessible we are to making our judicial function to the public. This is the right time for the Commission to focus itself on how well the community knows who we are and our functions. Coming out of the pandemic, the Commission has seen a trending decline in overall number of appeals filed and the number of hearings held. The reason for the decline was due to the stay on rent increase during the first 2 years of COVID. The statute of limitation has only just run on the earliest possible rent increases post the pandemic stay. An increase in the numbers of appeals from OAH will likely come slowly over the next couple of years as housing providers increase rents, tenants file of claims within the 3-year statute of limitations, decisions are made before OAH, and the matters later appealed to the commission. We are working closely with OAH to monitor the numbers of initial filings, when and how cases are resolved, and looking for trends in the numbers to anticipate future appeals. These cases primarily involve the Act's rent stabilization program, commonly called rent control, and related issues like housing code violations, notice to vacate, and retaliatory actions. On appeal, the commission reviews OAH's decisions to ensure that the Act was correctly applied and the procedures of OAH were correctly followed. The commission receives a copy of the full record from OAH, including transcripts and audio of all hearings, gives the parties an opportunity to mediate their dispute, considers any preliminary motions filed by the parties, and sets a schedule for written briefs and oral arguments. After the parties present these arguments, one administrative judge and one staff attorney take primary responsibility for drafting decisions. Decisions are reviewed and voted on by the entire 3-member commission. The length and complexity of a decision varies greatly depending on the nature and the underlying claims and issues raised on appeal. The commission is committed to moving cases through the process in a timely manner. The commission looks to other appellate courts across the country to develop targeted numbers to measure performance. However, baseline metrics and target numbers are not ultimately determinative of an appellate court success. Ultimately, getting the legal analysis and conclusion right will always be the paramount goal of the commission's case decisions and opinions. Commission's decisions can be appealed to the District of Columbia Court of Appeals. And here, our appellate review success from the DC Court of Appeals has stood for the last 6 years without reversal. And we take this as the best evidence that the commission is serving its most important function, doing justice for the parties before it. I would like to note a new endeavor of the commission. First, the commission has engaged in a memorandum of understanding with the Office of Human Rights, by having our judges act as settlement judges in their cases where there are conflicts with their administrative law judges. OHR is currently down 1 judge, and we have made ourselves available to helping our sister agency with their mediation needs. We also are proud to inform the committee that we have successfully secured a summer law clerk in 2024 from Howard University School of Law and are currently recruiting for this summer as well. Before I end, I would like to address with the committee the annual rent adjustment. Rapid inflation in the market 2 years ago saw a sharp increase in the consumer price index. The council's swift action temporarily reduced the statutory cap to 6%. Last year, the cap was at 4.9%. This year, the commission published the annual notice in January for the maximum allowable rent increase at 4.8%, with the effective date of May 1st. If a tenant is 65 or older and has a disability, the rent cannot be increased more than 2.5%. In addition, the commission this year published for the first time on February 1st, 2025, the required languages housing providers must use, if known to them, in their notices to the tenant other than English and Spanish. And those languages are Amharic, Arabic, Chinese, French, Korean, and Vietnamese. Also in January, the commission published a notice that a housing provider may not charge more than $53 in application fee to a potential tenant. Finally, with regard to rulemaking, the commission is dedicated to keeping on top of legislative developments and monitoring issues that arise from existing regulations. In FY 2024, there was no new legislation enacted for the commission to issue new rulemaking, but we published 2 notices of proposed rulemaking related to the tenant screening and eviction reforms enacted in 2022 and 2023. The language access notice that I just mentioned is one example of the complexities of this rulemaking. The proposed rule explains how the commission is interpreting and the statutory requirements and develop the list of covered languages so that housing providers have a clear notice of their obligation. We are currently reviewing the public comments that were received by January 6th of this year to our most recent proposed rules. We are hopeful that we can proceed to a final rulemaking soon, but we still need to determine from those comments if further changes are needed. At the end of the last council period, the council passed the Fairness, Stability, and Housing Amendment Act of 2024, which was signed by Mayor Bowser on January 16, 2025. It is currently under congressional review and is projected to be law on or about May 22nd, 2025. And we are currently reviewing the rule changes and will be needed, particularly in light of the amendments of the Act's voluntary agreement section. Keeping in line with our FY 2025 goals, the Commission is committed to issuing the first rulemaking within the 90 days of the legislation taking effect. And this concludes my remarks, and thank you all for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have, Chairman White.
Thank you very much. And I can't remember if you mentioned Dan Mayer, the general counsel at the beginning.
Did.
Okay, I thought you
Yes.
did. Wasn't sure. Wanted to make sure. Don't want to be rude in the housing committee. Thank you for your testimony and the work that you and the agency are doing. I want to start by going through your goals, and one was that by the end of fiscal year 2025, decrease the average time to issue decisions on appeals from 334 days down to 290 days. But I think you suggested that you want to make a change to that. Is that right?
Yes, a possible change to it to target it closer towards that 340 goal. But the way we track it right now with the city administrator is tracking for the trending downwards of the overall number of days it takes to issue our opinions.
Down by how much?
We just track the trending down. We don't necessarily specify the exact number. I know that we had targeted 290, but we still look to that 340 number as like the target number. I would also note that the 334 number that we had cited last year was dropping out some of those legacy cases that had been around for a while that were eventually resolved.
Okay. You said they were recently resolved?
Oh, they were resolved during that time period. Yes.
Okay. What were you at last year?
So if you drop out the outlier, it was 348. This year, we're at 421. But again, if you drop out, we still have 2 more legacy cases that are being resolved that have been around for well over a decade, that have gone back and forth between the Court of Appeals, remanded back to us. But if you drop out the outliers, 356 at the moment.
Okay. Even without those outlier cases, your average is still higher than last year. So what's happening there?
I think it's depending on the particular case that happens. It's hard to say exactly why the number is bumped up, but between how the judges go about issuing our decisions, how we talk through and try to reach resolution, we try our best to hit that 340 mark. I can say right now we have 1 case that's currently open. There's been several revisions going back, and you also have to get consensus amongst the judge before you issue an opinion. So there could be many different reasons why a case can sometimes trend a little upwards outside of the older cases.
So what changes have you made over the past year, from last fiscal year to this fiscal year, to try to bring the number of days down?
One of the things that we do consistently is bring the judges together to kind of talk through a lot of the issues. One of the things that we're considering doing is implementing more calendar notices to try to push both the lawyer that works on the case and the judges to kind of target those numbers better, but still within an appellate process. Even with our best target, sometimes I can just say that sometimes judges still have to agree and still sign off in order for cases to still move forward. So, but internally, it's really just making sure that we target and let the judges know where they stand in terms of timing and making sure they hold true to those goals.
All the judges have to agree before a case can be?
It's not all,
Okay.
just 2 of the 3.
Okay.
Yes.
Which is not uncommon for an appellate court. So why does that take, why can't that just be done on a condensed timeline? Like there's a draft ruling issued internally, you got 4 weeks, 6 weeks, you know, why would that not cut down the timeline?
And sometimes it's not just the writing itself, but each judge independently goes back and looks at the full record. Some cases, and I can think of 2, where the evidentiary hearing order is over 100 pages, and the case itself expand over a 2-year period. So it's not just as simple as a 1-day hearing that you can make a decision on and move, but there's a lot more that happens in a review of a case and reaching consensus.
But that doesn't prohibit you from putting a timeline. That just would give some guidance to what that timeline might look like.
Correct.
So do judges have a certain amount of time to weigh in before things move forward? Or is that time indefinite?
It's not indefinite, but we try our best within the office to recognize those timelines and to be courteous with our colleagues to respond back in a timely manner.
So on average, about 10 new cases a year, which I would suggest is not a heavy caseload. So
No.
what makes it difficult for judges to move more expediently on the cases that they're leading or weighing in on cases that another judge is leading on?
I think one of the things that could slow down is just research and writing and reviewing and coming up with some avenue for resolution on a case. I would note that in the statute, we're supposed to have law clerks for each judge. We do not. We do have a general counsel, we do have a staff attorney, but our general counsel is not just dedicated to working on cases. He's off. He has other general counsel activities to do on behalf of the agency. So one is the support of the judges in terms of staffing, but we work as best as we can with what we have in our office. And we do recognize that our caseload is lower than normal. But one of the things I know that we're closer to is clearing out all of our cases, and we're down to only 3 more decisions that have to go out from the commission.
So in working to reduce the timelines for finalizing cases, how are you doing that in a way that doesn't compromise the quality of the decisions?
Well, one thing is we in the commission, we do work collaboratively. We do share and talk through issues collectively. I mean, that's how we try not to lose the quality of the work. And I do commend the staff and my colleagues for how we work collaboratively in the office.
You had a mediator who I believe was not funded, and I think that was because there weren't a lot of there wasn't a lot of use. But was there some use of mediation, and if so, how do you fill that gap now?
Yeah, so there was some mediation. There was no mediation. 3 cases were mediated in FY 24. We're projecting between 3 to 4 maybe this year. The way we will deal with that is we're currently working with the Office of Administrative Hearings to fulfill the mediation need, similar to how we're doing it with the Office of Human Rights, where we're acting as their mediators in some of their cases.
And have you done that yet, or
we're in the process? And I would also note that we don't we don't send all of our cases to mediation.
Right.
Only some of them go to mediation, not all.
Okay.
We have a draft MOU that we're going back and forth with the OAH on, so
Okay.
that's
Excellent.
coming soon.
Let me move to the agency's next goal, which is to, by the end of fiscal year 25, decrease the average time from effective date of new legislation to proposed rulemaking from over 120 days to 90 days. What challenges were you facing, are you facing that contribute to the 120-day timeline for producing rulemakings?
Well, one I can say is that in 2024, there were no new legislation that came into place. So right now, we're currently tracking the current legislation that's about to go into effect in May. So we can start now in developing a draft and working through it before we issue it out to the public. So that's how we're dealing with it currently.
Okay. And it is similar to reducing timelines with the cases for the rulemakings. How do you anticipate speeding up that process without affecting the quality of the rulemaking?
Again, before we send anything out from the commission, we all work and review together. So that's how we keep the quality together. There are several sets of eyes that are working through, talking through the issues before something goes out. And then because we also have the comment period, that is also our biggest check on the work that we do.
The 120-day time period that we're working from, that's from fiscal year 23 because there were no laws in 24.
Yeah, that was from there was a clarification act on the amendment and screening amendments that were passed in 2022. We hadn't been tracking actually before FY24 that this was a metric of how we were going to measure rulemaking performance. Prior to that, for a number of years, there had been the regulations were very out of date with 20 years of legislation. So there was a very long project that was finished at the end of 2021. Now, moving forward, we're setting this goal of being on top of it from here on out. It happened to be in that in FY24, that's when we got the rulemaking out from that last bit of legislation that was in 23. That happened to be 120 days. And that was where I think the SMART goal for 90 days came for going forward of, okay, that's obviously better than 20 years for the last set of rules, but let's be ambitious and that's something that we think we can do.
So as you prepare to do new rulemakings, you feel confident that you have a process and strategy that can allow you to do the rulemakings in 90 days?
Yes.
Excellent. The third SMART goal for the agency is to, by the end of 2025, increase personnel training by all legal staff, attending at least one training on writing administrative law, and by all administrative staff attending at least one training on professional development. I never like, I think agency goals, I don't think attending a training is a particularly difficult goal to meet. Let me say that. Training is important. Like, that's something that has to happen on an ongoing basis. But let me ask it, how do you measure the effectiveness? So you can measure whether or not everybody attended a training, but how do you measure whether or not they got what they needed and that the agency and they as a professional are better for that training?
And so one is that we're tying our training also to our bigger goals for the agency, which I spoke about, the access to justice. This is something that we believe strongly in because it's being done across most judicial bodies, making sure that people understand what is actually happening in the judicial body. So one is every person in our agency, when we went through their personal performance goals, there was a discussion about what it is that they're looking to do individually, but also how can they support access to justice. And part of that is training. One way we're dealing with that is having a office-wide training on access to justice, but we also believe that making sure that the training goals are tied to personal professional development goals as well as overall agency goals. And so I think it all kind of works hand in hand. The other reason why it's important that we placed it in our SMART goal is because the only enhancement we got as a commission was in our training. And so we believe it was important to place it in our SMART goals because it's the one place that we actually got an increase in our budget. And we want to make sure that everyone on the staff actually puts their training to use and to actually go and identify the proper training for the position.
Is that the only training you expect most of the legal and administrative staff to do?
No, and others within the commission have taken other training. It's not just the access to justice training.
And with respect to access to justice, say 2 years from now, how will we know whether your efforts are successful with respect to your access to justice goals?
And so the access to justice goal, I think, also encompasses our other SMART goal about having plain language documents developed. Some of it is qualitative, but one is making sure that all of the items on our website is easy accessible, easy to read. I know it's probably harder to quantify some of it, but basically, or looking at just the basic parts of our website, if a person comes to our website, do they know what they're coming to look for? Are they getting the answers that they need? And are they understanding what our function is? Our name is the Rental Housing Commission, but people think that we handle all rental matters, not appellate matters. And so we need to try to figure out, do people know who we are and do they know how best to use our agency?
On that, on the fourth goal around plain language guidance on Rental Housing Act of 1985, making sure that this stuff makes sense to the average person. What's the you see the agency able to get this done by the end of this fiscal year?
Yes, we're targeting to have the 3 plain language documents for the end of the year. And that's also been added into individual performance review and their individual SMART goals as well.
Okay. And 3 out of like how many?
So we have done.
You said 3 plain language documents. How 3 out of how many? How many plain language documents do you anticipate having total?
We're hoping to have 3 published by the 2025.
But and that will leave what left to be done after those 3?
I mean,
is that everything?
That should be everything.
Okay.
But if there's a need to add other plain language documents, we will do that as well.
Okay.
To give examples, I think one that we've got kind of a version of is what an appeals process looks like, how to file an appeal specifically, what to include in an appeal. It's designed for people without a lawyer, kind of tying it all together. Cases where people don't have attorneys and are doing their best, it's on an appellate body, an appellate court, to not be their attorney, but give them the most review that we can of the best argument that they've made. That can be very difficult in a lot of cases, and it can lead to precedent that maybe folks didn't want if they didn't get it. So that can really take extra time in doing some of the review. So if people without attorneys are better able to make their arguments, if we're able to connect people with attorneys, all of these things come together. Another kind of plain language guidance document that we'd be doing be kind of an overview of rental housing law and the laws that are in front of us. These are very difficult to put into plain language. The devil's always in the details in these things. So that would, again, help with the access to justice, help with the clarity of the legal issues that are being argued in front of us. And,
What process are you going to use, or who's going to take the lead in drafting the plain language documents?
One of the judges and then also the attorneys.
Okay. Okay, we'll follow up with that. You know, I think that this is something that could probably be done, at least the initial draft, and relatively easily utilizing AI. And so as you know, like look at interns, to the extent that folks in the agency aren't utilizing that, that may be a skill set you want to look for, so that I think the quality of what you're reviewing, certainly you can't just like get it and publish it, but I think the quality that you're reviewing could be pretty high in a pretty short amount of time. But that is important, that just the average person be able to understand what the agency does, how to, utilize it. Let's talk about the strategic focus areas. Obviously, rulemaking is one of them. I think you mentioned in your testimony that RHC publishes regulations on voluntary agreements. And because of the council's moratorium on voluntary agreements, the rules never took effect. That should be actually moving soon. The housing omnibus bill will, our fairness and stability and housing omnibus bill will allow those rules to go into effect. Is the agency ready for those, starting to draft the rulemakings? Where are you on that?
Yes, we're ready to start the process, and we'll be ready to move on that.
What are you waiting on to start moving on it?
Yeah, it's other work that's before us, but
Okay.
but we have the time to do it and be ready to have it out within the targeted goal.
Okay. Are you working on any additional regs, like regs for the RHC appeals procedures?
yeah, that would be part of from the same omnibus
Okay.
bill. It's the voluntary agreement part that I think is probably going to be the most nuanced, complicated, probably going to generate the most public comments. The appeals procedures, just extending the time from 10 days to 30 days. That's an easy enough fix as far as rulemaking goes. Should be, we follow the statute, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Some of the parts of voluntary agreements are always a little more complicated, though.
Okay. For going back to the access to justice work that you're doing, how will you evaluate how accessible the agency is to residents and housing providers?
That's one thing that we'll have to try to develop. The Commission on Access to Justice actually has some guidance documents on how to plan through implementing access to justice. We're still at the very beginning phases of this and really trying to understand like what should we put in place to make sure we're more accessible. But we're also we'll look at how can we develop and determine success.
And to highlight the importance of this, in Judge Carmichael's confirmation hearing last year, she stated that RHC is seeing more and more pro se litigants who are generally less familiar with their rights and court processes. Is that what you're seeing as well? And
Correct.
do you know why that is?
Why?
Why there are more pro se litigants?
It's It could be a bunch of different reasons. Some tenants proceed in front of OAH with counsel. It could also be that you can have counsel at an OAH hearing and not have counsel at the appellate level. Those are two different skill levels or different skills from an attorney perspective. Not all nonprofit legal organizations represent on appellate level. The other thing is we're trying to talk to, we've been talking to other legal organizations to figure out would they actually represent, and not just pro se tenants, but also pro se landlords. Who's available for individuals who may not understand this process? They'll be there to talk them through the process. I don't have a particular understanding of why somebody's pro se at that point, but I would note that there is the Landlord Tenant Resource Center that gives a bunch of different information to both landlords and tenants, but they're more particularized for Superior Court, not necessarily the Office of Administrative Hearing or the Rental Housing Commission. So it's also trying to find organizations that are willing to deal with administrative law and could properly advise them on the nuance of the appellate law process within the administrative process.
Okay. Let me move to finally the work that you're doing with the Commission on Human Rights. How is that MOU with you all assisting Commission on Human Rights? How's that going so far?
It's going well. So what ends up happening, and I think they're targeting between 6 to 10 cases. So their judge will contact myself, and then I'll see between myself and the other two judges who has the ability and space to take on the mediation. It usually takes about a half a day or a day to mediate. But the fortunate part is I was a mediator before, and then both of my colleagues have worked with the Office of Human Rights, so they have a subject matter understanding of the cases.
And how do you ensure that work, which is important with agencies when they have the capacity, should assist each other? How do you ensure it doesn't become a distraction or hindrance for your core mission?
Well, one is, and I consistently talk with my colleagues to determine who has the capacity to do it. And if at some point we do not, then we'll go back to the seller agency and tell them that we don't have the capacity to take the cases. And then we also have the ability to terminate the contract as well within the agreement.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have. Again, appreciate the work that you and your other partners at the agency are doing. As I'll continue to note, we are in difficult times as a city with a budget shortfall, but the needs of residents is going up as our funding for new programs, new FTEs is decreasing, which means we all have to be focused on doing our best work, partnering, holding ourselves to the higher standard. And these oversight hearings and the work we do together during them and between are important to those goals. So thank you very much for the ongoing work, and thank you for being with us today.
Thank you.
So what I'm going to do now, which I think makes the most sense, is have the Director Donald of DC Department of Housing and DC Housing Finance Agency testify. So we have often with hearings, you'll have multiple agencies that have some overlapping programs. And one agency might say, well, this is in their portfolio, and the other agency might say, this is in their portfolio. So we have some questions that are just for Department of Housing and Community Development. We have some questions that are just for the DC Housing Finance Agency, and we have some questions that are for both. So what I'd like to do is have Director Donald from DC Housing Finance Agency and Director Green from Department of Housing and Community Development both give testimonies. Then I'll do my questions for Director Donald. Overlapping questions, we'll dismiss Director Donald, and then we'll continue with Director Green, if that makes sense. All right. So I will have Director Colleen Green from Department of Housing and Community Development and Director Donald from the DC Housing Finance Agency come now. Sorry, but this is what happens when you change things. Chair Slater from the Housing Production Trust Fund Advisory Board is also giving testimony. Thank you. Been here all day waiting patiently. Again, for the questions about Housing Production Trust Fund, we will have the three available. So the order of testimonies will be Director Green, Director Donald, and Chair Slater. All right. Let me ask that you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you very much. All right. Director Green, you can begin your testimony.
There you go. Can you hear me? Good afternoon, Chairperson White, members of the Committee on Housing, and council members. I am Colleen Green, the Director of the Department of Housing and Community Development. Today, I appear before you on behalf of Mayor Bowser to share DHCD's performance for fiscal year 24 through 25 and underscore our purpose to invest in the long-term economic stability of district families and communities through the preservation and production of affordable housing and various community-based activities. Before I begin my formal testimony, allow me to take a moment to acknowledge the residents and organizations who have testified before the committee today and shared their compliments, critiques, and suggestions for the agency. We appreciate your feedback and look forward to your continued advocacy on behalf of district residents. Thank you for your testimony. As I started earlier, at its core, DHCD invests in long-term economic stability of district families and communities. The investment resources we use to execute this objective are primarily local funds from the Housing Production Trust Fund. Some of the key investments we make using these local resources include financing for affordable housing units, providing down payment and closing cost assistance to first-time home buyers, housing counseling services, and making financial support services accessible to small businesses and nonprofits. Inclusive of our leadership in affordable housing and community investment, it's also important to note that DHCD serves as the regulatory body that administers the district's rent control laws, tenant opportunity to purchase process, and inclusionary zoning laws. Housing is a basic need, and the demand for it in the district remains high across all income levels. The staff at DHCD are passionate about helping people achieve their housing goals and offering families and communities an opportunity to uplift their economic conditions through programs and services we provide. Now, allow me to share with the committee some key highlights from our performance for fiscal year 24. In 2019, Mayor Bowser set a bold goal for the district to produce 36,000 new housing units by 2025, with 12,000 of these units being affordable to low-income residents. In July, the district reached its goal of 36,000 new housing units ahead of schedule. As of December 2024, we have produced 10,515 new affordable housing units and expect to reach our target by the end of 2025. In fiscal year 24, $93.6 million in housing production trust fund was invested into 4 new construction projects that will produce about 377 affordable rental units throughout the district. $23.2 million in housing production trust fund was invested to preserve 128 affordable rental units. 204 of these finance units will be affordable for extremely low-income households who earn up to 30% of the median family income for the District of Columbia. Through fiscal year 25, $88.4 million in housing production trust fund has been invested into 3 new construction projects that will produce 399 rental units. DHCD also invested $8.2 million into a project where all 69 units will be affordable for households who earn up to 30% of MFI. Additionally, DHCD is in partnership with the DC Department of Human Services and preserved 128 affordable units and utilized funds to produce 143 new units at the Aston. In addition to the new units produced by Housing Production Trust Fund, the Inclusionary Zoning Program has produced 144 new affordable housing units in fiscal year 24. These units are available to very low and low-income households earning between 50% and 80% MFI. Through the Housing Preservation Fund, DHCD has leveraged $46 million invested by Mayor Bowser with an additional $138 million in private capital to preserve affordability for more than 2,600 affordable rental units from eligible multifamily properties since fiscal year 17. In fiscal year 24, $17 million in housing preservation funding was used to preserve 98 affordable units for low-income households in wards 3, 6, and 8. The Small Buildings Program, which offers assistance to eligible multifamily properties of up to 50 units, has provided financing to 4 buildings that will make repairs to about 60 affordable housing units. While some of these resources DHCD uses to preserve affordable rental units are well established, we also have resources that assist district homeowners with preserving and maintaining their properties as well. In October 2022, DHCD set a goal to support longtime Washingtonians with intergenerational transmission of home ownership. To aid in the transfer of property to prospective heirs, DHCD launched the Heirs Property Assistance Program in October 2023 to assist low-income individuals or households in the district with obtaining clear legal title of real estate upon the death of their family member. The program has helped more than 80 clients begin the process of protecting and preserving or transferring property through the probate court. In fiscal year 24, the Single Family Residential Rehabilitation Program made grants to 110 homeowners for roof repairs and accessibility improvements to their properties. The number of homeowners helped by the program increased by 10% from fiscal year 23. In June 2024, DHCD closed its Homeowner Assistance Fund portal, which provided grant assistance to 1,463 households for delinquent payments to mortgages, housing association fees, homeowners insurance, property taxes, utilities, and internet services. In fiscal year 24, the district's Home Purchase Assistance Program invested $31.2 million in down payment assistance, helping to change the lives of 283 first-time home buyers. For fiscal year 25, DHCD implemented a lottery to have HPAP financing better serve first-time home buyers in the district. The lottery process provides selected home buyers with more certainty as they choose their financing options and advisory services during their path toward home ownership. While DHCD will continue to invest in long-term stability of district families, the challenge is becoming much greater due to the uncertainty of the rental housing market and the limited affordable opportunities for first-time home buyers. During last year's performance hearing, DHCD anticipated the potential for some economic hardship to the district's housing market based on some key indicators back then. Some of those indicators included the impact of inflation and increase in construction costs, adjustments in the insurance industry, declining rent payments, and limited public and private financing for new and substantial construction projects. Unfortunately, the economic conditions led to some housing providers being put in an untenable position where selling their property or foreclosure were the only options to move forward. If properties with district or federal investments were foreclosed upon, then the affordability covenants tied to them would be lost. As a result, DHCD approached its 2024 consolidated RFP with the objective of protecting affordability and stabilizing properties with existing district and federal investment. This strategy was based on the increase of economic uncertainty affecting the number of district tenants, developers, and housing providers. The proposals that received consideration were distressed properties that already have an investment from DHCD but need bridge funding, planned projects that were in the development pipeline, and production or preservation projects applying for 9% low-income housing tax credits. In February, DHCD selected 69 projects to receive bridge funding for distressed properties. 3 projects were selected in Category B to receive bridge funding that were in the development pipeline. We do not believe that this is a sustainable approach, and we want to be able to invest both in preservation and production of affordable housing so that we can continue to improve housing options for DC residents. To that end, in February, Mayor Bowser announced the Rental Act, a comprehensive housing legislation that seeks to protect existing affordable housing as well as reset the conditions that DC continues to produce and maintain more affordable housing. As part of this legislation, there will be procedural improvements to enhance DHCD's capabilities for vacant and blighted properties and to facilitate the resale of IZ units. Housing providers are only part of the district's ecosystem. It was important that we also get feedback from district residents on their housing needs and concerns. Between October and December 2024, DHCD conducted a series of listening sessions in each ward to gain insight into the housing needs of tax-paying Washingtonians. Here's what we learned. Tenants identified affordability, rental assistance, and property maintenance as top priorities. Homeowners and homebuyers prioritized mortgage assistance and taxes. And finally, housing providers listed rental income, development financing, and TOPA reform as topics of most interest. We encourage constituents, stakeholders, interested parties to attend these sessions in the future so we can hear from you in real time. This feedback served as more confirmation that regardless of gender, race, income, or where you live, housing provides the necessary stability for families and communities to thrive. As we continue fiscal year 2025, DHCD will make available more resources that can help tenants, home buyers, and homeowners and housing providers succeed. Ultimately, DHCD's success relies on the leadership of Mayor Bowser and his partnerships with the council, district, and federal agencies, homeowners, tenants, businesses, community organizations, housing providers, and these strong relationships are what drive production, improvement, and innovation in housing. If we all fulfill our responsibilities to one another and keep investing in our community, then the future of the district will continue to be a place where all Washingtonians can thrive. As we move forward in fiscal year 25, I'm optimistic about our ability to be creative, continue our solutions-oriented approach, and provide service excellence in everything we do. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify. This concludes my testimony, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director. Director Donald, your testimony, and thank you again for being here.
Good evening. Good evening, Chairman White, members of the Committee on Housing. My name is Christopher Donald, and I am the Executive Director and CEO of the District of Columbia Housing Finance Agency. On behalf of our Board of Directors and DCHFA staff, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you and the members of the committee for the agency's FY 2024 Q1 through FY 2025 Performance Oversight Hearing. First, I would like to thank the agency staff, many of my senior staff who are here with me, that make the work that we do possible. I would also like to acknowledge our board for their expertise and wisdom, which is always essential to our success. On this day in 1979, DCHFA was chartered as an instrumentality of the government by the Council of the District of Columbia. Today is the start of the agency's 46th year of service to the District of Columbia. DCHFA is a revenue-generating body that receives no funding from the district or the district's budget. DCHFA is a Standard & Poor's S&P AA- rated tax rated issuer of tax-exempt bonds to fund the acquisition, construction, and preservation of affordable multifamily rental housing. DCHFA is also rated A2 by Moody's. DCHFA is charged with performing the following three tasks. First, the agency issues tax-exempt bonds to fund the acquisition, construction, and preservation of multifamily housing, more commonly known as apartment buildings. The agency also provides bridge loans that pay for pre-development of projects using the McKinney Act loan program. Once the projects are completed, the agency monitors the performance and health of its portfolio on an ongoing basis. Second, over the last 7 years, the agency has made a direct investment into building for-sale housing for the missing middle through its Housing Investment Partners platform. Third, to facilitate the delivery of mortgages for home buyers in the district through our lender programs and provide tools including our DC Open Doors program and as a co-administrator of the Home Purchase Assistance Program to promote and preserve home ownership. These programs provide down payment assistance and competitive mortgage rates to first-time home buyers and ensure that these new home buyers are prepared to be successful homeowners. The agency also administers programs that assist residents in retaining their homes. Through its multifamily lending and neighborhood investments and capital markets division, DCHFA invests in the new construction and preservation of existing affordable multifamily rental housing throughout the district. In FY 2024, DCHFA issued $200 million in tax-exempt bond financing for the redevelopment of 475 affordable housing units in wards 2, 3, and 4. In addition to this tax-exempt financing, DCHFA also underwrote $30 million in federal LIHTC, in DC LIHTC, and $155 million in federal LIHTC equity. In FY 25 to date, the agency has closed on 3 affordable housing investments. On December 20th, 2024, DCHFA issued $34 million in tax-exempt bonds and underwrote $24 million in federal LIHTC and $6 million in DC LIHTC for the substantial renovation of 124 affordable townhomes in the Henson Ridge community located in the Douglas neighborhood. On January 17th, 2025, DCHFA issued $35 million in tax-exempt bonds and underwrote $32 million in federal LIHTC, $8 million in DC LIHTC equity for the construction of 100 new affordable apartments at 2911 Rhode Island Avenue. The second deal to close in January was Phase 2 of Belmont Crossing. On January 23rd, 2025, DCHFA issued $64 million in tax-exempt bonds, underwrote $47 million in federal LIHTC and $10 million in DC LIHTC equity for the construction of 229 apartments at Phase 2 of Belmont Crossing in Ward 8's Washington Highlands community. In 2022, DCHFA invested in the first phase of this redevelopment comprised of 169 units scheduled to be delivered later this year. During FY 2024, the agency financed the emblem through the DCHFA HUD 50/50 Level 1 Risk Share Program. On June 13, 2024, DCHFA issued $48 million in tax-exempt bonds and underwrote $32 million in federal LIHTC equity for the construction of the emblem, 115-unit apartment redevelopment in Ward 6 Union Market neighborhood. The bonds are secured by HUD-insured loans made through DCHFA's Level 1 50/50 Risk Share Program. This program provides an alternative financing option for developers who rehabilitate or build new affordable housing. DCHFA is the only approved HUD Level 1 50/50 Risk Share lender in the district. The FHA assumes a portion of the risk and delegates loan processing and asset management functions to DCHFA, a qualified participating entity. In June 2024, I participated in the groundbreaking at the emblem. Construction is underway and is scheduled to be completed in 2026. MDXL Flats opened in March 2024, bringing 101 new affordable apartments to the Navy Yard community. MDXL Flats was also a risk share transaction. DCHFA's single-family lending division creates homeownership opportunities in the district by providing low-cost single-family mortgages and down payment assistance made possible through the issuance of mortgage-backed securities. The agency offers a variety of programs for current and potential homeowners with the goal of expanding and retaining homeownership opportunities in the district. DC Open Doors is DCHFA's flagship homeownership resource. DC Open Doors makes homeownership in Washington, D.C. affordable by offering qualified buyers home purchase loans, down payment, and closing cost assistance.
The program offers deferred repayable loans for a homeowner's minimum down payment requirement, in addition to first trust mortgages for the purchase of the home. Qualified first-time and repeat home buyers are eligible for the program. You can access DC Open Doors by working with one of our participating lenders who offer DC HFA's mortgage loan products. In FY 2024, the agency closed 58 DC Open Doors loans totaling $17 million in funded mortgages with an additional $138,000 in down payment assistance. Homes were purchased by Open Doors borrowers in wards 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 6 years ago, the agency launched DC for Me to provide DC government employees mortgage assistance in the form of a 0% deferred subordinate loan. Qualified district government employees can receive a reduced interest rate first trust mortgage with optional down payment assistance. DC for Me is offered to full-time district government employees, including those who may not meet the criteria for the EHAP program administered by DHCD. Under DC for Me, all DC government-based instrumentalities, independent agencies, DC public charter schools, and organizations that fall under the oversight of the Council of the District of Columbia qualify for the program. During FY 2024, DC for Me funded 10 mortgages totaling $3 million with an additional $17,000 in down payment assistance. DC for Me borrowers purchase homes in wards 1, 7, and 8. DCHFA is also a co-administrator of the District of Columbia Department of Housing and Community Development's DC Home Purchase Assistance Program, HPAP. The agency works in tandem with the Greater Washington Urban League and community-based organizations to help prospective home buyers navigate through HPAP process and into the DC home of their dreams. In FY 2024, DCHFA closed 193 HPAP loans for first-time home buyers for a total of $22 million. The agency's HPAP borrowers purchased homes in all 8 wards of the district. DCHFA established the Housing Investment Platform as a resource for innovative investments that will increase the production of housing outside the traditional bond and tax credit financing business. HIP provides joint venture capital to emerging developers for the creation of for-sale workforce housing in the district. In addition, HIP fosters neighborhood stabilization through homeownership opportunities while supporting developers with capacity building opportunities. An investment from HIP significantly reduces the amount of capital that a developer needs to contribute to the project. But in return, the developer agrees to market and sell the new single-family homes to households earning workforce incomes, also known as the missing middle. To date, HIP's investments have supported 6 different urban infill projects, creating a pipeline of 79 single-family homeownership opportunities. To date, 32 units have been completed and sold to first-time home buyers. During FY 2024, in our performance hearing, I testified that the Anna Homes, a HIP development that was under construction across the street from the Anacostia Metro Station in Ward 8. This project will consist of 20 townhomes with three bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and single-car garages. Sales of these homes have commenced and several units are under contract. Land development has also begun on the Blake townhomes, which will yield 27 new townhomes. During last year's performance hearing, I shared during my testimony that some of the properties financed with DCHFA bonds were displaying signs of distress due to rental payment delinquency trending higher than historical norms. On December 10, 2024, DCHFA launched the Portfolio Stabilization Grant Program to provide affordable housing providers with access to capital to help relieve the burden caused by rental delinquencies. PSG is a one-time recoverable grant administered by DCHFA to affordable housing providers that have developments within DCHFA's portfolio. The grants were available to properties financed through programs such as the Housing Production Trust Fund, Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program, Home Investment Partnerships Program, or Community Development Block Grant Investments. Priority was given to DCHFA's most vulnerable properties and those with 4% LIHTC financing. Properties had to be in compliance with DCHFA's post-closing requirements to qualify for a grant. And eligible properties included those in bankruptcy, receivership, or foreclosure, and those with unresolved housing code violations. PSG funds must be used to stabilize operations and for capital expenditures. Housing providers must actively pursue rent collections, enforce leases, and act on eviction proceedings for delinquent tenants. Compliance with DCHFA's reporting and inspection requirements is essential, and records must be maintained for 5 years. The application to apply for PSG closed on December 27, 2024. The agency began disbursement of PSG grants in January of this year, and as of February 27th, 2025, DCHFA has deployed $8.6 million to 43 developments. In closing, I would be remiss if I did not provide you with the agency's view on the market and the critical action that is necessary to preserve and protect the progress that the city has made in the creation of affordable housing over the last decade.
Director, let me, I think this is important, but let me ask you to summarize it because you got about a third. We still got several pages left, and I want
Yes,
to make
sir.
sure we have time for all our agencies. But I want to hear the summary of what you're about to say because I think it is very important.
So the district has invested over $1 billion in the housing production trust fund over the last decade, which led to the creation of 40,000 units. But during COVID, there was a breakdown in the social contract. I listened intently earlier today as witnesses came before the council to speak about what they thought those issues might be. But there are a couple of things that we should really sharpen our focus around. Number one, I will tell you that we have 10 properties right now that are in the conversion process from construction to permanent loans. Of those 10 properties, 9 are new build, new construction, meaning they did not exist before. In those 9 properties, they all have problems converting because of rental payment delinquency. So these properties aren't ill-maintained, and as a result, rents aren't being paid. I'm very sensitive to the conversation, and I heard tenants and what their concerns were. This is about the ecosystem functioning, meaning that owners have an obligation to provide beautiful, affordable, and healthy housing. But at the same time, our residents have an obligation to make sure that they're paying their rents on time for this to work. If that doesn't happen, properties end up in distress. Properties are on our watch list. I have 43% of my portfolio right now is on my watch list. A property goes on the watch list when it's not meeting its financial covenants. There's something called a debt service coverage ratio. And that is a ratio between the level of the NOI and the mortgage. In a healthy property, we underwrite that so that there's a 15% cushion between the NOI and the mortgage payment. What happens when a property is under distress, it doesn't hit that 115 debt service coverage and it goes below a 1 debt service coverage. When it goes below a 1 debt service coverage, that means the property can't pay its bills and it can't pay its mortgage. In order for a property to be properly maintained, that cash flow has to be coming in. That cash flow ultimately comes from the rents. And so we're a bit stuck right now. And so part of what we've got to really look at is how do we get that system to return back to normal and healthy operating environment. We believe that the first steps for that come through the approval of the Rental Act. We know that it's a complicated piece of legislation, but we believe that that will be essential to getting us back to the right path. And with that,
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for summarizing as well. It is an important point. I want people to realize the data bear out that DC has more non-payment of rent than other jurisdictions. People are struggling, and there is a broader issue. And if we don't address that issue, the problems get worse, not better. So thank you very much, Director. Chair Slater, thank you for being with us today, and welcome your testimony.
Oh, thank you very much. It is a great honor to be sitting at this table with my colleagues in the quest to create affordable housing in the city. And I am very much honored to not only participate in this hearing, but to have chaired the Housing Production Trust Fund Advisory Board for over the last 8 years. And I am now just finishing up in my 9th year, and that'll be it. I'm also the president and CEO of Habitat for Humanity of Washington, D.C. and Northern Virginia. And I come at all of this as a person who is deep in the trenches, using HPAP program, using the tools that my colleagues here have talked about, and having had a very long relationship with DHCD as a developer. I am very much aware in listening today. I learned quite a bit, but they were themes that I think we're all very familiar with. And we're in a period of not just scarcity, but tremendous uncertainty about the future. And although the district has indeed, as my colleague from HFHA has said, put $1 billion into the Housing Production Trust Fund. We are known nationally as having been innovative, but by the same token, much of that is threatened in terms of the economic climate that we're facing. I do want to say, however, that the Housing Production Trust Fund Board, against this backdrop, has met nearly monthly, almost every month, and that we question and probe the DHC staff, and when we are possibly able to offer some advice. We come from different walks of the ecosystem, as we've been referring to it today, and we try to advise the agency in any way we possibly can. I just want to compliment the DHCD staff for unerringly doing very high quality work and answering our questions and giving us very good information without any failures over the years. There are also a constant stream of questions about whether the agency is hitting some of the SMART goals that you have laid out here. One of them, of course, has to do with the percentage of the 30% MFI families that are served. And I think that's a bright spot in terms of DHCD's performance. But back to the HPTF, I would like to just say a couple things that maybe you haven't heard today. You've heard a lot of the same things about HPAP, TOPA, and the rental crisis, and so forth. But much of what I think can be done in a period of great uncertainty and scarcity is to strengthen the relationships between district agencies. For example, there are developers who are voluntarily producing affordable housing, Habitat being one of them, without much DC subsidy. Those developers are subject to very excessive fees and taxes, often at either market or, in the case of community land trusts, above market rates. There are many things that can be done to encourage developers who are indeed working outside of what is unquestionably a very scarce budget situation. The other thing is there are, and Director Green referred to this, there are homeowners who have now realized so much appreciation in their homes that they are now being priced out of homes they own because of the increases in property tax. I get contacted by Habitat homeowners almost every week about their desperation, and I'm very pleased to say that DHCD is clearly addressing this problem in terms of some of the supports for existing homeowners, but that threatens the $1 billion that was put in, and it threatens the covenants on the dollars that were put in. Other things, in addition to fee reductions and interagency collaboration, is the examination of zoning proposals and the comp plan and so forth. We're not, you mentioned earlier today, you're looking at international models. much that frustrates developers right now. For example, we can't really touch Ward 3 for a variety of reasons. Although we've worked in most of the wards in the city, the zoning issues are paramount, and they are frustrating developers in many ways. And then the other thing is the crisis in small condos, and the fact that they also are behind in their condo fees. They also, like the larger rental properties, are falling behind on maintenance. The district's investment in those small condos is going to waste because they are not maintaining the property. And some of the listening sessions, I think that DHCD, that Director Green is talking about, will definitely focus on some of the smaller condo. And I heard testimony from smaller property owners and so forth, even facing foreclosure on some of their units. I think the need for housing is going to change dramatically over the next couple of years. There is on the Housing Production Trust Fund Board, we've been talking about eagerly awaiting an Urban Institute study that will do a deep dive on housing needs. A lot of this is anecdotal now and so forth, and it's very hard to make decisions in that more anecdotal environment. But I think that there is still opportunity, even in this era of scarcity and uncertainty, to improve interagency collaborations, improve fee and regulatory issues, take a deep dive into some of the zoning issues that many other jurisdictions across the country have been doing, and that other parts of the government is engaged in. And again, I just like to compliment the DHCD staff for being very supportive of the Housing Production Trust Fund Advisory Board. And I will be mercifully brief and stop when it's still green.
I appreciate it. Thank you for being here and for your testimony. Again, we all just need to realize what time it is with respect to housing. It's time to figure things out. And so we will work together to do that. And there are a lot of, there are a lot of things we're doing that other folks in the country are looking at as models to your point, Chair Slater. And yet it's not enough. And so, we do find ourselves in a crisis worse than what we've seen over these past couple of decades. So again, I'm going to start with questions just for HFA, then questions on the Housing Production Trust Fund for everyone. Then we'll move just to Director Green. I don't have a ton of questions for HFA by itself, so don't worry, Director. But let's start with your SMART goals just for clarity. We don't set the SMART goals. We work with the agencies to set them. We believe they are necessary. But the first SMART goal you identified was to close $200 million in bond capital by Q4 in fiscal year 25. As of February 19th, we're still in first quarter or second quarter? Second quarter? Second quarter. HFA has closed a little more than $131 million, which is roughly 60% of its goal for the fiscal year. This is almost as much as you closed at this point in all of last fiscal year 24. And I do understand that some of the FY25 totals are carryovers from FY24 when a lot of developers were having difficulty securing capital. What changed in the market between last fiscal year and this fiscal year that makes it look like things are starting to move again?
So I take a slightly different look at it, council member. I think the market is still in a bit of a malaise. Here's what we're seeing. We've had a number of transactions that have been working through for the last 12 to 18 months. And we get to that 18-month period and folks are like, yeah, you remember those terms I gave you 18 months ago? those don't work anymore. We're going to need you to reconstitute your entire development team, right? So I have one deal that's completely fallen apart right now and is reconstituting itself, bringing that team back together to try to hold on to the different financing partners. I've got other transactions that can't get bids for LIHTCs or for debt to actually come together. So it's taking a lot longer for us to get transactions to the closing line than it typically would have. You know, there's still liquidity in the market, but it's not as robust and it's a lot less forgiving than it has historically been.
So, are those the biggest issues in from your perspective that developers are running into right now?
Interest rates, number of partners or investors looking at particular transactions, everybody getting on the same page as far as credit standards are concerned. Right? All of those things have to come together and align from a timing perspective. I've got a deal right now that is going to fall apart because it's on its third extension for a HUD commitment. And it's not going to be able to make everything line up at the same time, right? And that's simply because it's had to work its way through. And there's been some ebbing and flowing as it's gone through its process, its approval process. So it is very difficult right now to get deals to the closing table.
And
some of that is the market in general, interest rates in general. Some of it is the delinquency that we just talked about, that I just referenced, right? One of the data points that I didn't mention was just where non-payment is right now and delinquency overall in the marketplace. In a healthy market, delinquency is somewhere between 5 to 10%, right? We're seeing at least 15% and up to 30% in some instances across the portfolio. So when these deals are going into the bank and they're going through their credit committees, that's weighing heavily on their mind, right? And so the restrictions or the requirements that people are asking for are getting much more stringent, right? And when they get stringent, that begins to contract the number of proceeds that they'll be able to generate and that mortgage will be able to produce, which means that they ultimately come back to my partner and ask her for more money. And she says, more money from where? Because I don't have a money tree, right? And so it's this constant dynamic of recalibrating these deals based on the new environment that we're in, based on what's happening in the marketplace right now. That's what's causing a lot of the consternation. In fact, the deal that I talked about that just kind of fell apart with the development partners, we had a robust sponsor, right? But the lender wanted to see somebody who had more financial wherewithal. So they had to bring somebody else to the table in order to get that deal across the finish line. That's all a result of people looking at the marketplace writ large in general, and then specifically in the district.
So someone testified earlier today, and we had a small back and forth about it. Development deals are difficult to put together everywhere in the country.
That's right.
But the data I've seen, and it's been some weeks since I've looked at the data, indicated that there is a higher percentage of non-payment of rent. Maybe more important than that, there's an investment reputation that the district has developed that's making fewer folks want to invest in housing in DC. Is that what you're seeing? And are you having conversations with colleagues or counterparts in other parts of the country that are seeing something different than we're seeing?
I am. So when I sit around the table with my counterparts from around the country for the National Council of State Housing Agencies, where it has all of the 50 EDs from each of the different states, and I talk about some of the challenges that we're facing, they look at me like I have two heads, right? Everybody has kind of moved beyond the non-payment of rent phase, right? There's still some jurisdictions that struggle. We're not completely alone, but we are at the extreme end of the spectrum. It's hard in other places. It's approaching impossible here, right? You still see lots of deals and lots of investors flowing into North Carolina, right? You still see lots of deals and lots of investors flowing into places like Atlanta. This used to be the first stop for most investors. Like, it made sense. It was the nation's capital. There was strong employment, strong education, all of the metrics that signal a healthy investment market existed here in the district. And then we had COVID, right? And then we worked our way through COVID. The district stepped up and invested and it backed the projects and it supported them. But somewhere along the way, we got dislocated, right? And so the question becomes, how do we get back together again, so that ecosystem works in the right way? Because without that flow of funding, we can't deliver on that critical promise. I can't fix the property if I don't have cash flow from rents to do so. I can't pay for extra security in a place that needs extra security if my rents aren't being paid timely.
What about, that point is well taken. What about, any impacts from the new federal administration? Is that impacting your work at all at this point?
So I'll defer more to my colleague who sees more of those resources flowing down. You know, there's been some discussion about whether or not private activity bonds will be an issue again, as it was back in 18 when there was a threat of private activity bonds being eliminated. Private activity bonds are my bread and butter. Without those, the core of my business kind of falls out, right? So there's some talk of that. I haven't seen anything definitive yet. We are monitoring that through several organizations that we are involved with. On the other side is the monies that come through the House Production Trust Fund, which I'll allow the director to kind of speak to what her view is on where that might or mightn't be threatened.
We'll get to HPTF in a little bit, but the private activity bonds, is there any way that DC would be uniquely impacted, or would we be impacted along with the rest of the nation from any federal
If
changes?
they're eliminated, we would be impacted like everyone else. What would likely happen is we would move forward with a massive inducement of all the deals that were in our pipeline to try to use up all the bond cap that we had available to us at this point in time. Pardon me, if we saw that cliff coming again in the same way that we did back in 2018.
Okay. Let me move to the second SMART goal, which is to complete a single-family strategic plan by Q1 in fiscal year 25. I believe the timeline was changed to Q2 of 25. Why did the timeline for this goal get pushed back by a quarter?
Actually, so we completed it. It's really the discussion with the board, and we actually started that at our last board meeting. So we made the first presentation to them, kind of walking them through our single family business, right? And then in the next conversation, we're going to talk to them about what we found in both the strategic plan and in the creation of the special purpose credit program, give the board an opportunity to look at those findings and then ultimately to ratify them. So it's our plan over the next, call it 90 to 120 days at each board meeting to be talking about that business, what we found, and then what we think that directs us to do.
Okay, and do they have to approve it, or is it just briefing them before it's finalized?
They're going to have to approve any resulting action or recommendations that come out of that plan. They'll have to ratify it because it will require resources.
Okay, well, we'll track that, and we thank the board for all the work that they're doing.
Absolutely.
Third goal, establishing a mentorship program for emerging developers and launch a pre-development fund by Q2 fiscal year 2025. I think HFA wants to shift this from a mentorship model to a technical assistance model where the agency offers project-specific supports to sponsors with active or viable investment deals. Is that accurate?
It is. It's getting more nuanced. And so part of what we spent our time doing since our last year is really wading out into the market and working with both the sponsors, working with investors, talking to other funders out in the marketplace, really trying to understand where's the need and how can we be most impactful and really move the needle. The first goal for us is really expanding the pool of the next generation, right? So that it becomes much wider, much deeper, much more diverse than it is currently. So that we have homegrown talent, so that when we run into trouble in the future, we can actually pick up the phone and call people who will be responsible to us because they're obligated to us because we helped them become successful, right? We think that that's critically important for the health of the overall development community here in the district. So spending time really understanding that, we've developed a group who's met it's about 2 or 3 times of emerging developers of roughly about 20 to 30 people that will continue to grow and evolve over time. We're listening to them. We're listening to the challenges that they're facing about how they're getting projects financed, where are the gaps in their capital stacks, where's the money that they can't find anywhere else. We are often known as the funding of last resort. And so how do we help them get to capital in other places? And then how do we give them the capital that they need to push them over the edge?
And when you say we, how do we help them? Who is we?
The agency, DCHFA.
Okay, so
meaning how do we use the fund that we've created that pre-development fund that you referenced? How do we use our balance sheet? How do we use our network of relationships in order to make sure that folks have access to capital?
And I appreciate the work, like you said, that, you know, there's a next generation of developers. You want them to be good developers, build the types of projects that we want to see in the city. Now, how do you know whether or not your efforts are successful?
So, you know, we have some singles and doubles and there'll be some home runs. You know, sometimes it is the emerging developer that's almost to the finish line and they need that one final commitment in order to be able to close on their deal. When we can help them get that final commitment to close on that deal, that's a success. Sometimes it's making sure that they can get access to pre-development funds or a line of credit in order to finish that project that they've got in the pipeline. Sometimes it is making sure that they get the best quotes on deck in order to make the project feasible, and make it pencil so that the pro forma actually works and they don't need an extra $1 million or $2 million in order to pull it off. So it's a little bit of a lot of different things. And sometimes, quite frankly, council member, it's just encouragement. Like, you're on the right path, just keep pushing, right? You're almost there. What we find oftentimes in those conversations with those sponsors is that it is a lonely road trying to figure out and put those transactions together, and a thankless job.
All good points. Yeah, I still don't know how you measure the success there, although I think it's a very important
Success is
effort.
getting them to the transaction table and to close, right?
Okay.
But that success happens in different ways on different transactions. Sometimes it's a big thing where we have to actually look at, okay, what type of investment might you need from us to come into your transaction for this to work? Or where are the 2 or 3 other banking sources that you can go and solicit from that might actually provide you with this pre-development line that you need in order to fund the construction that you're going to do to produce these townhomes for the next phase of this project?
So it's the number of emerging developers that you help get to essentially closing on projects.
Yes, I would say that the metric or the key metric would be the number of transactions that we get closed.
Let's move to the key performance indicators on the multifamily project pipeline. We look at HPAP loans. In FY24, HFA had 193 HPAP loans funded for a total amount of a little more than $21.5 million. So far in the FY25, 37 HPAP loans in the amount of $4 million, basically $4.5 million. How are things going with the HPAP program this year?
We're moving along at the speed of the transaction, right? As our partner gives us authorization to deploy the capital, we're moving it out the door.
How much more authorization do you have left? Like how many more HPAP loans or how much more in HPAP money do you all have that you can administer?
21 million total.
Thank you. Total. Okay. Are you roughly on the pace of last year?
Yes.
Okay. We can we'll be back together during the budget hearing so we can update the numbers and see where things are. On the remit loans, until recently, HFA was experiencing some real roadblocks with loan servicers not accepting payment from a third party and not communicating without a release of information, which my understanding is that this didn't happen during the pilot program. Is this issue resolved, or is this still is this an ongoing issue?
It is resolved.
Okay. And when will funds be distributed, the remit funds? I think there are 7 applications in the pipeline.
When is closing Friday?
All right, I hope you trust these folks, because you're the only one sworn in, Director. So.
I trust them very much. They're the reason I'm sitting here.
I know
I'm
you
good
do.
with that.
Just want to touch on legislative priorities, the Rental Act, you mentioned, which, Mayor Bowser, briefed the public and the council on a few weeks ago. Again, we have not received the legislation yet, but I think it's going through its final review, so I expect that we'll have it soon. From your perspective, how big of an impact has have the proposed ERAP changes had on stabilizing the rental market? So we did emergency legislation, we'll do permanent legislation soon. Has that yet had an impact in your view?
It's a critical first step, right? Everything that we can do to get the market back to realizing that you've got to pay your rent, you've got to pay it timely in order for this thing to work is very, very important. So it was an essential first step.
What I worry about is, and I just want us all to be, clear-eyed about this. The ERAP legislation was necessary, but there was a chorus of folks saying we need to do this in order to stabilize, and aren't too many folks saying it's had a huge impact at this point. What's your? I want to make sure as we look to more difficult housing legislation, we're not doing the things that folks say are critically important, and then a year later, folks are saying it hasn't had an impact. So what's your view on the fact that it doesn't seem like the changes made in, I think, November at this point, to ERAP, it seems like it hasn't had much of an impact as I talk to building operators?
So I think we're on a battleship and not a speedboat, right? We didn't get into the situation that we're in the marketplace in 3 or 4 months, and it's going to take time for us to right the ship and for those changes to ripple through the system, right? At the end of the day, what happens in order for us to get back righted is people are paying their rents on time. People are paying their rents on time in order to make sure that they're not being evicted. They're not being evicted, right, when they comply with the lease. And so ultimately, that's got to work its way through the court system. That's not going to be a fast fix or a fast realization.
Okay. Let me move to the questions for all of our witnesses. So on HPAP, HFA is one of 2 administrators. I guess anybody can take this question first, but I at least want to hear from Director Green and Director Donald. What went well with the HPAP program over the past fiscal year? What went well for the HPAP program?
I think in the last fiscal year, we were able to, you're talking about fiscal year 24, we were able to close on approximately 280 something first-time home buyers across all 8 wards. Various degrees of demographics were hit, all of them, and it was sustainable over time. So I think those things went well in terms of reaching the markets where we have reached them before, and making sure we produce home buyers, especially in wards 7 and 8, where HPAP had the greatest impact.
Director Donald.
So I think it's just the volume of funding that was available, and our ability to move it out and get it to the marketplace was critically important, particularly as interest rates rose. HPAP has been essential. And so we're seeing the buyers that come to us and participate in our program actually getting a lot more traction today than they normally would be, because the rest of the market isn't moving as quickly as it does, right? So the fact that the district is there, that we're showing up, that we're providing these resources to homeowners is a win for a lot of the buyers who might not have been competitive when interest rates were much lower and things were moving much faster.
What do you share? And I'm gonna come to you, Chair Slater. Do you and the Greater Washington Urban League share best practices?
So I'm not quite sure how to answer that question. We collaborate and we have conversations about what's going on. From time to time, we'll throw things over the side as need be. If something can't move on their side or something can't move on our side, then we'll go back and forth. But there's a constant communication between our two organizations and collaboration when necessary.
Chair Slater, did you have something you wanted to say on that piece?
On what went well?
Yes.
I would defer to my colleagues here on what went well. I do have a couple comments on what didn't go well, but
Now is as good a time as ever.
okay, fine. I'm part of a national network of, in speaking with my Habitat hat on, which is the reason I'm on the Housing Production Trust Fund Advisory Board. So if I could just back up to a concrete example.
Yeah.
Habitat affiliates, together, there are over 1,000 in the country, and we have a Habitat International parent organization that issues new market tax credits and gives us liquidity for building. And we are also mortgage originators. So just a couple weeks ago, we sold 8 homes in Skyland. Each one was $450,000. We were able to originate 0% mortgages because an investor was willing to buy our mortgages at the cash flow off our mortgages at 0% discount. And that gave us complete liquidity back from the sale. We advised our homeowners not to use HPAP. And the reason was we had so many moving pieces that some homeowners were part of that lottery, some were not. We had to close everything in one day with the home buyers and with the investor. And so the uncertainty and the lack of predictability, which you've heard about all day, caused us to basically say, look, we're giving you 100% mortgage, don't touch it. To a much lesser degree, I would say it's the uncertainty from in terms of my colleagues in the nonprofit world, it's what you've heard all day. It's the uncertainty, and from realtors, it's the uncertainty of the lottery process.
Very quick side step. What would it take for us to be able to do more 0% mortgages in the district?
How do I bring what I do to scale, basically?
Yes.
I've given that a lot of thought. That's I'd have to give a more thoughtful answer to you.
Okay.
But I would say everything that has been said here at this table about the interest of the investment community in homeownership is key, because what you really need is for the cash flow from those mortgages to be purchased by investors, and everything Director Donnell has been talking about in terms of the investment community is critical. I would say many of the principles that he's talked about in terms of the market are vital.
Or we'll follow up on that because I'm think about your mortgage program every once in a while, and just trying to figure it out. So for the HPAP program, looking at the FY24 numbers, because we're still midway through FY25, DHED's pre-hearing responses indicate that out of 912 applicants, 283 closed in FY '24. HFA's responses say that 194 of its applicants closed in FY '24, which leaves a delta of 89. Is that about how many Urban League did, or Greater Washington Urban League did?
That would be a good guess.
Okay. Which is about a third of HFAs. Why is that?
Well, I don't know if I should answer sort of about Greater Urban League's business process, but I think that HFA is able to move the process along based on some of their business practices a little faster than Greater Washington Urban League is. And I also think that Greater Washington Urban League also is primarily focused on EHAP and NEHAP as well as HPAP and some of those transactions that have both involved. So they're primarily focused on that as well.
Okay. And HFA doesn't do the EHAP and okay. And how do you evaluate the administrators? Because at least one of the administrators used to be different. I think Neighborhood Legal Services used to be one of the administrators. How do you evaluate the administrators?
Well, we evaluate how many loans they can close on, how fast they do it. Are there issues that they can solve for? So the number of days it takes to close. So those are some of the evaluation points.
And there was a lot of frustration discussed today around the changes in the program and the communication. Let's start with the communication. What steps has DHED taken since the switch to lottery and the uproar that caused with respect to communication and how you make changes in the program?
So communication went out by email on our website. I do think there was opportunity for better communication. So going forward, in our listening sessions across all 8 wards that we had, people were able to come in and talk about and have questions. We have opportunity in our Housing Resource Center. We'll have trainings on it. And most of the communication that we had was sort of distributed through our CBOs and the people that do intake in our housing counseling services. So we can do probably a better job of communicating any future changes. And we, in the next time that we have a lottery and maybe do some additional stakeholder events. But I do think in terms of the communication, I would just say that just speaking to the certainty, the lottery, this lottery year was a transition kind of situation because people had entered into contracts without commitments for HPAP. So to honor that, we allowed ratified sales contracts to come in because we thought it would be a challenge for people and a lot of loss because they made a business decision to spend money, earnest money, without any commitment from HPAP at all. It hadn't even opened, and people said that they had contracts. That doesn't happen anywhere. This is bad business practice. Going forward, to talk about the certainty, you'll have a lottery done. There won't be any sales contracts up front, and that shouldn't happen for people because that puts people at risk, low and moderate income people at risk for spending dollars that they don't have and commitments they don't have. So with this lottery, you'll say this funding is committed to you. And now you can move forward, search for a home, find out, you'll know if you have HPAP in pocket. You can do what you need to do in terms of picking a realtor that you like, not just one that has access.
Once somebody is approved for HPAP, how long is that? How long are they guaranteed to get that funding?
6 months.
Okay, so most folks aren't finding and buying a home in 6 months in DC right now. So you got to be into that process. And if folks can't purchase but for HPAP or can't purchase a home at a certain price but for HPAP, and we use a lottery system that doesn't have predictability, how does that make more sense for the program than it sort of first come, first serve?
So first come, first serve means that we'll run out of money, right? At some point, we'll run out of money and you've still engaged in the process. With the lottery program, the money is already committed to you. And you can look now, people look, I look at houses all the time that I could afford. I may not have money to buy it, but I have an eye on something. I know where I'm gonna, and I can engage with a broker that I'm looking for something. But if I know that my funds are committed, I have more buying power with the seller to say, I know I have this money. I can close in 30 days, 90 days, 60 days. There's not unpredictability about that. I could pick a realtor that I like, not just one that knows somebody or knows the program better. I could pick one and negotiate my, how much I'm paying in commission potentially. And I can also work with whatever lenders I want because it's like having cash in hand. So that's what makes sense. I do think that this transition point was an accommodation for people that, again, kind of were in the old cadence of things. And so.
But can you make a commitment that the agency is not going to change HPAP rules in the middle of a fiscal year going forward?
Can I make a commitment of that? I can certainly try to make a commitment. I don't see any anticipation of changing from the lottery at this point. I think we haven't had a chance to really do the lottery as anticipated anyway.
All right, I want to get more feedback from folks, before I opine on that. Director Donald, you noted in your hearing responses that HFA and DHCD work together to make some changes to the HPAP administration process. What changes have you all made?
So we've streamlined the process more based on DHCD's.
Can you turn your microphone on, please? Thank you.
We've streamlined the process more based on DHCD's guidelines.
Can you be more specific either now or in a follow-up?
We will follow up.
Thank you. And what's your assessment at this point of the lottery process?
Can we follow up?
Yes.
So can I just answer for him?
You can answer for you.
It's like home. Go right ahead.
You can answer for
So the
you.
assessment of the lottery process, again, this was a transitional point, right, in the lottery process. It's not exactly how it's supposed to work. So the assessment of this lottery process was different and challenging because we were transitioning to people that had already had ratified contracts, and they had said, we can't do a lottery because we have ratified contracts that we've been in since whatever time frame they've been in. So the way this rolled out was, again, a transitional way for it to roll out, not how it was intended.
All right, I'm still expect the
You can still
director.
have your
Thank you.
response.
For
I'll let
the we heard from at least one program participant that they didn't receive the HPAP funds timely. That participant didn't work with you all, but does the timeline work on your end? Is the timeline good now, or are there places where it needs to still improve as far as how you HFA administers
The
HPAP?
timeline is fine.
Okay. And last year, after feedback from residents and realtors, I asked DHCD to make a database where all parties could see the progress of their HPAP cases and submit documents. What's the status of that database, Director Gray?
So we've had some preliminary conversations with each of the administrators about that, the portal. I think you've coined it. And we're working on preliminarily, we were looking at how to use each of the administrators' existing tracking systems and to allow applicants that have notice to proceed to go in and check their tracking. So we're trying to figure out a way to do that through licensing or sign on or whatever. It looks like that is going to be kind of cost prohibitive. So we're trying to now figure out other potentialities and give like a case analysis of which is the most cost efficient way to do it. So we're looking at different options.
Do you have a different view, Director Donald? Do you have thoughts on the potential for a portal to help folks understand where they are in the process?
Her view was informed by our conversation. We're on the same page.
Black home ownership, something that agencies spoke about a year or two ago. Last year, DHCD identified HPAP as its primary tool for increasing Black home ownership. I think it's at 60-some% now, but there's been a continued decline in Black recipients. Do other agencies have concerns about this?
There's been maybe a slight decline in Black recipients, not huge. It might be like by a percentage point or two. But again, I think with outreach and understanding and opportunity for different purchases that are affordable to homeowners, that we can try to make sure that's more measured. But I don't think it's been a significant decline.
I think last year the decline was 10%. This year it's 4%. So the numbers are starting to add up year over year. At what point do you become concerned? At what percentage of the decline do you become concerned?
I think we're always concerned about that, and I think that focusing on the results of our heirs program, where transfer of properties to so that we don't have to have new buyers enter the market by losing what they already have in their family, has been one of the ways that we're trying to maintain Black home ownership as well.
Has DHCD done anything to understand the shift or the decline in Black recipients of HPAP?
We can do sort of an underscoring of what's happening, but I do think it's that the buying power in the market is more and more challenging for the income levels that are reflected in that demographic.
I just want to remind us all that we're in these seats right now. So changes that are happening now happen on our watch, and I think we've got to ask these questions.
I think so too. Things are just more expensive.
They are. Director Donald, at an Urban Institute event that my team attended last summer, you spoke about HFA's DC Open Doors program through the context of participant Taylor, who is a 33-year-old single young professional making $80,000 a year. You noted wanting to find more Taylors for the program. DC Open Doors is another program similar to HPAP that is promoting home ownership. If I'm Taylor, how would I know which program to choose between DC Open Doors versus HPAP?
So it's not either or. Sometimes it's both, depending on where Taylor is on the income spectrum. If she can qualify for HPAP, then we're certainly going to encourage her to get an HPAP loan and use Open Doors as well, because Open Doors is a first trust program and down payment assistance. HPAP is down payment assistance and a much larger down payment assistance program. So it's much more advantageous for her when she qualifies for HPAP to use HPAP. In terms of the larger question about Black home ownership in the district, a part of what we're going to be talking to our board about over the next couple of months is that very thing. And so we'll have more to say about that in the coming future.
Okay. We'll follow up on that in our budget meeting. And DC opens doors. DC Open Doors is just a DCHFA program. DHCD is not involved. Is that right?
That's right. It's a securitization program where we buy first mortgages based on a list of criteria from our lending partners.
Okay. And does is there any engagement with DHCD with DC Open Doors, for example, like when HPAP funding runs out, does DHCD work with HFA to cover applicants through other programs or to direct them to programs like DC Open Doors?
So if HPAP runs out, one of the first things we do is reference them to other down payment assistance programs, and we refer them to DC Open Doors.
Okay. And Director Donald, what elements of the single family strategic plan focus on increasing Black home ownership?
So there are a couple of different questions that we're asking. The key one is around the special purpose credit program and utilizing that tool to increase Black home ownership.
Can you say more?
Budget hearing.
All right, we will come back to that. Everybody knows where we're going to go on the budget hearing. Last question on this, and I'll switch to my colleague. So going back to Taylor. Taylor is a single person. We continue to hear from families having a hard time finding units large enough to accommodate their families at a price they can afford. Does HFA also specifically look to find more families for the program? And is there a demand from families?
Sure. So Taylor was really our ideal candidate when we surveyed our past performance over the history of the program. That's who kind of shook out. It's not to the exclusion of families. We absolutely help families that come through and need assistance with our Open Doors program.
All right. So
I don't have specific numbers on the demographics with family in front of me. We can dig into that and come back to you on that.
Okay.
Just in terms of what the distribution is, families versus singles.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to switch to a different topic. So since I only have 2 minutes left, I have two colleagues here. So let me, Councilmember Fruman from Ward 3 and Councilmember Nadeau from Ward 1. Councilmember Fruman is a member of the committee, so he'll go first, and then we'll go to. Oh, no. They're both members of the committee. Sorry. Councilmember Nadeau. I'm sorry. Changed from last year. So you are up, Councilmember Nadeau. Sorry about the confusion.
It's okay. Thank you very much. I'm glad to be here with all of our housing leaders. My questions are primarily for Director Green. Regarding the home purchase assistance program, which I know you were just talking about, you mentioned that the rollout of the lottery system was transitional and not intended to happen this way. So why this way? Why are we doing it this way?
So this was a one-time transition because the people were in contracts from the time that stakeholders told me that people were in contracts from the time that the last when we ran out of HPAP in June or July of 2024 and had made concessions with sellers and then other people with the anticipation that HPAP would be the same, also rushed to kind of get into contracts, made business decisions about entering into contracts with the anticipation that they would submit their contract on the first day HPAP opened up. So as a result, since there were so many people that had entered into ratified sales contracts with the idea that the HPAP program would be the same, we did a transitional situation where people could submit their ratified contracts if they had them in place, and that we would address them. So that was the reason we did that, to avoid people not wasting or losing earnest money deposits or inspection costs or whatever else agreements that they had made in anticipation of HPAP being the same.
And were all eligible buyers who submitted ratified contracts by the November 8th deadline approved?
There were a few that submitted contracts on the deadline, and the challenge was that we asked for individual buyers to submit their sales contracts. So sometimes their realtor submitted them, their lender submitted them. They had 3 versions of the sales contract. So we had to kind of wade through everything that was submitted. And there's sometimes there were names that were different on the different contracts, but ultimately everyone that had a ratified sales contract, once we waded through everything, did get HPAP.
And have all of those applicants received notice of their approvals?
Yes.
Okay, we've seen reports that DHCD was still working through the submissions and that some eligible buyers had been left out.
That is not my understanding. If there are particular ones that were left out, we can look at those individually, but anyone that submitted in that state, we had even looked at, gave people an opportunity to say that, well, I submitted when we couldn't find their name, and waded through all the potentials. Like I said, the instructions weren't followed as prescribed, and so individuals didn't do it, their agents did it, their lenders did it. So
Oh, no,
there
I
was
got
some
that part.
confusion in it. So if there's someone that you feel that was left out, then we can look at that.
Question, follow up. If all eligible buyers received approvals, then why did we need the lottery?
We had no idea how many sales contracts there was going to be. So we did sales contracts up until the amount that we know were to be available for HPAP, and it just worked out that way. We did not know how much.
Are you aware of approved buyers who were actively under contract at their time of application who haven't received funds and haven't been able to go to closing?
Am I aware of approved Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Are you aware of approved buyers who were actively under contract at their time of application but have not yet received funds and haven't been able to close?
I'm not aware of. I'm aware of some contracts that we have that have fallen out for various reasons, whether it be because of the lender, the inspections, their qualifications, or maybe there's something that happened with the property that they chose. So there's a few of those.
Do you know what % of approved FY25 applicants have gone to settlement?
I think we're at approximately 197 of the 280 or so.
What's the average time to close for approved buyers?
It depends. So the average time could be when we did this particular transition, we wanted ratified sales contracts that couldn't close within 90 days of submitting their contract. So we have made exceptions for folks that are having challenges that can be cured, so that they don't have to go into the lottery again. And so we're kind of right at that 90-day window now. And we ask that everything be closed by February 28th. So there's a few that are for different reasons that we are having, extensions as long as there are curable situations.
So the deadline was last week?
February 28th, yes.
Okay. Do you know how many are going to have to go past that deadline? Oh, looks like almost half though.
No, it's less than half. So we had 283, we're about at 200. I said 197, so
Yeah.
maybe 80 or so, 60 or so, something like that, but I could get you the exact number.
Okay, but that feels like a lot to stretch beyond the deadline.
Some of them fell out, some of them, again, I don't know what percent, how that 80 breaks down.
Okay, yeah, I'd like that. That'd be very helpful. Um, is DHCD concerned about how the changing information and delays on that closing is hurting the public perception of the program and how it might dissuade sellers from working with HPAP clients in the
No, the
future?
delays on the closings would not be a result of DHCD. They would be a result of the buyer, the lender, or whatever other situations that would not be DHCD. I am concerned about sort of the transition that happened. It was meant to help the transition, but the perception was that it was not a good idea.
Thank you very much. That's all my time for this round. I'll stick around. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much. Great to see everybody. Great to see you, Suzanne. I've been watching much of the day, but not all of it. So it may be that the few questions that I have already been answered. If that's the case, forgive me. One of the things we talked a lot about last year, Director Donald, is the 4% bond cap. And where are we on the 4% bond cap? Are the 4% federal 4% bonds? I know it's hard to talk with certainty about things federal today, but are they available to us yet? Is there a target date when we expect they will be available to us again?
So the 4% bonds have always been available to us. There was really an issue of the demand outstripping the supply for a while, just given the volume of projects that we had in our pipeline. But what's happened as a result of the uncertainty in the market and the volatility right now is that we have enough bond cap at the moment to service all of the deals that are ready to close. We have a robust pipeline that would exceed our total amount of bond cap available, but those deals aren't ready to close. Whereas when I was sitting in front of you last year, there were a lot more deals where I had a development team and a capital stack that were all together, and they were like, look, we're ready to get across the finish line, and I couldn't give them all bond cap in that moment. Today, that's not my issue. Today, I was saying a moment ago, I've got deals that are falling apart because of the interest rate environment, because of investor demand or interest in a transaction, because of the balance sheet of the sponsor. There are any number of different reasons. And so in some ways, as it relates to bond cap, we are returning back to an environment that we were in pre-COVID, right? And pre kind of accelerated demand and the additional HPTF that kind of went into the system that generated the additional demand for bond cap to kind of keep a pace. As things get better, then we will get back to the point where we have demand creeping up towards our capacity.
And so what's the expectation for the next request for proposals for the Housing Production Trust Fund? Where are we at in terms of that?
We are planning to do a qualified allocation plan, which is required every 2 years, to figure out how we're going to allocate low-income housing tax credits and what will be the competitive process for that in terms of the responses. So we are targeting having an RFP for that sometime in the beginning of the fiscal year next year.
And first you do the qualified plan, then you do the RFP for folks. So sometime early in the fiscal year, so October, November, the hope is. And at that point is the expectation that there will be 4% bonds, that balance between supply and demand, that there will be 4% bonds available to match with Housing Production Trust Fund applications in that window?
Yes.
All right, that's good. The second topic is the database on rents, and the rent administrator, I think, I feel like, I don't know if this has been reviewed already, but when can we expect to see the long-awaited database of rents?
Is this already on? So I'm careful to say this because in my first hearing ever, I eagerly said it'll be ready in like 3 months. But we are on target, I believe, for early summer for the rent database to be available. We actually have reached out to demonstrate it to council members. And so it's at that point now, we're doing MOUs. We just complete our MOU with our sister agencies around data sharing for it so it can be dynamic. We have a community engagement plan that will be rolling out this month. So we're kind of trucking along towards that target.
Okay, so can I set up one of those meetings where you'll show me how it's going to work?
Sure.
All right, in March.
Sure.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. With that, I'll leave 2 minutes on the table. Okay. Thank you very much to you all.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. So I want to talk to you both a bit about at-risk properties. In September of 2024, the consolidated RFP DHCD reported that 22,000 housing units and 48,000 residents were at risk of foreclosure due to unpaid rent, with 80% of properties unable to cover mortgage or maintenance costs. To address this gap, DHED changed its fall RFP to address this issue. We heard some comments about that earlier. Rather than funding new production or preservation projects, HPTF dollars were used to provide gap bridge and support funding for family housing projects, serving households at 80% of MFI or below. HFA, to address this issue, released the Portfolio Stabilization Grant, which you mentioned in your testimony last December, making a maximum of $250,000 available to sponsors for capital improvements or to recoup their losses. Director Donald, how is the Portfolio Stabilization Grant program going, and how do you determine its effectiveness?
So as I mentioned, we put out $8.6 million to date, and that's gone to approximately 43 different properties. And so that really has wrapped up in the last couple of weeks, so we'll see what's happening. The reality is we were only able to do a little bit relative to the greater need. And working in conjunction with our partners at DHCD, knowing that they were coming after us, wanted to put something out to the market to try to help to offset in an immediate way to create some space, right, and some modicum of relief. But at the end of the day, we knew that there was going to still need to be more done after we got done with what we were doing. We've got about 1.4 million left. We are evaluating some additional properties in the portfolio to issue additional grants to those properties as well. And at that point, we will pick up and see where we're going and how properties are doing.
And is that funded with HPTF dollars?
That is not funded with HPTF. That was funded from the agency's resources.
Okay. Well, no, let me not get into that. Director Green, with respect to the gap bridge and support funding, is it looking like that's going to be the direction of the agency this year, or do you think the agency will get back to being able to finance new projects?
Well, I'm hopeful that we can make some changes in how the ecosystem is working, because obviously putting money to sort of rescue money in is not sustainable. Just also to note, the RFP really only allowed for the most distressed properties in a portfolio. So we said to providers, put your 3 or 4 most stressed properties in your portfolio. That does not mean that we were able to capture every single stressed property. So it's really important because it won't be sustainable and we won't have the dollars to rescue these units going forward in a real way. So no, I hope that we're not going to be in the position, if we can fix the housing ecosystem, to have to do this again. But I will be listening to stakeholders to see where we are.
Okay. And before we wrap up this section of questioning and move just to DHCD, Chair Slater, do you have thoughts on strategies or interventions based on either of these grant programs or anything else that you think we need to be looking at to protect the affordable housing and investments that we've made in affordable housing thus far?
Well, certainly, I think we're relying a lot on HPTF, and there's also the Oramenta-Newsom pre-development funding, and certainly HFA has quite a few programs. But I think if home ownership is a key agreed upon strategic goal, we need to add some tools to the toolbox, looking again at what is happening in some other jurisdictions. I think that we're going to see a lot of changes at the federal level that are going to be probably very problematic for some of the programs that we're operating now. And we may have to start from scratch on some of the programs, both on the rental and on the home ownership side. So I would say that once again, there's just a lot of uncertainty, and we're going to have to look at best practices beyond our own borders for ideas and so forth. I think Director Green's listening sessions are going to be helpful, but I think we also have to listen to what's going on around the country and so forth.
Those are all the questions that I have for Christopher Donald with DC HFA and Suzanne Slater, Chair of the Housing Production Trust Fund Advisory Board. Before I dismiss them, Councilmember Nadeau, are you going to have questions for them or just for DHCD?
Thanks for asking. Just DHCD.
Excellent. Well, let me thank you both for being with us. Thank your team for all the work that you're doing, the board for all the work that it's doing, and the advisory board. And again, thanks for sticking it out on a long day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm sorry. So, Councilmember Bonds, DHCD is staying. DC Housing Finance Agency and the Housing Production Trust Fund Advisory Board. I'm going to dismiss them unless you have questions for them.
I do have, thank you very much, Chairman.
Well, then let me do this. I'm sorry.
Just a couple of questions, that's all.
All right. Well, Councilmember Nadeau is actually up, so let me apologize. I apologize. You all will be with us for a few more minutes. My apologies. Councilmember Nadeau.
It's almost as if you've been chairing a hearing since 9:30 in the morning and you're a little tired. Director Green, some questions about the Homeownership Assistance Fund. In your pre-hearing responses, you noted that half had spent or allocated around $40 million. Can you clarify if this amount has been spent or if that's the amount you've obligated for payments?
So I believe we have about 3 million that is obligated for payment remaining. Everything else has been spent.
Great, very helpful.
And just Councilmember Nadeau, I don't mean to take your time, but I did want a chance to correct that we have 7 loans left to close
Oh,
on
okay.
HPAP.
That's a lot fewer.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Great. I'm glad we got to clarify that. Okay. What is the plan for the remaining funds for half? Are there any more funds beyond those that are just waiting for payment?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And how many of the 1,622 households deemed eligible and improved for half have received payments?
There have been, I can get back to you on that, but I believe there's about 14, almost 1,500 people have received payments.
And how many more will there be out of that 3 million?
I would have to get back to you. I don't know. It depends on how much they need. So I don't know. Hold on one second if I can.
Sure.
Mhm. So there's 35 households approximately.
And how long have they been waiting on the funds?
It really depends, but I can get that back to you on the 35 households.
Is it
They're
still
very
taking about a
different.
year on average to get the payments out?
No, ma'am.
How long does it take usually?
I would say once the vendor is identified and approved, it takes between 60 to 90 days to get the payments out.
And how do you communicate to people when they'll be paid?
So the way the HAVE program was set up is that they get notified by their vendor or confirmation of payment from the HAVE program once the payment is made.
It depends. It's either their vendor or the HAP program.
Yes, one, either or, but
And
definitely the
how is
HAVE
that
program
determined?
will confirm that they've made a payment.
I see. So do some people get both, one or the other? How is it determined what kind of communication they get?
So the communication definitely comes from DHCD to confirm payment, and then the vendor may also, depending on their business practices, confirm it as well.
And are there any remaining funds to pay additional households?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much. Those are all the questions I have today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Councilmember Bonds, welcome.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and good evening to you all. I've been watching all day, and therefore I think I'm a little up to date. And one area that we haven't really talked much about is how do we as a government help to preserve our current housing stock? And that's where I think we have to be as we talk about how we get new residents into ownership. How do we keep those that are in the rental market interested in the rental market, particularly for at the affordability that they would like? So I'm very curious as to if you've done an inventory of the number of units that we have that are currently on the market, that are occupied, that may need some repairs. It would be those units that we would consider affordable units that we put our dollars into. I think maybe like someone said once, $2-3 billion worth of local dollars primarily that have helped to construct these units?
So we keep track of the units that we have funded by doing inspections every 3 years to indicate whether or not they are in need of some sort of repair. And they get an inspection report or they're in default. And if they don't repair them, then they are at risk of losing their funding or their credits. So that's how we track whether or not the units that we've already funded, what kind of condition they're in.
All right, and so how many units have we tracked thus far, let's say in the last 6 years that you have records of?
Well, Councilmember Bond, I don't have 6 years of data in my head, but I
No.
could definitely get back to you.
I would like to get that information. So let's talk about what you said every 3 years. When was the last series of inspections that you did, or do you do them
Every year
every
on a
year, a certain
3-year,
number?
yeah. Mhm.
Okay, so how many did you inspect in 2024?
Approximately 2,200.
2,200.
Mhm.
Okay, and of those, what percent are in need of repair so that they can stay on the market as,
Mhm.
comfortable, safe housing?
I will be able to get back to you with how many had default notices.
All right. Okay, that's an area that I'm hoping that we are going to spend some time on.
Yes, ma'am.
That is an area that is necessary. And particularly here as we're nearly in I'll put it out there, mini recession, so to speak. I want to make sure that as we're spending our money, that we, one, can preserve the community that we know before we take on anything else, unless, of course, Mr. Donald, through his creativity, will come up with some bond issuance, maybe $900 million,
So good
that
to have
will
you.
help us to get to where we need
So
to
good to
be.
see you again.
All right, that's, I think you covered very adequately many other areas of concern that we may have in the community. I was able to look through your notebook of responses, very thorough. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Wanted
Thank
to
you,
commend you
Councilmember.
for that. I haven't seen yours, Mr. Donald. Taken yours, I'm sure, and he's talked a lot about balance sheets, I'm sure. One of his favorite subjects, but really and truly, what do you foresee in the dollar range that we would have available to utilize towards housing development in the next 2 years through 2026, Mr. Donald? Have you thought about that?
Insofar as which resource?
Well, I know you have a number of buckets, but I'm thinking when you think about the Housing Finance Agency, we always think about, collectively, that's our bank, our housing bank. And so what kind of value can you place on what we would have available to use for housing finance? I know it's big because it includes your 2 projects. Yes.
So when I think about resources that we have available, I think about them at the agency exclusively about bond cap, via DIMPAD, right? So we get the cap issued every year. That's about $380 million on an annual basis right now. Then we have our risk share program, which doesn't have a cap per se, but will really be assessed by the board in terms of the maximum amount of risk that they think it makes sense for us to take, right? That portfolio right now in our risk share is about $225 million of permanent debt currently in that portfolio across a number of different deals. And so the question becomes, how would we leverage that even more as we look at some of the deals that may need help or may need repositioning, is there an opportunity for us to step in and use that program? So that's a tool that we've talked a lot about how we might activate as we look at helping projects going forward. So I don't have a limit, but there is a limit. I know that's not particularly helpful, but it's also a question of whether or not folks want to work with us. The biggest thing that everyone should understand is we have to get out and compete for business just like everybody else. Everybody's not running into our arms to do business with the risk share program. Although we may think it's the best thing since sliced bread, there are plenty of other lenders out there in the marketplace who have different terms, different conditions that the market may want to pursue. At the end of the day, it's our hope that we're creative enough and competitive enough to win some of that business from time to time. So if the opportunity presents itself, we will step in and offer a solution.
So that leads me to just asking one final question. When we talk about the opportunity to pick up those who would participate in this bond market, I wonder if we are marketing to the residents of the city that like to invest in municipal bonds in Connecticut, Miami, all over. Have we attempted to get some of that money into the city
Absolutely.
for investments?
Absolutely. So, I mentioned in my testimony that we have closed a number of transactions using the risk share program. And when we close those transactions, we're going out to the public bond markets and we're attracting capital from all over the country to come and buy our bonds. Now, we're typically doing issuances anywhere between $30 to $50 million, which is an average to small size deal. We're not doing hundreds of millions of dollars every time that we go to the market. So there's a cadence with which we're arriving in the market. We're not making the biggest splash for supply so that, corresponds into demand. But folks are certainly buying our paper across the country.
And do you keep a record of how many DC residents are buying your paper, as you call it?
I can ask that question. I'm not sure off the top of my head, but I can ask our financial advisor if we have that information. We can find out.
I would appreciate seeing that, and I'm sure the chairman would like it. The committee would like it. So thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Bonds, and appreciate you joining us at this hour. It's getting late. Director, you may go, Director Donald, for real this time. But thank you very much. Not Director Green. No. We got plenty more good questions for you, Director
Have
Green.
a good evening, everybody.
Thank you very much.
It's funny.
Let me start by just getting some clarification on half, just because it came up with one of my colleagues. The district got $50 million in federal funds for the half program. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and I believe the amount allocated thus far was 40 million.
Mhm.
But it sounded like I might have missed something. You were suggesting that only 3 million was left for the program?
So it's not left, it's in process and allocated to certain people that we're trying to get payments out to that have, that we've allocated to them and working with their vendors to get the money out the door.
So where's the other 7 million?
That would be admin costs.
Okay. And is that broken down somewhere for folks that have concerns about-
Around admin costs?
Yes.
I'm sure I can get it to you.
Okay, 'cause that would be 14% of the total amount of program is admin. I don't know if that's normal. Might be, might not be. I just don't know.
I think it's based on the treasury requirement is 15%, so we're under by a percentage.
Okay. I'll follow up with questions if I
Okay.
if I have them.
Mhm.
All right, let me get to SMART goals. The first SMART goal for DHCD was by the end of calendar year 2025 to deliver 1,500 new affordable units. Believe you produced 856 units in FY '24 and indicated that you were on track to produce 1,257 rental units in FY '25, which would total 2,113 units. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Why, ho- how are you on track to develop so many more units this year, this fiscal year, as opposed to last fiscal year?
So, as you know, it takes between 24, approximately on average, maybe a little more, to complete a project. So these are all projects that were closed in previous years that we're expecting to deliver in this year. We are currently at about 224 in units, so that's a quarter of that. And expect it to be right on par with, if all these closings happen that we expect, we'll be right where we need to be to meet it.
Okay. And, sort of to a point that you're making, the total number of units coming online is a lagging indicator. Those, the units coming online this fiscal year are not an indication exactly of the market this year, but the market a while ago when those projects started. And so I want to, I guess, just flag for people, just because there are new units coming online doesn't mean that our market is in good shape right now.
Correct.
On the issue of IZ units came up with a few witnesses, and obviously was the subject of an auditor's report relatively recently. And so I want to ask about a few of those. The first, on the timeline, the auditor found that it takes DHCD an average of 13 months to fill IZ units, which obviously far exceeds the 102-day target that DHCD set for itself. I think you noted that DHCD disagrees with the auditor's calculations. Can you talk about how you calculated and what the difference is?
So I think the difference is from the time that we are notified, from the notice of availability, and when we post that unit as available, to when we identify a person. And so there are things that are outside of our control that are with the property manager as to when they notify us that it's available. Could be available way before we even know about it. And there are other things that have to happen, whether they need to update their certification of inclusionary zoning, all in various other parts of that process. Two, the point on the outside is we can say, we've identified a person, but that person may have delays in when they want to take the unit, and then the owner or property manager doesn't want to go through a whole nother lottery process, so they just wait for that person. So that could extend the time frame in which a lease is executed and move-in happens.
But are there parts of the IZ process that maybe are not your DHCD's responsibility, but maybe DHCD needs to put a time frame on it in order to ensure that the entire process is truncated?
I mean, I think that could be looked at, honestly speaking. I think that there is an opportunity to set expectations maybe around by when, as the auditor has said, creating a timeline, and then maybe fines if you don't respond in a certain time frame, and then you're under default. So I mean, I think there's an opportunity to look at that more closely. And just over the auditor's report in general, I do think that there was some good recommendations. But in that case, I think the counting about what was DHCD's responsibility in that case was not the way it sits today.
Okay. Well, let's work together. If legislative language is necessary, maybe we can get it in the Budget Support Act. But if there are places where we can tighten up the timeline, even in the parts that are not under DHCD's control, that might be something we can work together on.
Okay.
The auditor also found that DHCD didn't enforce annual income recertification, which means that potentially um, tenants are no longer eligible for IZ units, but they're still occupying those units. How often does DHCD do income recertification for IZ units?
So I think the certifications are done when the units become vacant and if someone is moving in. If they haven't had a certification done in the last 2 years with a CBO, that would be a time that they do it. But I don't believe there's any sort of annual cadence for certifications. I think that might, for people that live inside the units, most of the sort of challenges that I see with IZ units and in terms of compliance are renting to someone, subletting to someone else, someone not living in their IZ unit, household size changes. Those are some of the things that generally come up.
How is the income recertification triggered? You mentioned that maybe every 2 years by CBOs, but what triggers an income?
So the recertifications are for people that are registered for registered households for IZ units. They have to recertify every
Okay.
2 years if they're registered and still interested in an IZ unit.
And if I'm in an IZ unit and I don't recertify, what happens?
If you are living in an IZ unit, I don't think that is something that is really followed up on because you're in the unit. But there should be a certification that's done annually, and that is usually through the property manager.
Okay. Okay. Um, so we need to find,
And in this market, it's hard to get anyone to show up to recertify for anything, not just IZ units. I mean, that's one of the challenges that some of the housing providers have been saying is that even though people are supposed to recertify, and that's a way to contact them about their rent and
Yeah.
what's not being paid, they're just not showing up because there's no enforcement by the court.
Okay, well then that's something else we need to look at. That, I mean, we don't have a ton of IZ units. And look, if your income, goes up in November, I'm not supporting kicking you out in January, but at least every 2 years having requiring an income recertification it seems to be fair and achievable. So that's something else we'll work with you on. Councilmember Bonds, do you want another round, or you want to just flag me when you have questions? There we go.
Thank you very much. I was just really very curious about how this IZ is really operating, and I'm with you, Chairman. It sounds like it makes me feel that we need to think about what should be the timeline for recertification once you're in our unit. Because it is a unit of a privilege, so to speak. And I don't know whether it's 2 years or maybe we're talking 5 years. In some parts of the country, individuals get in a unit, an affordable unit, and they get to stay and then pass it on to relatives. So, and I know that housing is so important now, but I hear where he's going on this, and it's something that we have to consider given where our budget times are now. But on the IZ in general, I wondered if you could give us a sense of what the volume of registrations that you had. You may have done this before I came down, I'm sorry.
No.
The extent of the registrations during FY24 and thus far in 25.
So at last count, I believe we had approximately 30,000 households registered for IZ units for sale, rental, and sometimes both.
All right. Well, knowing a little bit about the registration for the housing authority, I mean, it's like we're talking 30. I mean, we're pretty much, tying our residents up in lists, so that they can qualify. And I think we have to find a better and a more expeditious way to get people in housing. Now, that said, I recognize that we only have about 3,000 or so vacant units. And so have you given thought as to how we can get some of those units quickly on the market so that they can become occupied units?
So Councilmember Bonds, I have given some thought about it. I am going to work with my team to drill down on some of the changes that make sense and some that don't. When I first became director, there was problems with single family, there was problems with half, there were, other issues. And we drilled down and we fixed those processes. So I think now is the moment to really look at IZ as well and come up with recommendations around how to fix it and make it more transparent. And so I'm committed to doing that in these next couple months.
Well, that's great, and thank you for that, because I know in some neighborhoods, it's easy to take a row house that becomes suddenly 3 or 4 unit facility, and that's good. But I'm thinking too, we have a number of properties that may be vacant that are single family properties. Maybe some are next door to each other, and I'm wondering if those 2 lots could become 6 or 8 units, and thinking about how, I mean, are we really going to push to try to increase the opportunity for housing using the private market to the best of our ability? It just seems to me that when we do that, we want to make sure that project-based support. Let the market do that, but put some requirements on the market. That is, if we're going to 20% affordable units, let's do that. And then we come back and deal with the tenant-based, assistance. Right now, we have double dippers. And the double dippers this is such a sweet town to be in. And it just seems to me that, with your hat on, you're going to have to blow the whistle, and let's see if we can't get a new day. And if nothing else, the market is demanding it.
Yes.
I mean, the economics of today's living in the district are demanding it. So let me know. I'm with you on that.
All right.
100%. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. So staying on the IZ piece, another finding from the auditor was that DHCD didn't penalize property owners that violated the IZ program rules. The report raised concerns about properties running their own wait lists and lotteries, increasing the risk of unqualified households being selected and folks sidestepping the lottery. Is this something you see happening in the IZ program?
Well, I do understand and that property managers and owners can decide not to do the lottery process and come up with a lottery process, so to speak, or a selection process that they run by the IZ program that we approve. And then they can go through there. So I wasn't sure about that particular, it only has to go through the lottery process the first time it becomes available as an IZ unit. But property managers and owners can come up with their own lottery process that they get approved by the IZ program.
After the first tenant, after the IZ lottery, tenants after that, they just have to qualify. Is that right?
Yes, I believe they just have to qualify. I would have to double check that, or they could just come off of their wait list. I'm not sure about that, but I will double check.
Okay, what I want to know here specifically is if I'm a property owner and my nephew just graduated from college,
You
Yeah.
don't want them necessarily.
Yeah, can they get that as a unit? So if in your follow-up, you can help us understand whether that's something that can happen right now. If so, then we'll add that to the list of things that we'll work together on.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Finally, on the IZ piece, the auditor's office noted, recommended that DHCD explore whether your quick-base system could be used to implement automatic reminders for income recertifications and lease renewals.
Yeah.
In the report, DHCD agreed and noted that it would look into it, and that the upgrades may be cost prohibitive to QuickBase. Have you had a chance to explore that more thoroughly?
So
at
I
this
don't
point?
think QuickBase really works well like that. It does send reminders out to the team, and they send reminders out to the property owners currently. I think they're looking at the emphasis model as a way to register owners, and then that reminder comes out with under the emphasis model. But I think under QuickBase, it does not work.
Okay. Okay, let me move to the second SMART goal, which was in FY '24 to preserve 734 affordable housing units through various programs. You ended up preserving 312 affordable housing units. And this is from a combination of extending existing covenants, using HPTF for other long-term capital sources, repairs and rehabilitations via the small buildings program, affordable housing acquisitions, vacant property dispositions, and repairs via the single-family residential rehab program. Why did DHCD miss by about half your affordable housing unit preservation goal?
I think that we did not count in that count some housing preservation fund units in one of our HPTF projects that was a preservation project from the Development Finance Division, but we still would not have made the 735.
Okay.
Even with that. It could be a number of different reasons, opportunity, people coming into the process, utilizing Housing Preservation Fund differently. So I'm not quite sure why we missed it. The opportunities there, I think the areas where we missed it were, so we made the
Repair and rehabilitation with the
no,
small
so
building.
single family, we met that. We met vacant property disposition. I think the affordable housing acquisition area was, we did about half of what we wanted to do. And I think that one of the challenges that we have is our ability to acquire through PAD was somewhat curtailed by some of the legislation. So we hope in the housing omnibus bill, we'll be able to correct our ability to acquire projects under the blighted statute. So blighted properties were sort of taken away from us in the acquisition division. So if we could put that definition back in, that would help us to acquire properties. But I think that was the area mostly that we had some challenges in.
Okay, and the extending existing covenants for
Yes.
HPTF. So what I would ask, again, the point of setting goals is not to shame agencies when they don't meet them. Then agencies will only set modest goals. That's not what we want. And so what I would ask is, could you follow up with an analysis of why you missed the goals with the HPTF and other long-term capital sources and the affordable housing acquisition, just so we have a common understanding of what we might need to do differently or look at or other things. But I, the data is helpful. Not going to always meet the goal. More important to understand why and what we need to do differently going forward. On HPTF, and I won't spend too much time here because we covered it pretty substantially before, but the HPTF Advisory Board has several vacancies with only 3 of the 9 member board positions filled. Obviously, that's concerning, particularly during an ongoing affordable housing crisis. I think DHCD mentioned that nominations will be made in the coming months. Do you have a more specific timeline you can give us for filling the vacancies?
I don't have an updated timeline, but I do know that several people have been vetted, and they're and interviewed. So I don't know sort of what the timeline would be from that, but definitely several people have been looked at. And I think affordable housing is a very unique space. It is very technical, complicated. I think it can be challenging to find folks that, one, want to serve on a regular cadence, and 2, that have the expertise to really provide the necessary advice around affordable housing financing that is needed. So, but several candidates have been put forward and are being vetted.
How have the vacancies impacted your operations or the program?
For Housing Protection Trust Fund Advisory Board?
Yes.
It hasn't impacted it. I mean, the conversations actually with a smaller number of people have been quite effective and, a lot more opportunity for people to talk and hear from each other in the time that we have, and great planning sessions about what we want to talk about in the coming months and for the rest of the fiscal year. So it hasn't really impacted us. The longevity of Suzanne Slater as the chair of the board has been really helpful.
Okay. Before I move on to other questions, let me recognize my colleague, Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you very much. I wanted to ask a little bit about the heirs property assistance program, and you mentioned that 80, I guess, households have been assisted. Can you give us some examples of how we are assisting in this program, and what is the financial toll that we have amassed through this process, if any?
So we haven't amassed a financial toll. We're budgeted, I think, $1 million, 500,000 to sort of legal aid CB community-based organizations, and they are using the funds to let people know that they're out there to help them, and so some of it's towards marketing. So what the program does is sort of unwind estates and wills that are complicated and help families go through probate court so that they can, one, plan and then address any issues that they're having in probate and wills.
And so how can households reach DHCD on this? Is there a particular hotline or?
So they reach DHCD through they go through the CBOs that are helping the families, and it's can't remember I forget the names of the 2 CBOs. I can share that with you, but there's 2 CBOs that are particularly legal counsel for the elderly is one.
Yeah.
And then there's another one. So sorry.
All right. And so so how do households know that this service is available?
Well, we put it on our website.
Okay.
So it's there available on our website. And then also these 2 agencies also go to probate court as part of their marketing and offer assistance.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. So we're talking now to some degree seniorhood. And one of the questions that we have is explain to me what the government's current commitment is to senior housing.
So I know that in our RFPs in recent years, we have produced senior housing. I think we've closed on 2 major senior housing projects and I could give you the unit numbers, but they were significant. actually 3 of them. They were significant numbers. And in addition to the single family rehab program, that mostly trends towards seniors who want to repair their homes and need assistance in doing so. So that's another one. And then one of the things that we want to do is focus some of the remaining funding that we have on rental accessory apartment program to seniors that want to stay in place in the district, so that they don't have to leave the district. They can create a accessory dwelling unit and maybe rent out the home that they lived in as as income. So that's another area that we're looking at for seniors.
So for the rental assistance,
Rental
yeah,
accessory apartment program.
accessory, okay, I'm right, so
Wrap.
small. Accessory project,
Mhm.
how much is allocated in FY25 for that project?
I don't know. I have to get back to you.
Okay.
But it was a one-time allocation, so I don't know how much is remaining. But we hope to see something, be able to
Alright.
continue with whatever remaining funds to do this.
Okay, so, well, then how much has it been expended thus far?
Hold on one second.
Okay.
$600,000 has been expended so far.
All right, and how is this spent? Is this spent through a contractor that is
Yes.
identified and does the, okay, all right. I also like to use these opportunities to get information out to people in lay terms, okay? Because when they hear us talking, ledgers and what have you, they don't always understand what's going on and what is available to them. So I just wanted to make sure. On the senior home repair program.
It's called a single family.
Yes.
Yes.
Is that still at 75,000 as a cap, or, like for roofs, almost?
So on average, we spend about $26,000 per unit, but we have spent a lot more on some units because it was needed.
All right. And in a request for use of this fund, can a individual or a household combine the use of this fund with other funds that are available through our government? Let's say solar, let's say weatherization, other kinds of programs?
Yes.
Okay, so there, all right. Okay, well, thank you very much, Chairman. I just wanted to get that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Bonds. Going back to HPTF, how much of the available HPTF funding was allocated to bridge and gap financing last year?
To bridge and gap financing last year.
The HPTF funding went to not new projects, but to preserve.
For the RFP?
Yes.
No, for the bridge. The two. No, B. 15 million in category B approximately.
Okay. And what's category B?
So that's the bridge financing for projects that were in the pipeline and needed some carry and cost help to wait for bonds to become available.
Okay. I recently asked DMPED about the New Communities program, and now I want to ask DHCD, because this is a program that several agencies touch in some way. How does DHCD coordinate with DMPED on New Communities projects, and what role does DHCD play in funding decisions?
So we coordinate with New Communities and sort of toward their spending ask and the planning of spending for Housing Production Trust Fund needs. The New Communities program would come in our pipeline, and I believe they have to actually come through the RFP So if they're in the RFP, that would be part of the obligation and spending.
Okay. Okay. So, so you don't make a decision on the new communities programs, other than evaluating them against other proposals that are
Yes,
submitted?
sir.
Okay.
And then obviously there's a negotiation with the developer about how much subsidy they need. We try to administer our subsidy as judiciously as possible so that we can spend it across as many units as possible. So we're part of that negotiation as much as we can be.
Let me move to SMART Goal 3, the neighborhood stabilization. In fiscal year 24, your goal was to promote neighborhood stabilization by preventing 50 evictions or foreclosures through housing counseling, supporting 100 small business clients with technical assistance, helping 7% of those small businesses secure financing, and creating 250 jobs through these small businesses. Looks like you knocked these out of the park with um, just shy of 1,500 evictions or foreclosures prevented through housing counseling, supporting over 4,000 small business clients with technical assistance, helping 7% of those small businesses secure financing, and creating 5,680 jobs through those same small businesses. How do you get to the 1,494 evictions or foreclosures prevented? How do you know which ones were prevented?
So these are reported through our community-based organizations. So if they're coming in for the counseling and they do not end up getting foreclosed on, or they're able to negotiate some sort of agreement with their lenders, and working in conjunction with all the interested parties, then that's a foreclosure that does not go to court.
Okay. And what about the 5,680 jobs created through the small business assistance?
So for the jobs that are created are either through businesses that have come in through with technical assistance, have gotten some sort of financing secured, either to start their business, increase or grow their business, expand their business. And so these are the new jobs that would have been created as reported by the businesses that got help.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the work that you all are doing in that space. In terms of funding, is this funded through federal or local money?
Our community-based activities are mostly funded through federal dollars.
Okay. And do we have an indication of where that funding is headed, if it's going to be sustained or not?
So we don't know.
Okay. And okay. Let me move to some strategic focus areas that we've been working through. We heard some testimony from folks concerned, Jubilee reentry housing contract. We had allocated, following Chairman Mendelson's leadership, funds in last year's budget, $1 million, I think, for reentry housing. That money has not gotten out the door yet. When will that money get out the door?
So we don't have $1 million in our budget in this fiscal year. We have about $300,000 for reentry housing remaining. There was a point in the budget where we had to meet the mark. And so we took down the 1.4 to $700,000. When the budget came in for that additional $1 million, it went made it go to 1.7 million. That first allocation of 1.4, which was for Jubilee KEB project for operating funds, had to be allocated to them, leaving the $300,000. So there's not a million for the reentry program. So we're trying to figure out a way to get the $300,000 out in a way that is most cost effective and efficient, without really doing a singular RFP for $300,000.
All right, I want to make sure I don't get lost in the weeds here. We did a $1 million allocation, I believe, for reentry housing. We heard testimony from a few folks today that that money has not gotten to them. You're saying
We
that
don't have it.
you don't have it. All right, we're gonna have to work with you all and our budget folks, because if we put it in the budget, then it exists. So we need to sort through that. We'll work with you and budget folks on your side and on our side to sort through that,
Okay.
so we can find it and get it to where it's needed. If I remember correctly, I'm sorry, I got to go back to half. Did you say to Councilmember Nadeau there's 35 folks left that have been approved for half that are still waiting for disbursements?
So there's 35 folks that are not awaiting disbursements, but we're trying to disperse to them.
Okay. These are folks who were approved and then money ran out?
So these are folks that are approved. The money is there for them, but we are trying to work with their vendors to register. So we have gotten to a point where we're letting vendors know if they don't register, then we are going to have to take the money unobligated and then move on to somebody that can use it.
When you say vendors, you're talking about the
Co-op, whoever, because the payments go to the vendors.
okay.
So if
I see.
yeah.
But I mean, vendors want their money. So what issue are you running into?
I don't know, we have vendors that, some of the vendors haven't registered for 2-3 years that this program has been involved. We've tried to reach out to them. I really can't say. A lot of them are condo and co-op boards that aren't registering.
But
sometimes, I don't know.
I don't know anybody who's owed money who doesn't want that money. So something's breaking down that has to be fixable.
I would think so. But I don't know.
I mean,
She's here.
I think we could take one test case and start to figure this out. So let's work together to understand a couple of the vendors that haven't registered, and we'll bird dog these and reach out to them and figure out what's going on.
Sure.
Okay. On several folks raised concerns, and I've had concerns as well about significant staffing shortages in the agency. Most recent, my notes show 22 vacancies. Is that correct? Is that up to date?
So I think we have 7 true vacancies. And we have 9 that are confirmed to start within the next 2 to 3 weeks. We have 10 that are selected after interviewing process. We have 5 folks that are being interviewed, or that positions that need to be interviewed. So really our vacancies are total, like our real vacancies, true vacancies are 7.
Of the, I'm sorry, there were 9 who are waiting.
Confirmed with a start date to come on site.
Okay, and then 10 who
that are selected.
Okay. How many of those, after the 9 who are confirmed and the 10 who are selected, assuming all of them accept and get into those seats, how many vacancies would be left in the multifamily services division?
in the DFD division. There would be, I think, 2. But I do want to address this vacancy concern, and I do want to thank the staff that has been here. Like, our operations really has not suffered. We have, you know, completed half. We have reduced our backlog on single family. We have disposed of our property acquisition disposition properties. We have closed on things for the most part on time. So I just want to thank the staff because they really, I wish I could take some of these vacancies savings and give them bonuses because they have really made sure that we stayed on top of things. So
Let me join you in thanking the staff. Yeah, it's a lot of work, even fully staffed. And again, in our hearings, we usually don't focus mostly on the things that are going well. We focus on the things where there are concerns, which is not to indicate that there are not a lot of things going well. And that's because there are a lot of people in these agencies working very hard who are mission focused and driven. So I appreciate you shouting them out and want to join you in the thanks, and get the agency fully staffed up to take some of the burden off of them. So we will, we'll discuss some of this in between hearings, but then we'll come back to this during the budget hearing. And my hope is that the number of vacancies will be pretty slim at that point. Um, I'm sorry. I'm probably going to wrap up in the next. We should be wrapped up by 8, roughly. The
took a bet with one of my staff members that I wouldn't go to 8.
wouldn't go to 8. I'm gonna do 8:01 just to help them out. The that also depends on the length of the answers and whether or not any of
I'll be
my
pithy.
colleagues. Councilmember Bonds told me she had 2 questions. I love Councilmember Bonds. Related to HPAP, but also related to one of our favorite topics together, River East at Grandview condominium owners. The how will HPAP be affected, or let me ask it differently. Will the city is like guaranteeing HPAP funding at least for some period of time for folks that we refer to as Talbot Street. Now, these are folks who first-time home buyers bought homes. Those homes ended up starting to collapse and getting condemned, putting them in limbo for a number of years. And kudos to you and to the agency for working through the First Trust mortgages. There's a lot of pressure and that's a lot of work, and that's not something that is easy to get done or that happens every day. So even though I continue to push for more, and residents have been hurt in a very real way and are rightfully angry and frustrated, you and your team have done a lot of work to help resolve these issues. How will the Tower Street residents and their HPAP funding affect HPAP and potential other recipients of HPAP in the next few fiscal years?
So we would need to account for that in the budget for the next fiscal years.
Okay. So that will come from the HPAP line item, not sort of an addendum to HPAP or an addition to HPAP.
Currently, that's where it's coming from.
Okay. How many applicants is that total left? Some of them have already purchased other properties.
So we have about 2 that are in the closing process now that'll need HPAP. There's a number that have not made decisions yet. 11 looks like they're going to do rentals, permanent rentals. So right now, it's hard to say who else is gonna really come out in the future years.
Okay. Okay. And that's out of, I think 46 total.
46 total.
And how long is how long are they eligible for the HPAP offer that's on the table?
I think it's
Indefinite.
shall and
Okay.
perpetuity.
Okay. The spending requirements for HPTF spending requirements for 30% AMI. Where are things with that?
So we are meeting the obligation under the HPTF statute. Again, as you know, I always encourage it just to be the unit numbers and not the expenditures, but because especially in this environment, we can use the money to stretch to other AMIs and to more units that don't have as much subsidy in these in this area. So there's other subsidies that are available for 30% of AMI units for development that you know, an HPTF could be used in other units to create more. So I encourage, but we are meeting the requirement.
I appreciate the progress that you made in your tenure on this, and I know we've had this discussion. If you and your team want to send us even sort of an informal recommendation that we can sort of see, yes, we can try to move in this direction.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would love to work with you on it. For on LITech, I'm certainly testing how much you crammed for this hearing, jumping around. Yeah, I'm not trying to throw curveballs. The You provided a list of 9% tax credit awardees for fiscal year '24. My understanding is that DC receives about $3.3 million of 9% tax credits per year, which leverages about $33 million in investment for affordable housing projects. Did the district allocate all of its 9% LIHTC for 2024?
It is allocated to projects that came into the pipeline.
Okay. And if we don't allocate all of our funding, does it go back to the federal government? Do you know?
That
offhand?
rarely ever happens.
Okay.
It is a very rare resource that is needed, and so everyone is clamoring for it. So I don't, I would have to look at a time where that happened.
Okay. Well, those are all my questions. I want to again thank you, Director, and your team for the work that you're doing and for working with us. And thank our witnesses, public witnesses, government witnesses for being here today. And this hearing is always a long day, but the public input is particularly important. That accountability for the council, for our agencies, recommendations, those things matter. Sometimes it takes a while to move the ball, and sometimes people show up and raise an issue that wasn't on our radar, and we can work with them. There are some things, particularly around housing conditions, that I want to make sure our various agencies, I don't think will require much, if anything, from DHCD, but there were some housing condition issues that we need to address with some urgency, particularly with Department of Buildings and probably the tenant advocate. But for anybody who was not able to testify, written testimony is encouraged and will be made part of the official record. Anyone interested can submit that testimony through the webpage for this hearing on the council's online hearing management system. And if you don't know where to find that, you can contact the Committee on Housing at housing@dccouncil.gov, housing@dccouncil.gov, or call us at 202-727-8270. The record for this hearing will remain open until the close of business 1 week from today, Monday, March 10th. If anyone interested in listening is interested in learning more about the work of this committee in my office, please sign up to hear from us at robertwhiteatlarge.com. With that, the business before this committee is concluded. The time is 7:51 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.